bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night. It shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night.
Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. 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 That's what I want.
Don't you wanna tell me about the time that we felt fake? Turn your eye on the halo that you give yourself daily. Give me a new ending, 'cause I'm running free tonight. Don't regret our story, wanna love and live my life. Always talking about where we'll be, gonna move out of the city. Spending our time daydreaming, living our life like a movie. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. Gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. faith in envy, shine a bright energy. With the waves I'm making, gotta make sure I'm happy. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. I'm gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend and pretend and pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. 'Cause I don't need to pretend and pretend and pretend and pretend. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was
你小子懂得惊奇呀！Let's go. Sicker than the wizard with a top hat. So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat, better stick it in the WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in your Snapchat. What's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake on the first day, like a clown at birthday. Too late, gotta wait for the first.
牛啊，这个球！菜呢？
We welcome everyone back to the Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 with many changes. From rosters to patches, but retain the same goal of achieving top 1 in the tournament. Hi, my name is Giang. Let's take a look at the top 5 highlights of our first week in the tournament. Starting with number 5. In the battle between J-Team and G2 Blacklist, J-Team was trying to take the Baron and prevent G2 Blacklist from accessing the river. But despite their efforts, Draw found a way not only to slip through their defense, but also steal the Baron, thus stopping J-Team's plans.
Some signs of life. We thought it was over, but it's not yet over. Oh my god, though. You look at the damage.
It's melting! What? There's even no time to get a steal! Oh, what is that, Draw? You are unhuman with that! What just happened? Number 4. Back in Season 1, we saw 0711 breaking the meta with his fascinating Evelyn performance. But this time, we saw Weiba from Trace Esports taking notes and applying it during their match against JDG. In a losing battle for First Dragon, Weiba miraculously stole the objective away right under JDD's nose, giving Trace Esports the Infernal Dragon.
4 decided JDG and he was able to eliminate a lot. They're still not done. Weiba's still alive.
Yeah, jungler still alive means that there's still a threat for this to be taken down. A 3-man strong is Lemon, Feibai, and Berry.
Yeah, Vision though. They can go for a spike. Last correct.
No way!
Takes it in the end, but they got the ace.
Number 3. We just love perfect setups, especially when the follow-up is also perfect. 20 minutes into a close game of Cerberus Esports and Cateroser Y, Taku made a perfect setup with a Skull of the Forge God to knock off 3 members of Cateroser Y. It was immediately followed up by his teammates. This play not only allowed them to win the fight, but also win the game, extending the series to a Game 3.
See here is that how Daw is going to be struggling, especially in this part of the game, because he won't really have enough damage here. Or the Forge God knocks up 3. Gensa's going to go in. Look at the dash away. Acrobat is not going to survive an execution from BMM. Hence the life of their carry. And Rattel is still on the bot lane. They still have a Guardian Angel on Daw. Are they going to be surviving? No, they're not. 5 members still alive. Really strong. Rattel is here, yes, but is that going to be enough for them to win? That's going to be it. CES could turn this side around, and this is going to be their win. Do they have the time? Do they have the power? Luna is just going to die, and this game is going to be taken by CES.
Number 2. It's always a nightmare playing ADC when you're up against a hard engage and burst composition. But that didn't seem to matter for Weibo Gaming's new Dragon laner, Wan Yu. 14 minutes into the game in a Dragon Soul contestant versus J-Team, 3 people tried to chase down Zhang Yu, but despite that, he managed to outplay them and even kill all 3 of them. This outplay not only allowed them to win a fight, but also take the Dragon, Baron, and eventually the game, completing Weibo Gaming's reverse sweep against J-Team.
And for X1 and Soldier to follow through with damage.
Oh, Faye,
go.
and that's a fast engage coming in from DY. Faye needs to back away. Soldier tries to chase him down. An explosive cap to deny, and Faye was able to survive. Never mind, DY was able to follow up with the kill. Onto the backline though, Fawn fighting against Geshan. Duwanyo might not be able to survive this fight against Soldier, but no, never mind. X1 is also gonna die on the hatch of Duwan. And he is gonna get the 1-3. And that is enough for them to say.
And number 1. We craved wanting to see Fiddlesticks into action in professional play, knowing how strong it is, and is always respectfully banned in almost every game. But in this highlight, we see exactly why Fiddlesticks is always banned. 10 minutes into the game of BRU versus Team Flash in a battle for Second Dragon, BRU got caught with a wombo combo of Team Flash, but through the perfect positioning and timing of Baldus, he landed a 4-man Crow Storm with Fear, completely turning the fight around. This play allowed BRU to secure a 4-for-1 trade plus the Dragon and completely take control of the game.
Oh, now they're going to be going in. G6A doesn't have a lot of time.
Never mind.
Fusion goes in. Doesn't have a lot of ways to go through. And now the knockup comes in. Horde of the Forge God is there. Wasn't able to knock up anybody. But now with the Crow Storm to the back line. Finishes everyone off.
Which highlight did you love the most? Let us know through the comment section and keep supporting the teams and the tournament by liking and sharing. My name is Giyang and we'll see you in the next video.
See, it's just a scarecrow. Aren't you afraid?
These are tough times in the dreamscape. The Phantom roams the dark corners, corrupting ideas and stealing dreams, leaving nothing behind but his calling card. Calls himself Thresh, and he doesn't play by the rules. But neither do I. That's why Detective Cinna put me on the case, I think. So, Swirly, what are you planning next? I thought I was up to the job. I had the whole picture. But it's all out of focus now. Thresh and his Dream Raiders took everything. Guess I'm out of my league after all. But what about all those stolen dreams? Those people? I can't give up. Maybe I am out of my league, but there has to be something I can... Wait a minute. What's this? A piece of art? I've got to stop him. I knew Thresh was up to no good. But this was bigger than anyone at the agency imagined. I tried to arrest him, but he slipped through a portal. Not before I busted his lantern, though. And that's how I saved the dreamscape. Sure, Thresh got away, but I restored the stolen dreams. Not bad for a rookie. And now for the paperwork.
Ride out. Crush them underfoot.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 is about to begin. With the race start of the arena, what are the highlights of the new season that deserve your attention? Let's find out together. The WRL is divided into two conferences, WRL-CN and WRL-APAC. 11 teams from the WRL-CN conference and 8 from WRL-APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to vie for ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 19 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL-CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL-APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will adopt the BO7 double elimination format, and all teams will be ranked separately within their conference. Only the top 2 teams from each conference playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Additionally, in the WRL-A2 regular stage, the priority side selection will be determined through an A-run, preheating the vibe before the official game kicks off. Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 regular stage will officially kick off on November 1st, with the 19 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. The battles are fierce, and the stakes are high. Which team will ultimately rise to the top? Stay tuned for the epic conclusion.
There's something about games.
What you're doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
Welcome back to the Wild Rift League Asia. It's day number 12, and we are going to be your shoutcasters, Kiyang and Otolus. We have insane amount of sets of games today. 3 Filipino games versus the APAC and CN Conference. How are you, Otolus?
Definitely excited. One way to put it, right? Like it's going to be the first time that we will have 3 PH teams go on top of each other. Never been done before, right? During WRL-A1. And so now it will definitely be a feast, especially for, you know, our local viewers, local fans as well. And it's also going to tell us what really is the status or where we are at right now, you know, as Filipino Wild Rift teams collide with both APAC Conference and CN Conference. We will have a very good meter as to how strong really are the Filipino teams.
Yeah, especially that we have seen a lot of resistance lately, especially in the past few weeks, right? It's very refreshing to see so many things happening right now in season number 2, especially with the roster changes, especially with the change in positions of some of the players as well. It's gonna be so exciting. And well, we have our standings, of course. Let's start with this for now, because Woohoo Gaming is actually the one leading in terms of like position, but they have more games to Thunder Talk. So in terms of points, they're actually even. When we see Thunder Talk the next few days, we might see a change.
Yeah, definitely a very welcome change. Woohoo Gaming really revamped their roster, right? Like they have 4 new addition, all of them really very impactful. And yes, they are at the top of the standings right now. Very well deserved. Thunder Talk, meanwhile, the second team here, you can actually count them as really one of the strongest team right now because they haven't dropped a map yet, right? Like that's the thing, right? Woohoo Gaming, they lost like 2 maps already, which means that 2 of their games really went the distance of it being a best of 3 match. But the focus of today is about EDG. EDG is one of the teams that will be playing today. 0-3 record. And -5 in plus minus. One thing I'm curious to see is will their slump continue, right? Like especially going against one of the APAC teams that is on the rise. It's just going to be very exciting to see that.
Especially right now that we see a big change in the standings of APAC standings right now. NAOS Esports being the one leading the pack here, number 1. Number 2 is going to be G2 Blacklist, but K-Roster-wise not really trailing that much behind. BRU, on the other hand, has been experiencing quite a bit of struggle lately. And they don't really have the best of standing right now. On the right side, we see Fennel, which will have a game later on, so it might actually change.
Exactly, right? Fennel will be the one to challenge EDG, and EDG is all about getting that first series win, right? Like if there's a day in where they will be successful in doing so, or it will be super possible for them to get that 1 point, it is today. So they may have just encircled that date or this day in their calendars as we look into the other matches as well. Now our first series will of course feature the powerhouse from APAC, Quezon City G2 Blacklist, after winning so many games of recent times. And after dropping that one game against J-Team, they really have revolutionized their play, and they're now back into their winning ways.
Yep, redeemed themselves extraordinarily after winning against Fennel, winning against BRU in a 2-0 sweep as well, and winning against NAOS Esports, preventing their reverse sweep last Sunday. So it's going to be very exciting indeed as they match against Cerberus Esports, which right now is, well, trying to pick up the slack. They just came and recovered from a 3-series lose streak as they won against Team Flash last Saturday.
Exactly, and I remember Genza also sharing a message to Team Flash. He said during the interview that he kind of feel bad for Team Flash, but they have to do better, right? This tournament is very stacked, and Cerberus Esports really did come out as the best team from Vietnam. Now, the best team from Vietnam will definitely be facing against the best team from the Philippines. We know that G2 Blacklist, after winning against Fennel and NAOS, they are the pride of the Filipinos. Now, on the other side, Cerberus Esports, the pride of VN, it's always a classic when these two regions meet in Wild Rift.
It's very reminiscent of last year's SEA Games as well. It's like in finals, so it's going to be a banger of a series for sure. As Cerberus Esports looks forward to maybe defeating G2 Blacklist. But right now we have to look at one of the main carries of their teams, KD and Y1 in the jungle has been very impactful, especially KD in the recent matches, because he is just being everywhere around the map and also really good at initiating for the team. And I think Y1 really needs to step up in order to defeat KD.
For sure, right? Like no surprise there. KD is still the star player of Quezon City's G2 Blacklist. It doesn't matter if they have very formidable players in all the roles that we have here. KD will still remain as their leader, as their shot caller come the later stages of the game. And we all know how expert he was or he is when it comes to 50-50s, and that will be the challenge of Y1 on the other hand. But we have to remember that Y1 is also coming to his own. After subbing in for Meliodas, a very decorated jungler for Cerberus Esports, he's now gaining more and more experience, and he's now more, I would say, comfortable in his new role, and he's showing flashes.
Not gonna lie, I was actually very nervous for Cerberus Esports when I saw him sub out for Meliodas, and I was also just looking for maybe some ways on how he can actually improve as a player, but he did, honestly. I love his season. He had an MVP performance against Team Flash last Saturday, and maybe even stand a good chance against KD.
Exactly. Aggression versus aggression is definitely going to be the flavor of the matches that we have for today. Because none of those farming junglers, right? Like, and so, right, we are also on the new patch in where we will be seeing lots of mages be, I would say, ignored or avoided just because of the nerf on that one important item called Crown. But nonetheless, it still is going to be an option, especially knowing that Fiddlesticks, numbers-wise, I would say that it's still one of the stronger picks. Second day of patch 4.4a, but it's definitely going to be a banger.
Let's go to the host and let the teams be introduced.
Hello， 各位现场以及屏幕前的召唤师们，大家晚上好！欢迎大家来到2023英雄联盟手游亚洲联赛第2赛季的比赛现场，我是主持人维嘉。今天是常规赛第3周的第2个比赛日，本场比赛将由魁松 G2B 对阵到西贡 CES。这个赛季以来 ，G2B 带着势不可挡的状态向我们展示了他们的实力，而 CES 又能否利用更多的大赛经验实现逆风翻盘，让我们拭目以待。Hi everyone, welcome to the stage of 2023 Wildlife League ASA2. I'm Valora. Today is the second match day of Week 3 with the first match being played by G2B versus CES. Since the beginning of the season, G2B has shown its unstoppable strength, and whether CES can utilize more competition experience to achieve a comeback, it all remains to be seen. And now it's time to welcome Quezon G2 Blacklist and Saigon Cerberus Esports.
I think you guys are opponents with few weaknesses. And for sure, few strengths too.
United thay bọn mình chỉ thấy để biết có tiền bạc mà thôi.
That backhanded compliment by G2 Blacklist and then a follow-up from Cerberus Esports just makes this game a lot more exciting. Who is gonna have more weaknesses and whose team will be able to exploit those weaknesses later on.
Sets the tempo for sure. And also sends a message to the other team. Yeah, sure, they might be friendlies with each other outside the game, but whenever they meet inside the Rift,
oh yeah,
tensions rise up and rivalries are often, felt all throughout. And we look at all the roster or all the players of Cerberus Esports. These are the same players that has been and always has been there to block all the Filipino teams that we've been sending over to the international competition. And so it's just another day in the office for them.
Yeah. Huge increase in adrenaline for sure later on as we see these two strong teams clash against each other. G2 Blacklist looking to maintain their good standing after recovering their loss against J-Team. Cerberus Esports, on the other hand, has been wanting to continue rising to the APAC standings and also maybe go up against the CN Conference teams later on as they recover their 2-3-game lose streak against Woohoo Gaming, Pateros Y, and OMG. It's going to be tough, especially that right now this matchup is well contested. We have seen these two teams battle against each other since last season and even in the other tournaments before. Right now, it's up to Cerberus Esports on how they can actually come back against G2 Blacklist.
It will definitely be an upset for sure, right? Like in recent times, it has been trending in the favor of G2 Blacklist. Almost all of their matches has been favoring the Filipino teams, dating back to when we won the gold medal, or dating back to when they won the gold medal for the Philippines. NGX, now known as G2 Blacklist, has really elevated their play to a point that Cerberus Esports is playing catch up.
And also, just to talk about our key matchup a while ago, right? Y1 versus KD. I think it's still a lot more that Y1 needs to be able to do in order to help out Cerberus Esports guard the win, especially with this influence as a jungler. But before that, of course, we're not going to start a series without our fight for side, which is the map of Aram. So for anyone that is just tuning in just now, this map, this game is designed to know who is going to be getting that side selection priority. So whoever wins this gets to choose whether they go on blue side or red side, and the loser gets to decide on game 2.
Exactly. It's just going to be a very good warm-up. And speaking of warm-up, the warm-up first kill, first blood goes over to G2 Blacklist.
Oh yeah. Golden Kite, definitely. Whenever he gets his hands on any ADC, I actually love his name change, right? From Demon Kite to Golden Kite. Golden Hands for sure, especially with the amount of kiting ability that he does.
Yeah, Midas, right? Like
Midas.
Everything that he touches turns into gold is how we basically describe Midas collectively. But more than his name change, it's his stellar play overall, right? His consistency. And although in the past few matches, there's been some questions here and there when it comes to their laning, it is bound to change soon. As we all know, Draw and Golden Kite are one of the best pairs that we have in the Dragon lane from APAC.
I like to see the Trindamir as well here in this map of Alam. Because, you know, it's quite difficult to get the kill onto him, but easier to get the kill onto Akino right there from G2 Blacklist. 2-0 right now, Cerberus Esports. Well, they're just taking their time. They have so many late game scaling, and they don't really have that much front line. Except for maybe the Trindamir, but not yet to come.
The turnaround from Taku will definitely be there, right? Slicing Maelstrom from the cannon.
Good damage, but a knock-up there by Katie actually stops the follow-up. Okay, they can actually get the kill onto BMM if ever the king stays alive for Cerberus Esports. G2 Blacklist, my bad.
Undying Rage, BMM comes in clutch, but there's really nothing to sustain him right now. And although there is a potential for resets, BMM going in.
Good knock-up by Katie once again, but it's gonna be denied. BMM actually stays alive. Inferno trigger by Genza. He wants to get Aaron as well. Jumps around, gets a kill, gets the ace as well. And Cerberus Esports will get this tower too.
Right, I thought it was a clean pentakill for Genza, but it does appear that some of the kills went over to the other members of Cerberus Esports. That was definitely best play imaginable for Cerberus Esports. All those resets happening, but KD wants to engage once again, is not going to catch Y1.
This is going to be very difficult for G2 Blacklist. KD has been trying to prevent any follow-up, but after Slicing Maelstrom and the Inferno Trigger combo, it's just so deadly. Ooh,
exactly.
That battle star though.
Yep, and the pokes are just super effective for G2 Blacklist. BMM going in. Not sure if that's the right idea, especially with no ultimate available.
Great burst capability of a luck. And Draw is gonna be happy taking that kill a while ago. 4-5 is the scoreline. Cerberus Esports still has their tier 1 tower here though. So it's gonna be fine. Good light binding into the follow-up knock-up by Katie. Chef's kiss, definitely. But let's see what BMM can actually do. Immediately backs away as Taco looks to get that slicing.
Binding.
Another binding, man. It's just top tier. Draw really has a good touch on the pokes right there, but BMM trying to get a good chase down. Has the Undying Rage, but only can scream as he tries to chase Aaron.
Exactly, and I saw a 9999 from the Trindamir. Yeah, I'm right. It was the Collector prioritized and being bought here by BMM, and that's the reason why he wanted that execute. Now Genza and Y1 will clean things up, reset time for the other members of G2 Blacklist. But all things considered, if you look at the composition that we have right now, Cerberus Esports really is on the back foot. It's surprising to me that Cerberus Esports is performing better than expected, because if you look at the composition of G2 Blacklist, it's like
so many traps.
Not just that, right? Like this is one of the all-star lineups that you can ask for in an ARAM game.
Yeah, that's true. Having the Morgana, having the Lux as well. So many ways to catch the members here of Cerberus Esports, but they will go in. Ooh. Genza nearly actually gets caught there. Fortunately, does have the blocking of the projectile. Aaron goes in, but immediately goes back. BMM just slowing them down, but gets hit by a sleepy trouble bubble. Might be in trouble right now. Good engage by KD once again. Has the charm. Good follow-up coming in from Cerberus Esports. So they go in. Taku missing the slicing maelstrom, and will have the back away. Y1 just hiding in the brush. Will get caught as well. The ace by G2 Blacklist this time.
And finally, G2 Blacklist just remaining true to their composition, which is all about folks, and with all the crowd control that they have, roots per se, right? Like they do have the light binding, dark binding, and also the ultimate coming from the Varus is going to come in handy. And so now BMM, yeah, sure, they will be able to clean house here. G2 Blacklist will need to reset to get those items.
I want to see the items of Draw later on. Will he be able to pick up the Rabadon's Death Cap? Because Aaron picked his one already.
Yeah.
And Cerberus Esports doesn't have anyone to soak in the damage except for just BMM. But looking at these items is not really the case.
And so now you also look at Ime, right? Also has decent utility as well. That Fermented Soil will allow G2 Blacklist to just wave clear all those pushing wave. Now, Snowball connects onto 2, but no initiation yet from G2 Blacklist.
Yeah, they go.
Wow!
Great
Boom!
knock up onto 3. KD is just stopped here. Even as a support, even as a Rakam. Let's see what Genza can actually do here. Goes in, Inferno Trigger onto everyone gets wiped out by this guy.
Wait, what?
This is why I just love the Samira, but only onto the map. But Aaron is trying to pick up the slack here. BMM still is able to heal himself back to at least 30%. One more auto attack and no.
Yeah. G2 Blacklist did everything imaginable to really delay the push by Cerberus Esports. And so now 1 second before Golden Kite revives will be just in time to clear the wave here. But what a way to retaliate. Cerberus Esports is led by Genza. Those resets coming in clutch, but he's going to die very soon.
Fight after fight after fight. This is why I love Aram. Slicing Maelstrom gonna do some damage, but not enough since there's no Samira of Genza to actually follow up and deal the necessary damage. But let's see, KD, half in health, goes in onto the Soraka. Akeno just is gonna be backing away, but they lose by 1 in the process. And the Snowball connects. There is gonna be follow-up. It's only BMM now remaining alive, trying to escape. G2 Blacklist will be happy to at least focus on the tower. Or the cleanse actually gonna be initiated. Good damage by Aaron.
Deceptively tanky is a Tryndamere even without the ult. So, wow, what a catch. Genza being denied of that initial initiation. 1 kill though. And Taku also clearing the second one. Now with Genza still alive, letter S on that ranking, we'll be able to find the 3rd kill. And again, all those members from G2 Blacklist will have to revive soon just to defend this tower. Led by KD, of course, and Aaron, 5 seconds before they revive.
Well, since this early into this match, 7.5 minutes, the death timers are still quite fast. But Cerberus Esports does possess some great pushing ability onto the tower, so for G2 Blacklist, they need to be a lot more careful in their engage, as they might lose this fight per side and give a bit of a chance for Cerberus Esports to set tempo for game 1.
Yeah, I think G2 Blacklist, what they need to do is to not let KD be the one to initiate, because I feel that his peeling abilities, especially with the quickness, will easily be able to deny Genza's approach in this game. And so if they want to be systematic, I would say, and I would shot call that, hey, you know what, KD, just wait for Genza to come in before committing your ultimate, because they can just do this for days, right? Yeah. Poke you down and exactly, kite you down.
Yeah, good quickness by KD into that grand entrance, and immediately there's no follow-up to BMM. Everyone's just prevented here by KD.
Now all those healing coming from Akeno, flash coming in from draw but not hitting, his light binding, oh what series of damage, Snowball connects and Ime, oh not enough, Y1 still survives.
But Akeno will not, Y1 might actually
Golden
be
Kite?
there. Golden Kite flashes in and Tag is the only one left. But not for long, Aaron wants a kill, actually flashes away. But another flash picked up by Aaron. Thanks for the flash, he says.
Infinite amount of flashes, exactly. And so now BMM left to defend by himself. No ultimate yet. He's going to die.
He is. No ulti. So this tower as well, or this Nexus, about to be taken down. Cerberus Esports, long death timer, and G2 Blacklist gets side selection.
That's side selection for G2 Blacklist, which, as we all know, they really prefer the red side. Not sure if it's going to change anytime soon or if today will be any changes. Again, patch 4.4a brings new adjustments to the fray. I know Coach TG will have that jotted down to the T. And again, that warm-up game, right? Like it, you look at the compositions, should be one-sided, and it kind of remained true.
So G2 Blacklist does possess 4 wins so far on blue side and 2 wins on the red side. So it's up to them whether they want to bank on increasing their wins on red side or go with what's working so far for them on blue side here. Because Cerberus Esports. Cerberus will just have to wait and adjust later on.
Truly. Now we move forward to the phase in where we will be waiting as to who gets or what will be selected as their primary pick or primary selection or primary side. Now we look into potential bans here, and we all know that junglers often get targeted, especially knowing that KD, the star player for G2 Blacklist, you kind of have to contain him, right? Like, you cannot control him, but you kind of, or you will still be able to at least impact his play by minimizing his champions, right? Historically speaking, one of the ways to go against this 5-man roster of G2 Blacklist is to target down and ban out KD, formerly Just G, right? Like, but as the tournament progressed, especially last season, we saw that not be as effective anymore come later stages of the tournament. And that really comes with all the adjustments, learnings, coaching that has been done to their side. But if I'm Cerberus Esports, right, like I'm not going to buck the trend. And I'm still going to continue to ban out Just G's champion pool.
So it might actually be better for G2 Blacklist to pick blue side, since red side has to ban the Hecarim, has to ban the Fiddlesticks, possibly even the Evelyn as well. And that will enable KD to have unlimited choices in the jungle and force Y1 to just adjust later on. Though he has been trying out Lee Sin, the usual champions that Y1 has been using. Though I think the best success that he has so far is on the Lee Sin, so might minimize the amount of choices that he actually has against G2.
There's been a game in where he played Jace as well. Gwen was also played by Y1, and we have been so critical of all this scaling junglers, right? Especially against a very aggressive jungler in KD. You just do not have that luxury, right? Like, what you need to do is to take away the Kha'Zix for sure, because Kha'Zix, when used by KD, it's just on a different level. Not only does it give assassination potential from the star player of G2 Blacklist, it also gives them advantage when it comes to 50-50s in Smite battles. And we all know that when it comes to Smite battles, it's not really a 50-50 when KD is the one playing.
This guy is full of miracles. And not only him, right? Draw has been impacting so much as well on team fights. I will never forget their match against J-Team last season in the Battle for Finals before they battled against Keep Best Gaming. Right now, looks like our predictions are set in play. G2 Blacklist picks blue side, and they will get the priorities in terms of KD's champs.
That and Ime as well, right? Like, Ime has been one of the win conditions by G2 Blacklist. They kind of want to really play around Ime, just because whenever he wins his lane, there is this win condition come late game for him to just split push. And all those late game shot calling really has helped G2 Blacklist secure a lot of wins. And so now, if Camille is left open, surely G2 Blacklist will have that one in their priority list.
I'm actually surprised that G2 Blacklist has been spamming the bans on Evelyn lately. I think KD would be really good at picking this champion up, and a lot of people has adapted to 0711 Evelyn, right? Ever since season number 1. Except for 0711, unfortunately. But the Camille gonna be taken away by Cerberus Esports alongside with the Fiddlesticks and Hecarim. I think this is a decent start for the bans. But the Jace, G2B.
Exactly, right? Like Cerberus Esports, we did say that Camille will definitely get first picked by G2 Blacklist as a champion that will be piloted by Ime. But immediately, Cerberus Esports counters that by banning away the champion that Ime is so comfortable on and so successful on as well. Now, Cerberus Esports will not hesitate to bring about one of their primary Baron lane favorites in the Renekton And it does look like that, yeah, sure, like Cerberus Esports would definitely win the top side just because it's a Renekton, especially if paired with a Lee Sin. But when it comes to execution, G2 Blacklist might still get the upper hand, especially knowing that this Jace might just go to KD.
I mean, they're already used to the playstyle here of Cerberus Esports, right? No matter what champion Taco actually picks up. He was notorious on his Riven before, especially during C games, but the Renekton as well has been really rising up to the occasion, especially for Taco. Especially because of the buff that this champion received way back. And now G2 Blacklist going with their strengths, Golden Kite on one of the best champions to use when you're good at kiting. The Zeri now picked up.
Exactly, very mobile champion and very decent when it comes to dishing out damage. Now that Renekton is also a takeaway, right? Like we have to remember that Ime, if not on Camille, is also very effective on the Renekton. And so Cerberus Esports is really wanting to target down the top side. Now Gragas will be picked up by Draw. A very good pick in the mid lane for BMM as well. The Vladimir is going to get picked up here. Now Cerberus Esports will be starting the second ban phase. And I'm imagining that they will be targeting down more jungler options. No, they are going to target away potential counters to the Vladimir, possibly Kassadin as well.
Yeah. Well, now they have a choice, right? Either ban the Kassadin or ban the Zoe as well, since that Zoe has been one of the matchup on the Vladimir. Though we have seen a Vladimir win already against a Zoe, but the trend says, the average says that Zoe will win, so they will focus on that as well.
Now Kassadin is left open. Still is an option for Aaron to be the one to pick up the Zeri and have a laning, just a very passive laning phase during the first few minutes of the game. By the way, G2 Blacklist banning away the Varus, one of Genza's pocket picks as well, and will most likely... Oh, wow, okay, I love this adaptation coming from G2 Blacklist, just denying the Lee Sin and taking it away from Y1. Now, Vi is going to be left open, one of the champions. I feel Y1 is so comfortable. And I feel that this is also going to translate into a very good top side for them, because this is so easy to use. And we have to remember that in patch 4.4a, the Vi did actually get some buffs as well. So all things considered, Cerberus Esports so far in their 4 picks, very good ones.
And to add that Y1 is actually really loving the Vi and the Lee Sin. I think those two champions are his priority so far. He gets one and will be comfortable. They have so many crowd control on Cerberus Esports, but I love the Gwen and the Shen from G2B.
Yeah, it does look like the KD is going to play the Shen in the jungle. And that really is still screaming that they want to win the side lanes. That whenever they win the side lane matchup, featuring Ime on the top side, it will just be so beneficial for the play and for the plans of G2 Blacklist. Now, the thing here, Kiyang, is you look at the matchup on the top side, right? Gwen versus Renekton. First few levels, you have to give it to the Renekton. But as the game progresses, as the game goes longer, the Gwen will definitely have the advantage, especially knowing that the Stand United can be called upon every single time.
There's also the anti-auto attack that can block the Renekton, the Vi, the Tristana, and even the Ornn later on. So Ime gonna be having so many avenues of opportunity to just snip everybody down. And it's not only him that is gonna be the problem. Golden Kite on the Zeri with the help of Draw on the Gragas. Man, it's everything here for G2 Blacklist. Cerberus Esports have good composition here. There's so many ways for them to actually set up fights. But they need to be careful of the counter punch on the haymakers of G2B.
Exactly, especially knowing that Explosive Casks by Draw has been winning team fights left and right for G2 Blacklist. Game number 1 is almost underway here, Giang. Just looking at the draft, very well drafted by both these teams. I kind of have to still give it to G2 Blacklist, especially knowing that they have the Shen and the Gwen at the top side. It will all boil down as to how effective their planning is and their execution is, because so far, like, their plan is to really scale well into the late game, especially knowing that this Shen will be very good in side lane matches.
Especially when I think we do see a good trend already on when the Shen gets picked up. It's either the Gwen or the Camille, right? And it really makes so much sense.
Okay, we did not see this coming because there's no map to really see a potential lane trade. And Cerberus Esports, we saw this from them when they played against Team Flash. They are not hesitant to go for a lane swap very early. Cerberus Esports here to surprise G2 Blacklist. One way to control G2 Blacklist is to control their Baron laner, and they are now sending 2 people to do just that.
Just give Ime a hard time in the Baron lane, bully him as much as possible, threaten a tower dive, threaten a tower takedown. I think this is one way for them to at least dictate the flow of the game, especially in the first few minutes. It's already the second plating removed here at the first minute.
Exactly, and so now G2 Blacklist is the one responding and will be the one to send their Dragon laner to the top side, really delaying the tempo of G2 Blacklist's Cerberus Esports. Now, CES still has the option to play tag and play, catch up. Because right now you look at Genza, he's now trying to recall. And Genza will most likely go downstairs and still try to push on their tempo. Now Y1 and the Keno, they do have a lot of crowd control, but good warding coming from G2 Blacklist will be able to spot out Y1.
We see you, Y1. We're watching you as well. Don't gank here in the top lane. It looks like Cerberus Esports won't send their dual laners in the bot lane anymore, so we won't see that game of tag. Cerberus Esports did pick up a couple of gold lead, especially with the plates that they have secured in the tier 1. And
Level 5 Y1, but he was spotted on a ward. Now G2B, they have to be careful.
They need to be very careful here. But I think we are going to be seeing a recall for now on Y1 going back to the base. Possibly bot lane is going to be a good lane to gank here for this Vi. Good plating security by Ime though, equalizing the amount of gold that Cerberus Esports acquired in top. G2B is okay with the trades.
Taku is almost level 5, and that's the reason why he was feeling confident in going for that trade. And again, this is kind of expected, right? Especially with the delay on tempo to the side of Ime. The level advantage will be on the Renekton. On the top side though, there is a potential gank. But again, Cerberus Esports trying to play it passively and trying to just be as careful as possible. They know that they are in the lead, and there's no way that they're throwing it that away. Especially against the proactiveness by KD. No. But in the mid lane, wow, okay. Is that an Ignite? Yep, that's an Ignite that was used by BMM to try to retaliate to the damage that was dealt by Aaron. But here in the bot lane,
this might be very tough here for Ime. I actually thought that Y1 would Vault Breaker into a flash to the cease and desist to chase down Aaron. It looks like they want to respect, especially that KD does have the stand united.
Exactly.
That's available counter plays there.
Yep, counter gank is definitely still available to G2 Blacklist. Cerberus Esports does know that. And again, it's just playing as safe as possible. Now, Cerberus Esports, for sure, with the way they started the game, they will not really go for any risky play. They will just wait for the objective to spawn up. Golden Kite should still have all the dashes available, and I believe he still has flash available, so there's no way that Cerberus Esports can lock down the Zeri.
So many avenues to escape for now on G2B. It has been a slow tempo early game, right? No hard commit ganks, no pressure that much, except for the platings that both of these teams have acquired so far. But it's about to be changed later on. We're about to reach 5 minutes. Objectives will spawn. I think Cerberus Esports would love to secure the Rift Herald, but with G2B's pressure or priority on Dragons, they might want to contest it.
Surely both of them wants to go for the Rift Herald early, because anyone that gets the tempo advantage and basically territory advantage in this game will have so many benefits, especially knowing that they're really playing as passively as possible, as careful as possible. Cerberus Esports just doesn't want to give that extra space to G2 Blacklist.
They're checking each other all the time as well. I want to commend Y1 for always looking for ways to maybe enter a particular lane just in case G2B overextend even for a little bit. This one go in the mid lane a while, but looks like Akeno wants to actually engage. Aaron is already low.
No way!
Connect now, but BMM secures the kill. Draw a little bit late, and that counter engage and Cerberus Esports gets first blood.
Yeah, Explosive Cask not hitting Akeno, but it didn't really matter. Hemoplague had enough burst, and that's a first blood over to Cerberus Esports. Meanwhile, G2 Blacklist has decided to just trade it off, and KD, although he had stand united, he was focusing the Rift Herald and goes for the objective play instead of helping his teammate. Now G2 Blacklist will try to equalize the pressure of getting that tower on top side.
Stand United gonna be used though. Here comes Aaron with hammer form. McKenna will be flashing away as Genza does have the
Where's the
potential
taunt?
to maybe push him back. But let's see. Cerberus Esports backing away. And quick wits here on G2B and Cerberus Esports actually, because they saw Aaron dying in the mid lane and we saw KD immediately going to the Rift Herald to at least secure one objective and translate it to a tower in top. So they're the ones actually leading in terms of gold.
Exactly. Again, that's the goal. Whenever you go for the Rift Herald, first tower should at least provide you some separation gold-wise. But you still have to credit Cerberus Esports, especially with the engage that they did in the mid lane. How many times have we seen Genza on the engaged champions do so well? And they know that Aaron does not have any flash. You look at the 3 members of Cerberus Esports, they can pull the trigger at any time. And they can even dive him down, especially knowing that his flash is burnt.
Quite a bit of changes in the item priorities right now on the Vladimir though. Most of the time we do see like the Magi Soul Stealer being picked up first. But due to the change in price from 1,500 to 1,800, now we see the Cosmic Drive being prioritized even more. Cerberus Esports just looking for avenues. Y1 is very consistent in the rotation.
Yeah. And just to piggyback on your thoughts about the Magi Soul Stealer, especially at this point in the game that there is really no guarantee that you will be able to snowball that item. It still is kinda safer to go for the orthodox play of building Cosmic Drive into potential Crown still, because I know for a fact that, you know, Crown may have been nerfed, may have gotten nerfed, but still very effective. Draw going in.
Good Stand United by KD, and Akeno is just locked down.
Wow.
No influence by Genza at all.
In the next few minutes, G2 Blacklist has the man advantage, the power of going and using the Stand United very offensively. Now the tower plating has already expired. Y1 won't be able to catch up Ime, but they will still be able to secure the tower on the top side. That's 2-1 towers total in the first game.
And it's all thanks to their good defense a while ago by G2 Blacklist in the mid lane. Let's check this replay.
Yeah, draw again, burning his flash, catching Akeno. They know that he doesn't have flash in there to really deal the final blow. Oh, mid lane!
Y1 a bit overextended there, but they have been successful in taking down Aaron, so at least it's gonna be a 1-for-1. G2B might want more, never mind.
We also did say that, you know, dives like that are bound to happen, especially in this matchup in where you have the Vladimir. Vladimir is one of the best diving champions in the game, just because of the Sanguine Pool, right? You get the aggro, and then you escape by just using one skill. Now draw going in.
Oh no, Genza is overextended. Call of the Forge God though to dissuade them out. Stand United a little bit wasted there, like KD as well. Good disengage by Cerberus Esports.
Very much, right? Cerberus Esports using Tristana's Rocket Jump and Flash to make sure that they will survive. I thought for a second the draw was a bit I would say overzealous, overcommitting his ultimate there. But turns out that was the right play. That was the very aggressive play that G2 Blacklist wanted to do. However, it was still to the advantage of Cerberus Esports because there's no Stand United in the next few minutes.
And it's again an opportunity for Cerberus Esports to maybe make a play somewhere in the map. They have been very consistent in catching Aaron. And it might be pivotal for them to take this tier 1 as well. 133 HP, that's very tempting to actually dive.
Surely 45 seconds before the dragon spawns up, and so now if you're Cerberus Esports, you kind of want to pressure down the mid lane, have some priority here and there before even starting that dragon. We look at the gold chart. KD still on the Shen will still have the most gold in the game.
I think we have seen a game yesterday as well with that the Shen actually has like 1 HP. Alright, they just commit onto it.
Yep.
OCD by Cerberus Esports.
And it's not even a very big commitment, right? Like Y1 tanked 1 tower shot, which is very sustainable. Same can be said for Genza taking 1 tower shot as well, and that's the mid lane tower down for G2 Blacklist. And so now if you're Cerberus Esports, you kind of want to ride Akeno's ability to call for his ultimate, because that's definitely going to be the very big go signal for Y1 and company to follow through. Resets can happen at any time. They have a Tristana, right? Like that can jump over and over again, but draw in the area will still want to challenge this Inferno Dragon.
Akeno just preventing any sort of follow-up coming in from G2 Blacklist as well. Dominus has been popped up by Taku. This might be the single for Cerberus
Stand United
to go in. The Stand United is going to be used. Who will get the drag? Looks like Cerberus Esports actually wants to get onto the team fight instead. The backline has been breached. Akeno will flash away, but they do secure the dragon here for Cerberus Esports. Not getting it actually. KD, great steal. One might actually be
he missed.
Great knock up by Akeno. Stops Ime on the onslaught, but a good counter punch by Golden Kite. Gets a kill. Akeno might actually be in trouble here, but as they progress, KD with the soaking damage, with the follow-up as well, and G2 Blacklist gets everything there.
Time and time again, if you do not check Golden Kite, he will be able to dish out the maximum amount of damage. And in that team fight, he dished out 5,500 damage. You have to check Golden Kite. You have to focus the guy. Because on Zeri, he is just so capable of winning team fights by himself. Let's look at that once again. Draw going in with Stand United as well. That's a combo that has been the bread and butter by G2 Blacklist. And although that explosive cask wasn't that great, KD still was able to secure the dragon. Those, we did say it, right? Like, almost always, KD is going to be superior when it comes to smite fights.
But might not be in the team fight, as this Vladimir of BMM actually secures 2 kills. 2 versus 1, not even a problem. But let's see. Draw is also here. Just setting up with the cast.
Okay,
and
finally.
Low, but great burst coming in there. Even with the Zeri here of Golden Kite getting the damage done, getting the last hit as well. Akeno won't be able to survive anymore, but Draw gets a kill. But Baron, initiated by Cerberus Esports.
Exactly. When they saw 3-4 members of G2 Blacklist downstairs, they immediately went for the Baron. A very clutch play, macro-wise, by Cerberus Esports. Now, they have the Baron buff for themselves. Cerberus Esports definitely having the advantage right then, right there.
And we talked about this game, this series, being a banger, right? Cerberus Esports definitely delivering what they need to do. G2 Blacklist, they need to be ready.
BMM is still super good, right? Especially if you give him a champion that he can carry on. Like the amount of time that he bought for his team and his teammates, that Vladimir pick was definitely the reason why Cerberus Esports is enjoying the Baron buff right now.
He is very independent as well. He can 2v1, maybe even 3v1 as he gets his next item after cashing in, going back into the base. And G2 Blacklist, they're losing vision, they're losing priority, they're losing towers as well in the process. 13 minutes into the game, Cerberus Esports continue to scale.
And so now Taku will have all the confidence that he needs to go for a split push action here. 1-3-1 being set up by Cerberus Esports. Still half on the duration of the Baron buff, and Cerberus Esports, little by little, securing towers after towers.
And G2 Blacklist is feeling the pressure indeed. Cerberus Esports being very methodical, being very safe as well in their approach. They're not anymore that team that just recklessly goes in. They take things, they take time to actually chew their food, and they take all out their turrets as well.
And so now in the mid lane, they will try to focus it down. Genza though, half health already, and there could be a potential engage by Draw any minute now. He has to be careful. Bloodthirster is going to help him sustain by a bit. Genza again with the life steal, but that's it. That's the Baron power play coming from Cerberus Esports. Still a very good upswing for them. That's a total of 2, maybe even 3k gold advantage that they were able to get off of one big objective.
Yeah. And the problem here for G2 Blacklist as well, right, is since they're more focused on defensive play side with the Stand United of that Shen of KD, they're only engaged, or only proper engaged actually, is the Gragas of Draw. That body slam into the cast. And as long as Cerberus Esports keeps track of them, they're gonna be fine.
Now I wonder what the QSS for Golden Kite is for. Right, like sure, assault and battery, or all those possible knockups coming from Genza. You kind of want to make sure that you don't get hit by them by going for the QSS. But against the Vladimir, it's definitely useless, especially knowing that BMM right now is standing on a 5-on-1. Like what? That dude is really being the best possible carry for Cerberus Esports right now, while waiting for Genza to scale up. Akeno going in. Now this is going to be third dragon, but no soul for contestation. This is a 1-to-1 in terms of dragon point. So now G2 Blacklist, if they ever challenge this, it's just going for to be for the stats.
And BMM is just waiting by the corner. Draw missing that cast. That's gonna be very important.
Ime.
Ime trying to get the steal, but won't be successful at it. BMM closing the distance onto Ime.
Ime,
They
though.
will focus on him right now, but is trying to survive. KD's gonna be there a little bit late on the taunt, and Akeno backline breach.
Golden
Can
Kite.
someone actually be in trouble?
Boom!
Zap gets a kill on the Tristana, but Y1 is gonna be in the vicinity trying to get in the front line.
Reheat
Aqua's
and
well
Golden
joining him
Kite.
right now, but BMM, the transfusion will not be helpful this time around. G2 Blacklist actually out-fight them, out-teamfight them despite losing the objective.
It started so well for Cerberus Esports. They were able to get the heads off Ime, but then again, the primary target should always be Demon Kite. Demon Kite was still so flashy, was still very golden when it comes to his kiting skills. Now Draw and company trying to sniff out Y1. They don't know that Y1 is here. Finally, something happened. Golden Kite. Going in is Y1 against 3 people. They want to make sure.
No.
Alright, finally, Y1 is going to die to the hands of KD. That's a jungler
kiting.
down by, that's the jungler down for Cerberus Esports. And now G2 Blacklist, they can still go for a reset here, Kiang.
Yeah, reset and then go for the Baron. No jungler to contest this objective unless the pressure of PMM is still gonna be there. Great position for Ime though. And actually get a good catch here onto Genza. Let's see.
Taku?
Start to Baron. Ime gets spotted out. Sends out the needles to just
No
display them
jungler.
back. Great damage onto the Baron as well.
And so now G2 Blacklist, very methodical. Ime though.
They turn, they want to burst him out, but is actually delaying the inevitable. Is able to back away successfully. Aaron though, a little bit overextended. Can
Spike?
they actually get the steal? The answer is no. And they back away successfully. G2 Blacklist gets a Baron.
Again, the advantage by G2 Blacklist, you give them the best opportunity to really secure a big objective by having your jungler down, and G2 Blacklist will not hesitate to pounce. The best part of it is that G2 Blacklist does not need to rush. The Elder Dragon is not going to spawn up in another 20 seconds, and so now G2 Blacklist, it's their turn to use this buff to their advantage.
Their turn to pressure the side lanes. It's their turn to manipulate the positions here of Cerberus Esports. Gather some gold as well and maybe establish vision on the spot side river.
4-0-7 for Golden Kite. The guy that turns everything into gold is still immortal. Deathless. 4-0-7 on the Zeri. And he's been the focal point of G2 Blacklist attack time and time again. Whenever he doesn't get focused by Cerberus Esports, he's just doing wonders for his team.
Oh yeah. G2 Blacklist this time taking the tower as well. Slowly but surely equalizing the structure takedown of Cerberus Esports. They want to secure mid, but BMM is in the vicinity. And with Akeno involved, this is just great zoning from Cerberus Esports.
Baron push is full committed here by G2 Blacklist. KD!
Oh, backline! KD actually will miss the snare there. And Cerberus Esports will be able to back away. Taunt, unfortunately, did not connect from KD. But great pressure nonetheless. They will be able to take this tower in the mid lane. The only thing left is bot lane.
I just want to say that I believe that KD did try to predict the flash of Cerberus Esports.
We saw you.
Yep. Nice try, I guess. It's what I want to say. Oh, we are getting some stats here. 2,429 Baron power play by G2 Blacklist. I'm understanding now their language.
So
what a development. But anyway, G2 Blacklist back into action here. Elder Dragon being started by Cerberus Esports.
We saw them being very effective a while ago in the last dragon that they have acquired despite losing the team fight. But let's see this time. Stand United gonna be used a little bit early and was blocked by Akeno, but great cast coming in here to isolate Akeno. Ime as well is safe so far. But Aaron is a little bit too far. Great engage coming in from Y1, but it's immediately countered there by the members of G2 Blacklist. Great shockwave as well to just deal damage. BMM a little bit low. Half HP already. Might need to back away.
Golden Kite's not stopping anytime soon. He's still shredding down Akeno. And G2 Blacklist knows that they have the advantage. They are trying to rush down the Elder Dragon. Cerberus Esports, Y1 though, has Warmogs. He's healing up very, very fast.
Two choices for Cerberus Esports. Do they back away or do they commit here with low HP? Pressure in the top lane as well by Ime is just fantastic here for G2 Blacklist. They're also just manipulating the positions right now with Cerberus Esports, making them double think their actions right now and in their plans. Great vision established as well by G2 Blacklist in this bot side river.
Can I just say Y1's Warmog's armor is so clutch. Had it been that Y1 did not have that item, it would have been a very easy secured Elder Dragon for G2 Blacklist. Stand United.
Great body slam. Genza been actually in trouble. Immediately gets burst away by the shockwave. And now Cerberus Esports will actually be in trouble. Y1 as well. Low speed, desperately trying to survive. It will be falling down as well. BMM might be the hero that Cerberus Esports needs. Tries to go with the damage, but is being kited away by G2 Blacklist. 2,000 left on the Elder. And G2 Blacklist will just secure this 200. And G2 Blacklist still secures it. BMM though is still alive, dealing the damage necessary here for Cerberus Esports. But gets bursted away. Attack the only one left. But G2 Blacklist still gets the win.
There was no one to really kill down the Vladimir. Golden Kite got targeted, got eliminated, and so the Vladimir was free to cast his skills over and over again. In the end, Cerberus Esports was able to get the Elder Dragon. Clutch play coming from Cerberus Esports. BMM playing out of his mind today. Let's look at that replay once again. Another great engage by Draw. Going all in, using the Stand United to wombo combo everyone. But Golden Kite finally got focused down by Cerberus Esports. And CES with the damage, with the sustain. All this long drawn out team fights is going to their advantage. Just looking at how BMM played this, it's out of this world.
I actually thought that G2 Blacklist secured the Elder, but at 200 HP, BMM stole it out. Definitely is a shining moment and hope for Cerberus Esports.
And so now the Elder Dragon is still alive and kicking for just one member, and that's Taku. G2 Blacklist needs to respect that. And this classic, the PH versus Vietnam, always goes down to the wire. Cerberus Esports still alive and kicking. Oh, yeah, I know. Oh yeah, Y1 is spotted here for sure. G2 Blacklist knows that this Baron is getting started.
Yeah, BMM is taunting G2 Blacklist right now. They actually turn. Cease and desist. Assault and Battle gonna be here onto KD. And also Forge God. That's so many things invested by Esports. Akeno though gonna be pressured. Focused here by G2 Blacklist. Aaron though needs to back away. This is a tanky champion, an Ornn, and look at the damage! The Jace is popped up! GA gonna be popped as well here for the Zeri, flashing away. Way1 is gonna catch him though. This is troubling for G2 Blacklist. Cerberus Esports might have found the perfect opportunity to wipe them all out, and they're not stopping right now. KD desperately trying to survive, but BMM will just suck the blood out of this champion. And it's only Draw remaining alive to defend the space.
Ime was late to the party. He was split pushing all the while. And G2 Blacklist did not want to fight that 4v5. Cerberus Esports was there to capitalize.
And they will rush towards the Nexus. Draw is the only one left, desperately trying to defend. But everything will be in vain. Cerberus Esports gets game number 1.
A very good game overall. Cerberus Esports coming out on top in a very clutch team fight. The Guardian Angel got popped. And it was just a matter of time. Genza rocket jumping in, eliminating the primary target. We were saying that if Golden Kite ever goes down, the chances of G2 Blacklist winning a team fight becomes super low. And we saw that twice, right? In the Elder Dragon fight and the Baron fight. Cerberus Esports really did prepare for this matchup, and it shows.
They knew that G2 Blacklist will focus in taking down Y1. And BMS like, I got this, bro. I'm gonna be the one to carry the team. I'm gonna be the hero of Cerberus Esports. And he was the hero 2 times in a row. And perfect catch as well. Not only to Aaron, punishing his commitment to Akeno at that time, but also to Golden Kite. Despite the GA being popped, Y1 was there to follow up and chase him down, finish him up.
It was also a very problematic area to really play, especially against the Vladimir, right? Like, that's a very narrow place. It's a choke point, as we often call it, and those are the places that you don't want to really play, or you don't really want to engage, because things like that will really happen, right? Like Golden Kite, the Guardian Angel got popped so early. He was forced to flash onto the other side, and where Genza just followed in with the rocket jump, and from that point on, when Golden Kite went down, although Ime was there to retaliate, they did not have enough damage. And Ime, although he's very scary at the later stages in the game, he wasn't really felt because of the mobility that the carries have to the side of Cerberus Esports.
Not gonna lie, it was a big mistake of Aaron as well to try to burst away the Ornn. I don't think it's ever gonna be a good idea. It might be better for Golden Kai to be the one to poke him out. But it just became an opportunity for Cerberus Esports to actually catch him off guard. He was stuck there on that cliff nearby the blue buff, and Cerberus Esports definitely did not hesitate to get this win. 23 minutes and 26 seconds, but looking at the score, it's definitely a tight game. BMM though, almost 50,000 damage here.
Absurd amount of damage. And this is why we were thinking that Vladimir often gets countered by the Kassadins, by the Zoe, because you kind of want to make sure that the Vladimir won't be able to overstay his welcome in all those team fights. And although the burst potential of a Jace is there, although the win condition for G2 Blacklist was there, soon as Golden Kite goes down, there's really no one to kill down the Vladimir. The amount of sustain that is available to the champion is just out of this world. And we look into the key matchup, KD versus Y1. Yeah, you may say that KD had a better performance, but 1-0 map-wise still is on the side of Cerberus Esports. K-Ruff, this gentleman in the mid lane from Cerberus Esports. Crazy game.
41% damage death as well. I think we saw it now. The highest damage so far as of Season 2 is from BMM's Vladimir. And 100% kill participation as well. Definitely, this champion, Vladimir, is either gonna get banned away or should be taken by G2 Blacklist.
Right. One way or another, there should be a way to control BMM, because if he even gets this amount of resources, BMM is still one of the best carries from Vietnam, and it showed here that his Vladimir can 1v9.
Let's see what's gonna be the adjustment of G2 Blacklist. But before that, we're just gonna hop in a short break. We'll be right back after this one. We welcome everyone back to the Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 with many changes. From rosters to patches, but retain the same goal of achieving top 1 in the tournament. Hi, my name is Giyang. Let's take a look at the top 5 highlights of our first week in the tournament. Starting with number 5. In a battle between J-Team and G2 Blacklist, J-Team was trying to take the Baron and prevent G2 Blacklist from accessing the river. But despite their efforts, Draw found a way not only to slip through their defense, but also steal the Baron, thus stopping J-Team's plans.
Some signs of life. We thought it was over, but it's not yet over. Oh my god, though. You look at the damage.
It's melting! What? There's even no time to get a steal! What is that, Draw? You are unhuman with that! What just happened? Number 4. Back in Season 1, we saw 0711 breaking the meta with his fascinating Evelynn performance. But this time, we saw Weiba from Trace Esports taking notes and applying it during their match against JDG. In a losing battle for First Dragon, Weiba miraculously stole the objective away right under JDD's nose, giving Trace Esports the Infernal Dragon.
4 decided JDG, and he was able to eliminate a lot. They're still not done. Weiba's still alive.
Yeah, Jungler still alive means that there's still a threat for this to be taken down. A 3-man strong is Lemon, Feipai, and Berry.
Yeah, Vision though. They can go for a spike. Last caress.
No way!
Takes it in the end, but they got the ace.
Number 3. We just love perfect setups, especially when the follow-up is also perfect. 20 minutes into a close game of Cerberus Esports and KT Roser Y, Taku made a perfect setup with his Call of the Forge God to knock off 3 members of KT Roser Y. It was immediately followed up by his teammates. This play not only allowed them to win the fight, but also win the game, extending the series to a Game 3.
See here is that how Daw is going to be struggling, especially in this part of the game, because he won't really have enough damage here. Or the Forge God knocks up 3. Gensa's going to go in. Look at the dash away. Acrobat is not going to survive an execution from BMM. Hence the life of their carry. And Rattel is still on the bot lane. They still have a Guardian Angel on Daw. Are they going to be surviving? No, they're not. 5 members still alive. Really strong. Rattel is here, yes, but is that going to be enough for them to win? That's going to be it. CES could turn this side around, and this is going to be their win. Do they have the time? Do they have the power? Luna is just going to die, and this game is going to be taken by CES.
Number 2. It's always a nightmare playing ADC when you're up against a hard engage and burst composition. But that didn't seem to matter for Weibo Gaming's new Dragon laner, Guan Yu. 14 minutes into the game in a Dragon Soul contestant versus J Team, 3 people tried to chase down Guan Yu, but despite that, he managed to outplay them and even kill all 3 of them. This outplay not only allowed them to win a fight, but also take the Dragon, Baron, and eventually the game, completing Weibo Gaming's reverse sweep against J Team.
And for X1 and Soldier to follow through with damage. Oh, Faye, and that's a fast engage coming in from DY. Faye needs to back away. Soldier tried to chase him down. An explosive cap to deny, and Faye was able to survive.
And in the pursuit of Cerberus Esports, as they get the revenge against G2 Blacklist, they're 1 game, 1 win away in getting that against G2B. Let's see what's going to be the approach of G2B this time around. We are still your casters, Giang and Nautilus, ready for this map number 2.
What a performance by Cerberus Esports. I just want to really laud them with their game plan and with them coming in with a mission. G2 Blacklist, although at one point they were very even, when it came to the late game teamfight, Cerberus Esports still executed better. And so now G2 Blacklist will be on the red side, Cerberus Esports will gain priority.
And Y1 will be able to get his champions ready, and Cerberus Esports will have avenues that they can focus in taking down KD's champions, because that was the struggle a while ago on red side. This time, it's G2B that has to ban away the Hecarim, the Fiddlesticks, and maybe even the Evelyn.
Yeah. To me, the biggest thing about Cerberus about the draft of G2 Blacklist is that the Vi got left open for Cerberus Esports to really pick up. I really think that Y1, it's okay if you leave him on the Lee Sin. I feel that the Vi, especially in that one engage in where we saw him just regen back up just because of the Warmog's armor, that was clutch. That was crucial to the play of Cerberus Esports, because had it been that he was not able to go for the Warmog's armor, that would have been a very easily secured Elder Dragon. And so now, like, if you think about it, right, like Vi uses Warmog armor, it's still okay. But Lee Sin, on the other hand, if you build Lee Sin, if you build a Warmog's armor on the Lee Sin, it will feel so bad, right? So now, Fiddle is left open here. G2 Blacklist is banking on the fact that they can handle a Fiddlesticks pickup here by Cerberus Esports.
This is risky, but this is also a check to Y1. If he is actually ready to pick this champion up for Cerberus Esports, looks like it's not going to be the case. They focus on the Ornn, and G2B will have an avenue to pick this champion up.
Right. The thing about the Fiddlesticks is, yeah, sure, the raw numbers are pretty much overpowered, and the main reason that in patch 4.4 it was definitely a very good pick was because of the crown being prioritized early into the game. Fiddlesticks does have a way to mitigate some crowd control, and damage whenever he goes for the engages is actually a very good thing to have. And so now G2 Blacklist is deciding to really focus still on the top side of the map. Readying his Renekton is Ime, and now no Fiddlesticks this time. It does look like that they will be going for the Evelyn. No surprises here. Cerberus Esports, I feel that the best chance that they can get to really close out the series here is by going for another Vi for Y1.
And the Gwen might actually be picked up here for Taku as well. And yeah, it makes a lot of sense, Nautilus. This composition with the Ornn and the Vi, the Vladimir as well a while ago worked out for Cerberus Esports. And they will attempt to get it once again, at least on the initiator parts. But G2B having access to Vladimir, no hesitations there from Aaron for sure. They want to deny it from BMM as well.
Aaron will be snagging away the Vladimir. Almost always a good option to have, right? But the pressure is on G2B's side to cancel out all potential counters. We saw how effective Zoe is against the Vladimir. We saw how effective Kassadin is against the Vladimir. Now Akali is going to be taken away. Also the Kassadin, they are okay with BMM playing the Zoe. And they are super confident that if he ever goes and pick up the Zoe, their burst damage, especially to squishy champions, will be enough.
It's gonna be very risky though still. It's still a Zoe that has a relatively high win rate. against a Vladimir. Unless G2B invests on like 3 mages, right?
Can't.
Golden Kai can still pick up this
can't.
Zoe, but I don't think it's gonna be a good idea at all.
No, the thing here...
Focusing on just the denial, right?
The thing here, Giang, is you can't. You need to play a marksman. That's the rule, right?
You need... Alright, yeah, yesterday we even have seen a redraft just because of an oopsie there.
Right.
By BRU.
And there was also a time in where we saw Akshan be played in a competitive matchup just because there's already a requirement for all teams to pick at least one marksman. It doesn't matter what role it is, right? And so now it kind of leaves all these teams be more open to counters such as this, right? Like no Golden Kite. Oh wow, what a pickup!
Wow,
the Yasuo is going to be massive. But if you look at it, right, like this is not the best time to really bring out the Yasuo, although, you know, the value of the wind wall will be there. But it's often, you know, it's often picked when against a double AD carry setup, a double marksman setup. Against the Vladimir, though, I just don't think it's not going. It is the perfect counter pick. It will all boil down to the execution of Cerberus Esports and to all the setups that will be made here by CES. But G2 Blacklist, you have a wall, we have a wall too.
I mean, it might actually have been better to pick up something like a Yone instead. You're very self-sufficient, right? If you pick that champion up and has some sort of shield to at least stand a good chance in the laning phase against Aaron. But let's see what's going to be the plan and the execution here of Cerberus Esports. Definitely, this is a team fight, hungry lineup by Cerberus Esports. G2B has some sort of anti-engage counter plays once again, similar to game number 1. But after seeing the result of game number 1, it's gonna be a little bit nerve-wracking and also quite frustrating to see this game number 2. I wonder what's gonna be adjustment here from G2B.
They will still prioritize to play around the top side for sure, right? Like Ime is always a win condition for them and for their squad. He's been winning the split push action. But more so what happened in game number 1, he wasn't allowed to split push because Cerberus Esports was forcing team fights after team fights. There to remain disciplined was G2 Blacklist. They, however, went for the bait. They went for the bait and Cerberus Esports was there to punish. But this is going to be an all new game altogether with G2 Blacklist having their hands on the Vladimir.
We have to look at Draw so many times later on and how he is gonna try to counter the engages here of Cerberus Esports. This Braum is gonna be one of the biggest picks. An adjustment by Draw in G2 Blacklist. Aaron getting caught so early is a little bit of an oopsie. At least he is still alive.
Yeah, that's definitely a very good start for Cerberus Esports. They want to delay Cerberus Esports in their quest. However, G2 Blacklist going for a very good invade here, KD.
Oh, I won. Surprise there for sure. KD
Smite battle.
High. And here comes the rest of the Dragon Laners.
Oh, got it.
Great steal denied.
Yep, Y1. And that's advantage to the side of Cerberus Esports because now KD, being so delayed, will have to start his jungle camps just now. Another advantage to the side of Cerberus Esports. We saw them get the early game advantage earlier when they went for the split push action. Sorry, not split push action, but lane swap action. And so now, G2 Blacklist again on the back foot in the early stages of the game just because of that 50-50 that did go over to Y1. Now Y1 is level 3. He's not allowing KD to really be able to survive the early stages of this game. Will be stealing away his Raptors without contest.
And delay him even more as well. BMM though missing at least that Steel Tempest. Leon will be fine. Just sustaining here in the mid lane. Let's look at the stats from a while ago.
2k damage per minute!
Man! 2,000!
Oh, crazy.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Crazy.
That's my Vladimir to the enemy's team Vladimir. You know that meme, right? Like
yeah.
Oh.
Aaron. Maybe this is his goal this time on game number 2 to beat the score of the BMM a while ago.
Oh, you look at Draw and Golden Kai, they're rotating fast, allowing Aaron and KD to secure still this repair. Flash?
It's gonna be contested. Let's see, they actually jump and turn to BMM. A great wind wall, great knock-up on the way here by Akeno, stopping everything. They even got
good slow.
the Scuttler Crab. But let's see, Y1 trying to disengage. Again, though, will be the one taken out here by G2B. I think they're happy with what they got.
Yeah, good. Again, good accuracy coming in from Draw. That Winter's Bite really did bite Cerberus Esports. They're not yet done.
They want more to get the skill on the buy, and they will get Y1 as well.
What a translation of one play to another by G2 Blacklist. Just being able to read the map is really their expertise. They know that they have the advantage bot side. They were able to assassinate the support carry, which basically serves as a tank for Cerberus Esports, and there to follow through is G2 Blacklist, getting 2 kills to 0.
And getting a plate as well in the bottom lane. It's almost 2,000 gold lead by G2B in the small series of events, and this is one way to get tempo in this game. Cerberus Esports needs to take some time. It does take so much time for them to actually be able to scale up. They have the Gwen, they have the Yasuo, Zeri as well. Triple scaling champ is not really good for early game.
KD is just taking the matters into his own hands. You look at his scoreline right now, 2-0-0. And plus, you know, he's just set and ready to carry this game for G2 Blacklist side. None of those Shen. I'm not going to play for the team. I'm going to play to win it by myself. And KD with this start, very promising. I wanna see some Medjay's action coming in from KD. We'll see if that will still be the option, because if anything, you know, Evelyn is that one champion that can really maximize the value of Medjay Soul Stealer.
Maximize the ganks as well, the burst and the fear, the trauma that he can instill onto the carries of Cerberus Esports. Genza's not gonna be having fun this game for sure.
Oh man, like he's going to easily be targeted, surely. But you look at whenever we look at Zeri, we always say that, hey, you know what, that's a very vulnerable champion, but because of the mobility the Zeri, and also the amount of damage that he dishes out in return, you still have to respect him. BMM though.
Oh no! Getting caught. Aaron is gonna be here, but great pinball coming from BMM might actually turn. Has the last breath.
Wow, good tornado.
Will not be catching it. Ime just following up, securing the kill onto the Yasuo. Great ball breaker into the flash by Y1. At least a 1-for-1 trade here by Cerberus Esports, but let's see what G2B is gonna be doing. Not really the correct direction there for the buy. 2-for-1.
He tried to survive so hard, but again the Winter's Bite coming in from Jaw. How many times have we seen G2 Blacklist get all those exit kills just because the Winter's Bite was able to get and slow down the primary targets? Now G2 Blacklist, let's look at that replay once again. I still want to give credit to BMM. He's been playing out of his mind today. You look at his plays, yeah, there's a Fog of War, that's a dark area, although Ignite was there to help out. That 2-man tornado really did allow Cerberus Esports to buy enough time for them to be here. Looking at live right now, the dragon is already being started.
It might have been different as well if he actually used the last breath there to reset the shield. Great 3-man knock into the face shield! Oh man, last breath rather, as G2B is running for the high heels. Everyone is suddenly dead, at least 3 of them. And Cerberus Esports is definitely loving what they're doing right now. Ime being forced to back away and they even get the dragon. Wow!
G2 Blacklist is feeling the pressure from Cerberus Esports right here, right now. We look at that play once again. It was made possible by the setup by Akeno. Akeno, my god, like
chef's kiss.
He's always been that player that we've always been wanting to beat every time. Right here in the Philippines, Akeno has always been the very good engager coming in from Vietnam. Very good support as well. And that's the reason why whenever he plays, you still have to respect his prowess. Yeah, sure, Cerberus Esports was on a slump in Season 1, but in Season 2, they're showing progress very quickly.
And this composition is starting to really work for Cerberus Esports as well. We started this game with G2B actually leading 2,000 gold. But now at 6.5 minutes, Cerberus Esports, not only have they secured a 2,000 gold lead against G2B, they also have secured double objectives as well to even increase that gold lead that they now have.
That's a massive swing, but you kind of expect. Oh, dominance popped here by Ime. Yeah, that's the best way to put it. Right? Like, and oftentimes, you know, you go for the dominance play to really stack up your rage. If ever that Cerberus Esports did go a little bit aggressive, sure, with the rage available, he might be able to get that assassination kill. But KD already here going for Genza.
Lost him out. Stalking.
Akeno.
Again by Akeno. top tier on the engages, they get the tier 1.
Yeah.
And G2B is a little bit lost right now.
And now on the top side, the split push action continues with BMM not even getting challenged. You also see Y1 trying to play guard. And so far, with that one momentous swing in the Dragon teamfight, Cerberus Esports is not stopping. They are wanting more and more, getting more and more in game number 2.
And G2B, the only thing that they can say right now is stop. Stop Cerberus Esports. Stop with the snowballing. Stop with the utmost aggression that they're dealing right now. But they will try to be aggressive
Good
here
stun.
onto BMM. Great knock up, great CC chain. The damage should be there, but it's taking too much time. The last minute's gonna be there. The counter engage and BMM lives. What?
And KD, Genza flashing in, will be able to spot out KD defenseless. It is indeed the best way to capitalize on a team that really is struggling to find their ground. Cerberus Esports finds 2 kills on the top side, will be able to take another tower. And it does look like that the snowball is already starting to the side of Cerberus Esports. They did not have enough damage. Good knockout again, once again for BMM. And again, all those skills, they keep on missing in there to punish Cerberus Esports.
You know what? The only thing missing there for BMM is the badge or the emote. That could have been like... G2B definitely is scratching their heads right now, thinking, how do we come back from this right now? Crown picked up, there is the Cosmic Drive, but only one item here for the team of G2B, and a 7,000 gold lead by Cerberus Esports. Definitely more on their carries.
If you are Cerberus Esports and if you are their fan, what you want to do right here is to play it methodical, right? That the dragon is already to their side. They can start team fights and plays around that area, but it does look that Y1 already 2 levels up against KD. He's just here to take everything from the jungler of G2 Blacklist.
This is just insult to injury at this point. And Cerberus Esports is just taking their time. They know that they have the upper hand. They know that they can take almost every objective. BMM as well is capable of making those kind of outplays. G2B are lost at this point.
They are nowhere to be found, surely, right? Like, this is not the same G2 Blacklist that we've seen in all those wins. Still, the threat of multiple dragons stacking to the side of Cerberus Esports will always be there. There's no way G2 Blacklist can contest this dragon. All they can hope for is in the 3rd dragon, you know, the game turning, team fight will commence, and that the soul will be denied, because if the soul will ever go to the hands of Cerberus Esports, that's it, that's good night, and G2 Blacklist will suffer a 0-2 loss against the Vietnamese team.
G2B is just scrambling, scavenging something in this game, desperately trying to get anything.
He's dead.
But at what cost? Aaron's gonna be dead once again, and gold funneling to Genza as well. Oh, okay, Aaron lives.
Even playing.
Unfortunately, we'll be getting at least one more wave. Come on, BMM, give the cannon.
Another counterplay though by G2 Blacklist.
Call of the Forge God. Oh, that Vault Breaker did not connect with the Flash Hill, but I think he can still use the Assault and Battery. Maybe chase him down. No. Doesn't have it.
Every play that G2 Blacklist did try to do, at least after that dragon fight, they did not have enough damage. And the main reason is because of the gap, item-wise, gold-wise. Cerberus Esports all smiles right now. You look at Taku, already enjoying 2 items, and Y1, the leader of this team, oftentimes when on device, always going to be very effective. In this game, in game number 1, was not different, right? Like every time that you make him play a champion that can easily lock down a target, things are looking up for Cerberus Esports, and G2 Blacklist knows that at this point in time, they really are so far behind. It will take a miracle, right? Oftentimes we use miracle as a term in all those, I would say, turnaround, but this, with this amount of lead by Cerberus Esports, this is definitely the very definition of a team needing a miracle right now. So G2 Blacklist, it might start with a Baron Steal or a Dragon Steal, something that KD is very capable of, sure, but...
And draw too.
It's... Yeah, but it's easier said than done, right? Like Cerberus Esports right now enjoying this massive goal lead right now. G2 Blacklist cannot do anything at this point.
Especially that they have like 3 scaling champions. Gwen, Yasuo, Zeri. Meanwhile, G2B, they only have the Vladimir. Maybe the Tuscana, but with the Yasuo, it's going to be very difficult. Let's see. At least they get that route. But in what exchange? Top side, it's a gap once again.
You kill one side, we clean up the other, and Cerberus Esports again. As the priority, he has the position to go for another uncontested Baron. This is the second time today that Cerberus Esports will not even get challenged in this Baron takedown. Now G2 Blacklist is trying to just trade it up. Let's do something outside. Oh wait, what? Okay, fine. I thought KD will be losing that red buff, but yeah, for a second there it was very scary. But still, you look at the display by Cerberus Esports. Sure, you were able to take down the tower in the bot lane, but in return we were also able to get that tower on the top side. Let's look at that play once again, making it possible. Y1, Akeno and Genza. It's just so easy to execute this team fight as BMM because there are a lot of enablers for your last breath.
So many. They take 1, Cerberus Esports, they get 2. And even the Baron as well. Possibly even this last dragon. There's no way that G2 Blacklist can try to even get the steal here. They have no access, no vision as well. Cerberus Esports is just completely controlling every part of this map.
Real estate over to the side of Cerberus Esports, and this is why you cannot disrespect the team that was heralded as the best team from Vietnam. They are still very formidable to go for upsets like this, and you look at the plays right now by Cerberus Esports. One by one, they take down the towers.
They are looking to be unstoppable right now. Dominus is going to be used here by Image just to maybe pressure them out, but they're not feeling any single bit of pressure. They take both inhibitor towers, and G2B cannot do anything but watch.
G2 Blacklist relying on a miraculous late game team fight that will need to happen in 25 seconds. No, actually, check that.
Nope.
The dragon is alive. And they cannot give this away. It's the Mountain Soul waiting to be eaten by Cerberus Esports if this ever gets gifted over to their squad without any contest. And it does look like that they're not going to contest this. KD is on the other side of the map. The Mountain Soul will just give more resistances, more shields to the side of Cerberus Esports, making it more impossible for them to get shut down.
After BMM secured like the biggest outplay of this series, now it's gonna be gifted with more durability, a soul, and shield. Man, it's a nightmare here for G2 Blacklist. But let's see what they are gonna be doing here in attempt to maybe resist the prowess here of Cerberus Esports. It's everything on the line. The series is up to this game or whatever result it may be. And G2 Blacklist needs to be a lot more desperate, needs to find a way to maybe get this win, but the slice is just too much. The scissors from the Gwen hurt so much. That as well, just gonna be going in. Man, Y1 is just on fire right now. Aaron desperately trying to deal the damage here for the team, but the wind wall will block most of it as well.
The tower destroyed on the top side. And Cerberus Esports is saying, mission accomplished, let's go straight to the Baron. And yeah, Cerberus Esports is just playing it methodical, right? Like at this point in time, they're not allowing G2 Blacklist to have any openings for any potential comeback. But BMM going to get spotted by G2 Blacklist member there once again is Akeno. His play today, like, yeah, sure, you can give BMM the MVP, you can give anyone else the MVP, but Akeno to me has always been steady, has always been stable. And he has been the heart and soul of almost all Vietnamese teams that we know Akeno played for, and Cerberus Esports is not a stranger to that. Draw is going to get engaged on, but Cerberus Esports now starting this Baron. Giang, this could just be the final team fight.
This might be it. This is it. That's the assault and battery definitely dealing so much damage here onto Aaron. They're forcing them back. KD as well getting chased down by Y1. Absolutely no way to reach the Baron. And he's battered down as well. Cerberus Esports just outplaying, outpowering G2 Blacklist at this point. There's nothing they can do but let this Baron be taken by Cerberus Esports.
Yeah, I think the draw might just be dead here. No, they're not minding the Braum at all. Cerberus Esports goes about their business. Pushing down the Nexus is their goal.
They go with this. All they need to do is finish the business. And this series, a dominating 2-0 victory against G2 Blacklist.
Cerberus Esports, a very much needed win and a wake-up call to the other side. G2 Blacklist got bamboozled. Surely, right?
Yeah.
After so many analysts and so many coaches and so many fans, if you're going to ask them as to who's going to win this matchup, surely most of them will say the G2 Blacklist has this in the bag. But Cerberus Esports is refusing to go down and just has started this day with a very big surprise.
A 2-0 victory against G2 Blacklist, a great comeback in game number 1, and a dominating game in game number 2. Man, every analysis right now is gonna shift once more, leaning towards Cerberus Esports, especially in the what ifs. What is the potential right now of Cerberus Esports? What can be their next victory? So many questions.
Yeah, their 3 losses was against 2 CN teams in Woohoo Gaming, the number 1 team from CN. ONG, they were both 0-2s. But their other loss was against KT, one of the powerhouse teams from APAC as well. And that also went the distance. So if anything, like Cerberus Esports is really showing early promise here in this tournament. After handing G2 Blacklist a 2-0 defeat, one would say that maybe it's time to again cheer for the VN teams, because it's been a long time coming, Gyeong. There's been for the entire duration of WRL-A2, so both Cerberus Esports and Team Flash, they were not able to find the steady ground. They were not able to find the momentum that they needed, especially after Meliodas went down. Cerberus Esports really just faltered and did not even reach the playoffs. But here, after spending the whole offseason of Y1 being on as their jungler, right? The confidence is now through the roof after eliminating and after defeating G2 Blacklist in just 2 games.
And between Cerberus Esports and Team Flash, we see one team now starting to rise up, especially with this performance against G2 Blacklist. Their series against KT Roser Y was interesting as well, because similar to season number 1, it also went the distance. It reached game number 3 and was quite close in some instances as well. But this one is definitely going down to history. Finally, Cerberus Esports has gotten their revenge against G2 Blacklist players.
We look at the damage charts right now. Topping it all is Genza. I wonder who's going to be the MVP. You can give it to anyone, but I feel it's either going to be Y1 or Akeno, right? Especially with the Akeno getting that team fight winning engage right around the Dragon area, 3-man knockup followed up by PMM. That was the start of the end for G2 Blacklist. That's a 2-0 for CES. We look at the performance here in the mid lane. PMM really outclassing Aaron today, and that's something that we did not expect to say starting this day.
Yeah, especially that outplay in the top lane, that tier 1, top notch. Or BMM, especially for Cerberus Esports, follow up by Y1 and the rest of the crew just cleaning up the members of G2B. Clean execution as well on almost every team fight. 3-0 and 6 for Genza. This team is going to be really highly anticipated on the next fights that they're going to be getting. But the MVP going to Y1, definitely well-deserved. Back-to-back Vi performance and impactful as well.
And the reason why you give it to Y1 is because our week number 2 APAC player of the week was KD. And after winning this game number 2 against him, and especially having that 5-2 and 5 record, it's kind of expected that you have to give him the MVP just for narratives and for storyline purposes. Because outclassing and out-jungling KD, that's something that's very hard to do. So kudos and congratulations to Y1.
And we saw the attempts of KD as well, right? Trying to out-jungle him, trying to invade, trying to as much as possible deny resources for him. But it's not enough. We saw him really outshining KD even in game number 1, being very, very consistent and checking the map, checking the other lanes, making sure he gets an opportunity to gank. And every single time Akeno sets things up, he's always there to follow up and enable the rest of the team to just follow up as well and deal damage and clean G2B out. And it's just absolutely fantastic to see this kind of performance for Cerberus Esports. I'm excited. I want to see their next match upcoming, because it's gonna take a bit of a longer time. I believe it's gonna be next week against NAOS on day number 2.
Another Filipino team. Are they the Filipino team slayers at least for this season? We'll see. Okay, it's a lot easier said than done. One thing to note is that G2 Blacklist will definitely not take this loss that easily, right? A regroup meeting will happen for sure.
Oh, sure.
But for Cerberus Esports on the other side, like, momentum is definitely on their side, and they would definitely want to ride the momentum that they were able to get. And as a fellow APAC team cheater, basically, right? Like, we really want all these teams to be able to show off what they're capable of. And we all know how capable Cerberus Esports was during season 1. They were not able to show it. I'm just glad to see them, having a better performance, at least in the early parts of the season, especially after winning against G2 Blacklist. Very early into the season, sure, right? Like, the question that gets popped into our heads right now, Kiyoung, is will they remain consistent? Because that's the goal for Cerberus Esports.
Yes. And will G2B remain to be a team that gets beaten up and gets a revenge killed here by the other teams that they have beaten before, especially in season 1, right? So at least we see two sides of the coin here. A redemption by Cerberus Esports and a chance for G2B to be the one to redeem themselves in their next match. We're going to the
Hello， 大
interview.
家好，欢迎来到赛后采访，我是维佳。让我们再一次恭喜 CES 赢下了这场比赛的胜利。我们是请到了中路选手 BMM 来接受我们的采访。接下来呢，我会跟他说，让他跟大家打一个小招呼。Hi BMM, congratulations on taking them down. Would you like to say hi to our audience first?
Thì chúc mừng em đã có chiến thắng của mình nha. Thì đầu tiên mình gửi lời chào đến khán giả nha.
Hello, xin chào mọi người, mình là BMM.
Hello everyone, I'm BMM.
Nice to see you。 那也是简单的打了一个小招呼。第一个问题可能是想问一下他，因为在第一局的时候，我注意到在最开始他们的下路双人组小炮就带着他的辅助来到了上路换线，并且利用自己的技能优势呢，在前期爆破了格温的2层塔皮，也给他们奠定了一个前期的经济优势嘛。想问一下，当时这个决策是谁负责下达的 ？So both laners decided to swipe lane at the beginning of game 1 and made an early advantage against Gwyn. So who made that decision at that time?
Thì ở trận đấu đầu tiên á, là mình có đảo lên ở giai đoạn đầu của game 1 á, rồi sau đó là dẫn đến những cái lợi thế ở phần giữa game á, thì ai là người đã đưa ra những cái quyết định đó?
Bình thường là trong một trận đấu di chuyển của cả team là cả team phải cùng đồng nhất và phải kiểu phối hợp kiểu phối hợp với nhau thì mới kiểu được như thế ạ.
So usually that's the team decision. They will discuss together in before the game even start, and then when the game is happening, they will communicate with each other and come up with the decision.
他说，其实这个决策是他们在比赛之前就会详细进行探讨的。在那之前呢，在比赛开始之前，他们团队就会决定出在这局比赛他们想采用什么样的战术，然后在比赛开始之后也会根据局势进行不同的调整。那第二个问题也是要聊一下 BMM 选手今天思维音的一个表现，因为在第一局实在是太出彩了。当时在那一局比赛里是拿到了接近5万的伤害，而且是参与了每一个团战，而且拿到了属于他自己的这个赛季的第一次 MVP。也想问一下他今天是如何看待自己的表现的 ？So I must say your swing are really dominant into this matchup, and with nearly 50,000 damage and participated in every single team fight. And also you've got your first MVP of this tournament. How do you think of your own performance today?
Thì ngày hôm nay mình đã có phần trình diễn vô cùng bùng nổ ở cả hai trận đấu á, và kiểu như cái lượng sát thương mình gây ra ở trong mọi giao tranh nó đều rất là lớn á. Thì bản thân em cảm nhận phong độ của mình như thế nào trong ngày hôm nay?
Em nghĩ là màn trình diễn ngày hôm nay em là khá là tốt. và em cũng em cũng mong rằng sau này em sẽ giữ được phong độ như bây giờ.
He thinks that he have a great performance. He's having a great day today, and he hope that he can exceed it and continue it in the upcoming day in the tournament as well.
他说他也觉得他今天的表现确实是很好的，而且在接下来的比赛里，他也希望他自己可以有一个更好的表现，可以超越自己，并且把今天这种表现持续下去。那下一个问题可能也是要问到，因为在这个赛季开始，可能对于 CES 来说是一个有那么一点点艰难的开始，可能前几局的表现并没有那么的出色，但是今天赢下了这场比赛，而且是以一个压倒性的优势赢下这场比赛，会不会也对接下来的比赛更有信心呢？ So to be honest, the start of this season may be a little hard for you guys, but after getting this victory today with such good performance, are you confident about the upcoming matches?
Thì team mình cũng đã có một cái khởi đầu nó hơi chật vật á, nhưng mà thì dần mình đã tìm lại được những cái chiến thắng. Thì sau cái chiến thắng ngày hôm nay em có tự tin là mình sẽ càng quét những đối thủ còn lại những trận đấu tiếp theo.
Em nghĩ là bản thân team em thì cũng không sợ team nào nên là em cũng tin tưởng đồng đội em luôn, và em nghĩ là mình sẽ làm được và càng quét được.
So basically, Cerberus, they are confident in themselves and they do not afraid of any opponent. And BMM, he trusts his teammates and everybody trusts each other. And he highly confident that they can storm the rest of the group stage.
Good luck on you guys. 那 BMM 选手也说，其实他们整个队伍一直都是对自己非常有自信的，而且对于 BMM 选手来说，他非常相信他的队友们，而且他的队友们也充分相信其他人，他们是非常团结的一个整体，而且他们也相信在接下来的比赛里他们会越来越好，是非常自信的。And that's all for our interview. Thanks for joining me and thanks you for translating. 那我们的赛后采访到这里就先结束了，接下来让我们稍事休息，精彩。
Great statements here from Cerberus Esports. Again, congratulations on your win against G2 Blacklist, and we look forward to your match against NAOS Esports. Next up as well is NAOS Esports against Trace Esports. So we'll just go in a short break and we'll be right back. We welcome everyone back to the Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 with many changes. From rosters to patches, but retain the same goal of achieving top 1 in the tournament. Hi, my name is Giang. Let's take a look at the top 5 highlights of our first week in the tournament. Starting with number 5. In a battle between J-Team and G2 Blacklist, J-Team was trying to take the Baron and prevent G2 Blacklist from accessing the river. But despite their efforts, Draw found a way not only to slip through their defense, but also steal the Baron, thus stopping J-Team's plans.
Some signs of life. We thought it was over, but it's not yet over. Oh my god, though. You look at the damage.
It's melting! What? There's even no time to get a steal! What is that, Draw? You are unhuman with that! What just happened? Number 4. Back in Season 1, we saw 0711 breaking the meta with his fascinating Evelyn performance. But this time, we saw Weiba from Trace Esports taking notes and applying it during their match against JDG. In a losing battle for First Dragon, Weiba miraculously stole the objective away right under JDD's nose, giving Trace Esports the Infernal Dragon.
Four decided JDG, and he was able to eliminate a lot. They're still not done. Weiba's still alive.
Yeah, Jungler still alive means that there's still a threat for this to be taken down. A 3-man strong is Lemon, Feibai, and Berry.
Yeah, Vision though. They can go for a spike. Last correct.
No way!
Takes it in the end, but they got the ace.
Number 3. We just love perfect setups, especially when the follow-up is also perfect. 20 minutes into a close game of Cerberus Esports and Cateroser Y, Taku made a perfect setup with his Call of the Forge God to knock off 3 members of Cateroser Y, that was immediately followed up by his teammates. This play not only allowed them to win the fight, but also win the game, extending the series to a Game 3.
See here is that how Daw is going to be struggling, especially in this part of the game, because he won't really have enough damage here. Or the Esports God knocks up 3. Genza's going to go in. Look at the dash away. Acrobat is not going to survive an execution from BMM. Hence the life of their carry. And Rattel is still on the bot lane. They still have a Guardian Angel on Daw. Are they going to be surviving? No, they're not. 5 members still alive. Really strong. Rattel is here, yes, but is that going to be enough for them to win? That's going to be it. CES could turn this side around, and this is going to be their win. Do they have the time? Do they have the power? Luna is just going to die, and this game is going to be taken by CES.
Number 2. It's always a nightmare playing ADC when you're up against a hard engage and burst composition. But that didn't seem to matter for Weibo Gaming's new Dragon laner, Wan Yu. 14 minutes into the game in a Dragon Soul contestant versus J Team, 3 people tried to chase down Zhang Yu, but despite that, he managed to outplay them and even kill all 3 of them. This outplay not only allowed them to win a fight, but also take the Dragon, Baron, and eventually the game, completing Weibo Gaming's reverse sweep against J Team.
And for X1 and Soldier to follow through with damage. Oh, Faye, and that's a fast engage coming in from DY. Faye needs to back away. Soldier tries to chase him down. An explosive cast to deny, and Faye was able to survive. Never mind, DY was able to follow up with the kill. Onto the backline though, Fawn fighting against Geshan. Duwanyo might not be able to survive this fight against Soldier, but no, never mind. X1 is also gonna die on the hands of Duwan. And he is gonna get Duwan 3. And that is enough for them to say.
And number 1. We craved wanting to see Fiddlesticks into action in professional play, knowing how strong it is, and is always respectfully banned in almost every game. Again, we have so many banger of a series set in store for you guys for today. And next up is gonna be for NAOS Esports and Trace Esports. Definitely 2 loaded teams about to clash against each other. Again, we are your casters, Giang and Nautilus, and we are so excited for the series.
I'm so excited, but if anything, series number 1 wasn't the best start for Filipino teams and Filipino fans. Now going against the team that has just defeated, mind you, Kiang, that has just defeated. Who was that again? Was that KBG? Was that KBG?
Who's that?
Oh my god! Like this is the team that has defeated the reigning defending champions in Keep Best Gaming. Weibo will try to man the jungle en route to another win for them so far. They have a 2-0 record, all going the distance, and is still, to me, one of the favorites, especially with their most recent performance.
I mean, both of these teams have pulled off possibly one of the greatest reverse sweeps in Season 2 so far.
Right.
NAOS Esports against Nova Esports, just incredible. And we see the roster once again here. Calm, Fate, Mitsura, Mirmo, and Margo definitely is going to be looking to shine once again as they battle against KBG's weakness so far.
Yeah, Mitsura back-to-back mid laner of the week for APAC. He's going to face against the veteran Corrin. He did say that Corrin, there was a time that we were watching him play in League of Legends PC. In the Worlds, he was against Faker. Now Mitsura, he will be against Mitsura this time, I guess. They're going to swap. Yeah, there's going to be a very quick swap. Corrin is not going to play, at least for game number 1, and he will be playing, or they will be playing a different mid laner. But the other 4 will still remain steady with Weibo for being the front act of everything in the jungle role. It still is his team. They still play around Weibo, and we look into the head-to-head. Wow, numbers favoring Fate, but Weibo is just here to challenge and say, hey, you know what? That may be your numbers, but not against me.
Numbers in the stats right now, but the result is also very, very different and can be changed here. Just like the previous series, we saw the matchups a while ago, and this time we see Weibo a little bit on the down end. The damage, though, is much better on his side, so maybe he's gonna be looking forward to getting those damage champions once again, like possibly even the Nilla that he used against JDG last time.
No way.
The one that had no boots.
And also, like, Nilla is that one champion that got controlled by KBG in game number 1. Game number 2, KBG tried to copy their play and tried to play Nilla for themselves. It did not work well. And in game number 3, KBG decided, hey, you know what? We don't want Nillas in our game. And so what Weiba did was to pick the Dr. Mundo.
Dr. Mundo! And it was only used once last season. And it definitely did not pan out well. But that game, man, the guts and glory of Weiba's insane. He has balls of steel for sure, using it against Keepest Gaming. And it worked!
Isn't guts and glory being used right now in Worlds? Is that both G's that they have? but yeah, that's fine. That's all good, right? Like you can use reference to the main event that is happening right now. But for now, let's go over to Alora for the player introductions.
大家晚上好，欢迎大家回到2023英雄联盟手游亚洲联赛第2赛季的比赛现场，我是主持人维嘉。接下来这场比赛将由马尼拉 NAOS 对阵 TE 战队，两支队伍都是在本赛季不可忽视的亮眼存在。今天这场对决也一定是万众瞩目的。接下来，让我们有请两支战队的亮相。Hi everyone, welcome back to the stage of 2023 Wild Rift League Asia 2. I'm Alora. The second game for today will be NAOS versus TE. Both teams are eye-catching and titles that cannot be ignored this season. And today's match is naturally highly anticipated. And now it's time to welcome Manila NAOS Esports and Trace Esports.
I'm afraid we're too strong and will hurt your pride.
Whoa!
Whoa! Wait!
Whoa! Oh!
吃了吗？没吃的话，吃我一拳。
Okay.
Are you? Wait. Giang. I just want to say, are you sure that you are going to challenge the Filipinos in a boxing match?
It's in a boxing match. We got the 8th time, baby. But that was just so funny, bro. 8th division.
I was waiting for him to say Pacquiao in the end. Like, that will definitely crack me up. But sure, fine. You go ahead and do that. And that's one way to do an introduction.
That's possibly the best introduction we have seen so
首
far.
先，让我们有请
Period.
TE 战队登场，欢迎单人路选手。In the solo lane, 离骚。
Sorry, that got me.
I know.
Sorry.
Let's what? They have lots of props today. I wonder what's happening because there was a time last season where
In the jungle,
everyone had
灰八
roses, right? But Weiba is all about business. Anyway, let's try to listen in to Alora as to how Yoza will be pronounced by Alora because
接下来让我们有请中路选手。In the mid lane, Yusa.
It's Yusa. Okay, it's not Yosa, it's Yusa. All right, it's Yusa. Great.
Yusa, thank you, Laura, for helping us.
下面有请射手登场。In the dueling, 99.
Yusa.
And Juju and Wind should have some very easy to pronounce names. But Tracy Sports
最
again,
后有请辅
just
助
looking
选
at
手
their track
and the
record,
support,
at least
Tuck.
to start the season. Both games went the distance, both against very formidable opponents in JDG and of course KBG.
接下来有请马尼拉
And they
NAOS
have
战队亮相，
very
欢迎单人路选手。In the solo lane, Calm.
eyewears. I would say.
Oh,
Oh, he's not calm. He's
下面有
not
请
calm.
打
He's
野
not
选手
calm.
In the jungle, Fate.
Calm, angry.
Calm is angry.
接下来有请
And
中路选
then
手。
we have
In the
a
mid lane,
K-pop fan
Mitsura.
in Fate. Mitsura. Can we say that
下面有
he's
请
like
射
the
手
best
选手
mid laner that we have
In the
ever
dueling,
produced in the
Murmel.
Philippines, at least so far? In his, I would say it's still up for contention.
最
right?
后有
With
请辅
Aaron,
助选手
being there
and the
as well.
support,
But
Muggle.
we look into the history of Mitsura, right?
两支队伍现已集
Everywhere
结
he
完毕，
plays,
让我们
that-
即刻
that
进入
team
召唤师峡谷。All the
really
players are
just
getting ready.
elevates
Let's start
shine.
into the
Exactly,
round.
right? Like in season 0, Mihan. In season 2, sorry, season 1, it was Mihan. And then there was a seasoning where he played for EDG. That was also a team that was very solid. And now with NAOS being manned by Mitsura, almost anywhere that this guy goes, positive things happen.
Mitsura is just so amazing, man. This guy is so talented, and I think the best word to just describe him is impact. Wherever he goes, there's gonna be impact. His performance, of course. His Lucian as well is absolutely outstanding. Was very useful as well during their match against Nova Esports. He really bullied the hell out of Neon at that time when he picked up the Kassadin and paved the way for them to actually win as well. But I also want to just go back to the Dr. Mundo of Weiba, because the only person or the only team that used Dr. Mundo in Season 1 was also Trace Esports, but it's not Weiba that used it. It was Tak from Trace Esports.
Wait, isn't he the support though? Was he playing it on the support role is the question.
No, jungle. They were a little bit mixed up at that time.
Right.
Day number 2.
I guess those were the games. No. I remember now, right? Like those were the games in where Weiba was still not playing. I remember now that Trace Esports did go for that pick when Weiba, I believe, was not feeling well, right? And so he needed to get subbed out during the first week. But now for Trace Esports, it's all been an upward trend, right? And now is mixing things up. They're playing a new mid laner, and not really new, right? Like we know Yuza as a veteran. He's been around, but compared to Korn, he's definitely the new guy, right? Because Korn is the
OG
veteran, right? Like he's the Exosen.
He's the Exosen.
Yeah, he's the Kai Goose. He's the right, like the game. Sorry, the players that just
Origins
do not age, basically. Anyway, we go over to the fight for side. This is the era match, and whoever wins this will get side selection.
For everyone that is tuning in, do not get surprised when you see Aram, of course. This is just a minigame to determine which one will get blue side or red side, or which team will get to decide whether they want to be on blue side or red side. I love seeing the Rengar here by Calm. After seeing his post a while ago, looks like he wants to be at least very aggressive in this map of Aram. But I also am looking at the Senna. Every single time I see a Senna, I kind of bank on that team. But since NAOS having even the Rengar here and a set, I love the muscle man here for Margo.
Wait, what? You are biased towards Senna? Isn't casters not supposed to say biased things, right? I'm kidding. But yeah, sure.
It's a typo.
Like at the end of the day, right? Like all those preferences that we have, we are just being natural as to how we feel about the game. And yeah, for Giyang, it's Senna. For me, it's I don't know. You guess.
Renekton?
That's one. There's a lot though, right?
There's a lot.
There's a lot.
Great face breaker into just the haymaker onto the close. Still, it's fine. Margo is actually the one that received the most damage. So unfortunate, but we have yet to see a clash or like a kill just yet.
That's I think this is the latest that we see a first blood. And there you go, the Senna by Giyang. Now it's a Senna by Lisa finding the first kill.
I almost thought I would be a pro player in my dreams, probably.
Yuza. Dang. Alright.
Chasing down, getting at least another kill here. 4-1 so far by Trace Esports.
They're trying to play the funnel Mirmo strategy even in an ARM game, right? Mirmo is on a late game champion. They have two supports in Fate and Mitsura. It will all come down as to how protected Mirmo will be for the entire duration of this game. Now, it will definitely be a little bit harder, especially knowing there's a lot of engage from Trace Esports, but Margot,
same damage, same crowd control by this set, and let's see how they are actually going to be doing it. Weiba is very low. Almost got killed! Oh, that's a big oopsie! Tom was like, alright, got you.
I think he's playing... Is he playing AD, Rengar? I think he is.
HP? Oh, no.
No, I mean, he's playing Conqueror, right? Like, oftentimes if you go Conqueror, it's AD. But we'll see.
I'll see. Let's see later on. Trace Esports, they're about to be pressured in their tower, but great final spark right there. Lisa getting chased down. Great face breaker as well by Margo into the punch. And Weiba felt it definitely, but Margo's gonna be the one to fall down at the very end. Now Esports lost quite a lot there.
Yeah, meanwhile, Weiba and Juju Weva does have the ultimate, and so does Juju. Any moment now, they can go for the knock-up special, right? Like the unstoppable force into the Cyclone of Weva. But
and like everyone has crowd control.
Yeah, and like everyone disappears as well. Because they have a very squishy composition. Talk about NAOS, right? Like they do have a Sona and a Janna. And Calm, that's he can't move!
He can! You're about to be reported AFK just because of the CC chain that Trace Esports possesses. Final Spark gonna be used, but Margo actually face breaker into the punch. At least he got one before it got taken down. Yusa survives.
Oh my!
Mirmo desperately just trying to defend this tower, but man, so many tanking members. And Trace Esports doesn't hesitate to take it down.
And the amount of burst coming in from Yusa as well, right? Like one disc just evaporated his HP. Calm going for a thrill of the hunt, going to go and try to kill down Tak, but Tak still very vulnerable right now. Yusa meanwhile trying to survive that all in coming in from Calm. Finally, one kill to the side of NAOS.
At least one. Mitsuru as well gonna be having a bit of a hard time. Great face breaker there by Margo into the showstopper onto the back line. And
Boom!
They get the opportunity. Bang, bang, bang. It's the name of the game here for NAOS Esports. Finally, they will get this tower as well. Wave cannot do anything. Into the Cathin Drain. And they get one more strike there onto that Lux. Definitely game changer here at the very least. Getting this tower as well.
I'm not really 100% sure as to who's going to win this ARM game. Unlike what happened in game number 1, where when we saw the composition, it was definitely a GG go next angle because there's been a lot of snares, a lot of pokes. But here with NAOS playing the feed the marksman, the feed the Kaisa game, definitely something very interesting. Oh, it is the tank Rengar by Calm.
So they have additional frontline. Calm just jumps around.
Oh my god!
Not as tanky as he wants to be though, but still survives.
He is though.
Wow, he is. Okay, I changed my mind. Changed my answer, ma'am sir. As NAOS Esports does get 2 kills along the way to help out Margo as well in the front line.
Oh, Margo!
Just off the face breaker, break their face there, Margo. Kept those kills. Calm as well, just flashing in.
But Lee Sao
survives a little bit, but gets his soul sucked out of here by Lee Sao. They get this turret. I think one more. Never mind. They don't have a wave anymore.
And
they die.
The scary part about Senna in ARM games is that it's so easy to scale as a Senna, right? By the time that he reaches the late game and with all the stacks that is available to Lee Sao, all the healings, all the damage, it's surprisingly OP in ARM games. And now Esports still has to be wary of Lee Sao, especially come the latter stages of the game. Now Calm activating his Thrill of the Hunt. Again, this is a tank Rengar that we know he went for.
So much the same.
I know. It's crazy if you think about it, right? But Margo, by the way, has been playing out of his mind today, right? Her engages is so on point. Really love to see it from the new sport of NAOS.
Margo just definitely shining whenever he gets his hands on his spell. This is why I just love this champion. He loves fights. Definitely. A bit reminiscent of the introduction of Yusa a while ago. He loves boxing, loves punching everyone. And the damage is just tremendous as well. Look at the face breaker! Absolutely insane. To counter everyone out. Final Spark going to be used there though. Like Trace Esports, but it's not going to be as effective as they want it to be. They lose Yusa. This tower also going to be falling down. Now Esports definitely shining.
Poor Go, what a play, right? Like, at that point, with the Unstoppable Force, the call for Trace Esports is to go all in. But there to be the wall, to serve as the nuisance, was Margo. That's a bit overzealous coming from Mirmo, though. He was super far forward. And he got caught out of position. We have to remember that most of the damage, if not all of the damage, of NAOS Esports right here, right now, really depends on Mirmo's Kaisa.
Unless Margo can actually do something about this, especially with the Haymaker. Calm just jumping around, unable to get the kill onto Juju, finally gets it, but Yusa trying to access the backline. Calm is just interrupting the whole backline. Even Lee Sao is running for the high heels, won't be able to escape, nearly got taken out there.
Oh!
And Mitsuru surviving till the very end as well. Yusa trying to reach the other members. That might actually be in trouble. Good dodge by Calm, but gets stunned there by Yusa and gets taken out as well.
Yeah, executed by Mirmo is here. There you go, Margo, ending everything. And just once the side selection for NAOS Esports. No, you cannot throw that cannon away. Lee Sao goes down, Juju being the lone person to defend this ARAM game. And oh wow, Mirmo evaporated in an instant. Juju's combo is still 100 to 0.
Yeah, and Mirma's like, why me? Why me? There's
Margo,
like 2
trying to
people in
end?
front of you.
Exactly. No,
It won't be able to end.
can't. Especially with after Mirmo dying in one quick combo. NAOS Esports is not done yet. Like both of them. This is definitely going to be one of the longer ARAM games that we have had so far. Especially knowing that the win condition for NAOS Esports is to really wait for Mirmo to become online. But again, give credit to Margo. Margo has been very on point today in this ARAM match. I would say that it's a very good warm-up for what is to come in the games that really count. Because again, all those engages has been the bread and butter by all the supports here in WRL-A.
Yeah, actually, I do like this better as a warm-up rather than the initial fight for side 1v1, right? Because now at least they are warmed up. Although it does take more time. Look at that damage. Immediately counter out here by Mitsura, especially with the shield and the heals. And now Calm is in the front line, chasing them down. Showstopper by Margo into the face breaker, breaking Lee Sao's face. This guy is insane. They will just end the game.
Margo is on a mission right now. What? That was wait. That was a big burst coming from him. I thought for a second that the Kaisa was an assassin. That's just a flash in one auto attack, and that's it. Now Esports gets side selection. Now, whenever they get side selection, what was the trend? At least earlier today, we saw teams go for the blue side just to get that first pick priority. But just knowing NAOS, especially their preference to have a counter pick for Mitsura in the mid lane, I feel that they will go for the red side.
It's a bit balanced actually here for NAOS Esports. 4 on red side, 3 on blue side. So it's up to them how they want to make this happen right now. So we see like benefits on both sides, right? Cons on red side on banning out Fiddlesticks and Hecarim, but does have 2 pick prio. First pick, of course, for blue, but also you won't be needing to ban out those champs that we mentioned earlier. Shout out to Zaupi, by the way, that did dance it during their win against Nova.
He serves as their 6th man, and I cannot wait for Zaupi to play again, because he's also one of the more exciting junglers that we ever witnessed, especially during last season. And also, he was the former teammate of Margo back when they were playing for Cerebrum, right? That was also the 1-2 punch of that particular team. So definitely the chemistry is already there. But the team overall has decided to put Faith as their starting jungler, and so far, so good for NAOS.
So great! Especially with his impact MVP back-to-back against Nova Esports. Ooh, that is not seen at all by any APAC team yet, except for NAOS Esports. So this guy is definitely making NAOS Esports shine.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like that was a win against, if not the best jungler ever produced by CN in long. Now he will be against another very good jungler in Weiba. It's like, I would say that with the way things have progressed, Fate has been just battling out the best junglers one after another. After having a duel against Long from Nova, he went against KD from G2 Blacklist. And today he will be facing Weiba from Trace.
This is gonna be tough. We still have also the Weiba Tac synergy here, Trace Esports, and we have seen it quite effective during their match against Keepest Gaming. But yeah, I'm just wondering what champion will Weiba use this time around? Is he gonna be comfortable to pick up the Dr. Mundo once again? I mean, so many thoughts going on in my mind right now, but again, this is what we love about these players, these teams as well. Just whenever they pick up a new champion, just absolutely fantastic and entertaining as well as they adjust on everything that they do. Trace Esports blue side. NAOS Esports does secure red side here after they get their side selection priority. We'll be banning out Hecarim, Fiddlesticks, possibly the Evelyn as well.
And you look at the massive respect being shown by Trace Esports. They ban away the Vi, which is one of the, I would say, the junglers that has been making waves for all those teams that really has a very set playstyle, which is to go all in and go for plays that can easily turn around team fights. Kazakh's also going to get banned. So far, 4 bans, 4 of them junglers.
Junglers. And most of the bans here of Trace Esports is targeted towards Fate as well. They target the Ziggs. Wow. Okay. Even Mitsura right now is being watched.
Leaving the Ashe open, right? Okay. Right now it makes now it makes a lot of sense, right? Because if you look at it, Trace Esports, they're banning away all the early game junglers, setting up a potential Nilla pick for Weiba. And so now Esports was able to read into that and ban away the Nilla, negating that potential strategy from Trace Esports. But Trace Esports, this is not too bad of a pick. They're going for the Camille, Lee Sao, or maybe even Weiba will be piloting this Camille to its full potential.
Potentially even like Shen, Galio being picked up here by Trace Esports, right? To maximize the global pressure and follow-ups and setups that they can actually do here against NAOS Esports. Meanwhile, Fiddlesticks available. We have seen in the previous series, both of the teams not really minding the Fiddlesticks being available, especially with the nerfs on 2 core items of the Fiddlesticks as well. So NAOS Esports disregarding it as well. They pick up the Jace and the Jax.
One of the champions that has been left in the pool that can still be played very aggressively is the Jace, right? And so now Fate will have that as an option. So does Mitsura. And this is what I love about the drafting of NAOS Esports. They're not really going to show their cards as early as the first 2 picks. Yeah, sure, they pick Calm, one of his comfort picks, and going for the Jax. But the response here by Trace Esports is to go for the ultimate poke combination, right? They still have the Zoe, they still have the Gragas. The Gragas of CN Conference, always deadly. Zoe as well, always deadly. And it is going to be a very exciting battle to watch, as this is still an uphill battle, right? Like, truth be told, the favored team in this matchup, almost every time a CN team goes against an APAC team, CN team will almost always be favored, right? But does look like that NAOS Esports does have some plans gathered here right now and will be prioritizing Nautilus.
80% to 90% even at times favoring the CN teams in the audience approval rating. Let's see if this one is gonna be different. I mean, both of these teams have taken out big titans, right?
Right.
Yeah. Cheers to my hope. Shando gonna be taken away. Great respect.
Yeah, but that's a champion that if ever a Shen gets picked up, it will be Weiba, the one playing it. And again, the amount of damage that you can dish out as a Shen is not as much as the other carry junglers. I wonder if Shyvana gets picked up. Shyvana did get buffed
up a little bit. You're right.
No, it's not by a little bit, right? Like just looking at the raw stats and the numbers, the amount of scaling that you can actually get with the Shyvana, especially knowing that, you know, as a champion,
burnout.
Yeah, she's one of the fastest clearing jungler that we have in the game. And it kind of serves its purpose as well if you're Trace Esports, right? You do have 2 very good frontliners. Now their playstyle is about making Weiba the star of the show, right? And so, have they practiced Shyvana in their sets? That's the question. Woo!
Alright! Looks like we're gonna be having a party in this game, or just go with the standard late game scaling champion of Azeri. Either way, it's gonna be great here for NAOS Esports.
Yeah. Nautilus being paired with Azeri, classic, surely. Then again, it's all about making things easy for their squad. But you look at the 4 champions that NAOS did pick up here. All of them can still be flexed except for the Nautilus and the Jax. Now the response here by Trace Esports is still to go for Tristana. Okay. Yeah, Tristana makes a lot of sense because again, it's all about finding that extra mobility and also going for resets when it comes to team fights. Late game, Tristana also very good. Now attack, has been known to really hover around a Mumu. He doesn't want to move. I called it.
Just mentioned this.
I called it.
Nostradamus.
No way, right? Like, I called it from
a mile away.
Wait. This is
You're on point right now, Autolus.
I'm always on point, dude.
Always.
No, it's cause if you look at it, right, like it just makes a lot of sense. Like Trace Esports really plays around their jungler. In patch 4.4a, I feel that Shyvana is that one champion that can really carry games.
Absolutely. Let's see. As we see a second Fizz in this season 2. It was NAOS Esports that picked up this champion as well.
Wait, what?
Handed over to Mitsura as well.
Are you seeing this?
Wow!
Wait.
Whoa! Okay, it's like it's my birthday as well. As we see an equal amount of approval ratings.
Wait, is it really your birthday?
Nah.
Okay.
It's
but okay, so Fizz is a good counter, potentially to a Zoe, because again, these champions that are very squishy, they are very susceptible to all those assassinations. And again, as a Fizz is that one champion in the mid lane that can really delete a Zoe. It also helps that, you know, whenever the Zoe goes for the ultimate, you know where she will go back to, and so that will be an easier way to utilize the Fizz's ultimate. But overall, it's all about stopping Weiba. Weiba and Trace Esports will really circle down the late game of today's matches, and they need to play fast. NAOS Esports needs to play fast. They cannot wait for Weiba to become online, because this Shyvana will definitely be one threat. A very big threat come late game.
NAOS Esports really needs to step up, especially early game here. Trace Esports not gonna back down without a fight for sure. And these teams have taken titans in this tournament. Definitely a big clash, 51-49, favoring by 2% here to Trace Esports.
And Fade needs to be careful, because now he is going to get collapsed on by two members from Trace, denying the value of that ward coming in from Fate. But you see the idea here by NAOS Esports, they really want to play fast. And Jason the jungle is that one champion that can really accelerate the game and tempo into your favor. And then that's basically what they want to do. They want Fate to be himself. They want Fate to play out of his mind and just go wild. That's the slogan of our tournament, right? Dare to go wild.
The full commitment of NAOS Esports, though, to take that more down is just top-notch.
After getting priority, right? You don't expect them to really get priority in the mid lane, especially knowing that that's a range versus a melee champion matchup. But so far, it's so good for Mitsura in the mid lane. Again, anything can happen, especially with the bot laners going back into the traditional Gragas versus Nautilus. Both the champions can really just pull the trigger at any time.
High value on the first strike as well here for Yusa for sure, as he tries to poke down Mitsura, dictate the laning phase as well, but has to be very careful of the bursting capability later on by both him and Fate, because if he overextends even by a little bit, especially at level 5, he's dead.
And again, with Weiba just going for the full clears, kind of expected, right? When it comes to clear speed, no one should be able to beat the Shyvana. But you look at the play here by NAOS Esports, they are now trying to bully Lee Sao.
Kong is just
he has barrier.
Using that counter strike, jumps away, survives, and Fate just gets the kill. So clean by NAOS Esports.
They are denying a lot of minions on the top side. And that was the cleanest dive possible. But you look at the mid lane, I think something's happening to Mitsura. Let's look at that replay once again. Going and trying to get the aggro is Calm, using the barrier effectively to soak in one more tower shot. And just using the leap strike overall, we look at the play again here in the mid lane. Weiba!
Almost got taken out. NAOS Esports did get the kill onto Yusa though.
Wow!
So that's 2-0 now by NAOS.
NAOS doing it once again. A team. Well, looking at their composition, right? Like, they have the better early game, sure. but it all comes down to execution. NAOS Esports so far 2 out of 2 when it comes to hero kills and Calm. Oh wow, what a way to assert his dominance, just going in and bashing in to Lee Sao's territory. And now you look at the state of the wave, it's really in the favor of Calm, and so Lee Sao is really having a hard time after that massive first blood on top side to catch up.
Great use of the Grasp of the Undying as well, maximizing the amount of procs he can actually deal onto Lisa, but needs to back away.
Yeah.
This Weba's here. They don't have a catch though, except for that specific ultimatum. But the counter-strike is so easy to just deny the damage.
Exactly, and Weba, what he's trying to do right now is to just assist Lee Sao in bouncing the wave and escorting the wave towards. Wait, hang on. Fate will still be able to get the blue buff, and Margot will not be enraged. But yeah, just going back, it's all about assisting your Baron laner because it was definitely a very awkward wave on the top side. Just showing experience as Trace Esports once again, but Fate and company not yet done.
TP Trouble Bubble did connect.
Wait,
that's a Dragon Form by Weba. Looks like they will fully commit. Fate nearly got taken down. Has
Margot is here.
Flash away, but Shock Pop deals so much damage. Margot a little bit overextended, I would say, but Miriam is there to back him up. No mana, and he will fall down. Trace Esports get one.
Wow, okay, what a play by Trace Esports. Going for the full commit and expending the Dragon Form at 4 minutes, not something that you expect, especially knowing that, the cooldown of the Dragon Form for Shyvana is very different compared to other ultimates. But we'll look at the play by Margot here. She just wants to stick, and she knew. But by the time that, he's almost already super deep, that, he might have just overextended. There to capitalize on the mistake is Trace Esports. But then again, just going back, Trace Esports needs to just play passively in the next 15 seconds, because you look at the rage bar of Weba here. He doesn't have any ultimate, which means the NAOS can just use this time to assert their dominance and potentially get the first objective. And mind you, 2 objectives in a row.
Yeah, they can just take this. No Dragon Form. Weba will be recalling back into the base. Fate just starting this dragon up. Tak is gonna be here though.
Exactly.
What they are gonna be planning to do to interrupt, maybe stall things out. It's not gonna be effective. And Tak will just back away. Needs to be a lot more careful though, because they can actually commit onto him.
And so now Mitsura and company, they're now translating over, rushing over towards the Red Herald. Dragon Form will be available in a bit for Weba. Yeah, it's now available, and this is where Weba can assert his dominance. Every time that the Dragon Form is available, Shyvana is a champion.
It has to really
without that, she's not a champion.
Yeah, just
I said it.
Really large minion.
Jungle camp, actually.
Yeah, jungle camp.
You look at the play being done here by NAOS. Sure, they're gifting over the Red Herald, but you look at the other side of the map. Space created for Mirmo. Now here in the mid lane, Yuza and Weba will tag team to just take down this tower. More real estate, more territory available for Trace Esports. So far, so even to both squads, but still tempo advantage to NAOS Esports, especially knowing that they were able to get the first dragon in the game.
And also some pressure in the bottom lane, getting some third place here for Mirmo. So in terms of gold, lots are actually being funneled onto the ADC here of NAOS Esports. Top side, Lee Sao not being allowed to play this game at all. Hexagon might not be the best idea. Gets bursted away. Yusa as well, trying to chase down this Jax.
Smited.
Calm does have some sort of shield here to try and resist the forces of them.
Oh wow.
Yusa nearly got burst out. Fortunately, does possess the flash.
Yep, I believe that the flash was needed to really dodge away from the Fizz's ultimate, and now Mitsura has to be careful because Weba is just around the area. Still, 1 kill to the side of NAOS Esports. Every time that they try to dive Lee Sao, it's almost always going to be a success. You can feel the smiles all over from the top side, from Calm, right? Every time that we see Calm play, he's a very steady a Baron laner that we feel is not going to be on the losing end of a 1v1 matchup. Even be more accelerated right now with Fate. Just taking care of him. Margot?
This is a tanky one. I don't think they will commit onto this.
Yeah.
Going back to Calm, right? He is very calm, collected, and also just self-sufficient as well. But with the help of Fate, it always is very impactful.
Right.
But there's so many ways that NAOS Esports can venture out in this game. Mid, top, even bot lane.
Is that his last name? Collected? Middle name and
Middle name.
yeah, calm and collected.
The third.
What? Junior maybe, because in the Philippines. Anyway, let's go back here in the middle. Sorry, bot lane. Weba trying to make a play.
Let's see. Dragon form is available. He jumps, commits onto this fight. Good body slam though, but good disengage by Mirmo. Just avoiding. At least they got the third there into the bottom lane, but now Esports is making play top side. Lisa will be able to escape. Yusa actually dealing so much damage onto them, but at least they got the tower. 1-for-1 in the structures. Now Esports back away. Bot side. Juju took a bit of load there from Mirmo.
Yeah, no one wants to surrender without putting up a fight. And Trace Esports, you look at Yusa, his value on the top side, being able to scare off 3 opponents was massive. That was the first gank attempt on the top side that did not convert into a kill. And if you're Lisa, finally, I guess, is what you would say.
Finally.
Yeah, finally, I didn't go down.
Survive. Yusa as well, leading the gold rush, especially with the use of the RH a while ago.
Yeah.
Ooh. That hurts so much. Juju definitely felt that.
Bloodthirster though. I don't think it's a very good meta whenever we see a Bloodthirster be prioritized by all this marksman as their first item. Because oftentimes when you have the Bloodthirster available, you have lots of sustain. Fate.
Great setup. There's the ult as well by Mirmo.
Shut the water's not hitting!
Oh no, but still has the burst, I think. Mitsura will just be backing away. Great pick, at least getting one. Weiwa does have the dragon form. He will be committed. Mitsura doesn't have any room to escape, but does have a third skill at least to back away. Weiwa though trying to at least stay alive. Great exhaust coming in to deny the damage from Juju, but they still commit. They still jump. Getting the Nautilus down. Now as Esports lose one.
Yeah.
We'll be setting up here for the dragon.
On the top side, Jack stinks. Calm was able to take down the second tier tower. And now as Esports is trading the dragon for 2 towers. It's just all about tempo, and you love to see this. We don't mind if we give away all those late game stats to your carries. It's not going to reach that point. Now just staying true to their game plan and playstyle and trying to accelerate this game even more. Now, so far, a 1.2k gold lead for NAOS.
And they know the matchups are better on NAOS Esports side. Depth charge is going to be used to chase down Lisa. He is absolutely not allowed to play this game as fun as he wants to. Does have the hook shot to at least back away. Come the water show. And
Baron though.
Yeah, this is a big pick off, but an opportunity, just right.
Oh, never mind.
Fate though gonna get taken down. That's a big pick nonetheless by Trace Esports. Tower as well gonna be falling down.
Yeah, you know what? There are those moments in where we thought that the Baron is already alive with how fast the games are going, right? But apparently Baron is still not alive, right? There's an icon in the map that is kind of not visible to us. But Baron is alive at 12 minutes, looking at Calm, trying to survive the all-in by Weiba. Attack is here though.
Yeah, they should be able to secure this kill unless Calm will be able to use that counter-strike once again and jumps away as well. Mitsura helping out. That is unfortunate for Trace Esports.
And that play alone might just have given the MVP to Calm. That's heavy investment by Tak and Weiba. And again, just perfect timing overall by NAOS. Their macro has been so good so far. But you look at the goal lead, Trace Esports able to at least dwindle the goal lead down to 800 gold. And again, if you are a fan of Trace Esports, so far so good for them, because sooner or later, all those skills by the Shyvana will evolve. By the time that, you know, the late game Shyvana happens, all 3 skills evolve, you will be doing massive amount of damage. By the way, you look at the Enchant, he went for the Gargoyle Enchant as well. It's not something that you often see, but it makes a lot of sense, because as a Shyvana, you kind of need that survivability as well, and that's where the Gargoyle Enchant comes in. One thing to note though is if you use a Gargoyle Enchant, your damage gets basically lessened.
I think it's okay for him, as long as he is going to be able to tank in the damage away from the rest of Trace Esports and help out them be able to have like that kind of feel for Juju as well. But the Hullbreaker from Calm is just very impactful right now. He can just win 1v1, possibly even 2v1.
He's definitely going to be the win condition. Lee Sao under-leveled by 1. Allbreaker Jax. One way to control late game team fights that will feature Weiba is to go for split push action, a 4v4, a potential 4v5 actually. If he ever goes for the teleport enchant, which is very possible, right? Like, enchants are very much diverse, especially in WRL-A2. Gone were the days in where we see 5 stasis enchants for either teams.
No more.
That's a welcome change though.
Yeah. I also missed the time that we see so many meteor enchants.
Yeah.
This was just for a short duration.
What we call Meteor Garden, right?
Meteor Garden.
Yeah, we look at Comdo. He's not going for the teleport enchant. Yeah, sure, he can change anytime soon, but he's going for the stasis enchant, at least for extra survivability. NAOS is going to get and snag away that Scuttle Vision here in the bot side.
Great vision. Just preparing for the next objective. Now at the 14-minute mark again. Some power spikes went through to Trace Esports and NAOS Esports as well. They're all about to be tested in this next objective, which is the last elemental Drake. Trace Esports needs to get this. They have the Shyvana. They definitely needs all those scaling items to help them be the proper frontline later on.
Yeah, although the mechanics of Shyvana did change. Wait, Margot!
Oh, he actually commits. Margot does re-return once again, but the Shyvana is gonna be there. The Nada is gonna be down. Lisa accessing the back line alongside with Juju jumping around, but Fate just demolishes the front as well. Weiba being able to stay alive is actually key here for Trace Esports to manage this dragon right now, and they will be able to increase their stats even more. Definitely massive for the late game scaling of this team. And Tak is even here, might even get the skill onto Fate, ticking down, burning.
Oh my! Trace Esports, NAOS Esports went for the go signal. Margot was there to flash in and try to lock down a primary target. But that was Yusa that had a stasis enchant available to his second skill. Talk about being very lucky. Lisa and company just going all into the backline. Weiba's Gargoyle enchant, so clutch as well. And now Esports was forced to lose a team fight. Just CN conference things here. Baron, by the way, did it get secured? I'm seeing some... Yeah, it did.
Yeah, the
Trace Esports. Wow, what a swing.
Double objective securement here by Trace Esports after one slight mistake by NAOS Esports.
I guess I would say, yeah, we have to say that Margot did go for the primary target, and that was the best target possible in the Zoe. But the Zoe had the stasis engine available right at the best possible moment. The timing indeed was to the benefit of Trace Esports, and now Esports will have to surrender towers after towers. Crazy play overall coming in from Trace Esports.
Now the range of this Estrana is becoming more and more dangerous for NAOS Esports. Easy taking off towers as well. And also the resets a while ago of Juju was just fantastic.
Yeah.
Now they go for 1-3-1, and in terms of defending towers, this is very, very challenging here for NAOS Esports.
Baron buff still available.
Let's see. The Jack split pushing still here. Calm trying to be as collected as he was a while ago, but with 3 people, it might not just be the case. Counter Strike going to be used. The rest of NAOS Esports joining as well, but it jumps away. Might not be the best move here for NAOS Esports. Margo already so low. Still stay alive, but Mirmo not yet having the damage that he wants to, but receives so much from Yusa. Juju though nearly got taken down there, especially with the shock blast of Fate, but they still will be able to secure this tower flash there by Yusa. The triple bubble did not connect, but it's fine here for Trace Esports.
Yeah, now Esports again not finding the enough damage. Mirmo not yet at that point, and that's 2 inhibitor towers already destroyed by Trace Esports. Mid lane, bot lane down. Massive gold upswing to the side of Trace Esports. Now Esports definitely on the back foot. Something that they are very familiar with, right? There were times in where we saw NAOS Esports be able to crawl back just because of pristine team fighting, but against Weiba and his Shyvana, it's super hard to do, surely.
We cannot discount NAOS Esports just yet. Again, this is a team that even went the distance and came back from a massive deficit against other teams, including Nova Esports just recently. They still have that capability to do it against Race Esports as well.
Right? Still trying to find some pokes, but the value of all those pokes starting to really slow down. We all know this, right? Jace is a very good early game champion, mid game champion, but come late game, his damage is basically mitigated by the fact that there's a lot of armors already available to all this level 15, 14 champions.
And they're starting the Elder Dragon already. This is massive pick. An opportunity mark is already dead. Miracle trying to free hit onto the back line, but Calm joining. Weiba's influence is just absolutely insane. Soaking the damage, paving a way for Juju to just jump on and on and on alongside with Lisa as well. They get 4 people, possibly even the game now. Trace Esports looking to be unstoppable.
No Elder Dragon needed. What you need? Shyvana the Dragon. And it's going to be the end of game number 1. Trace Esports gets 1-0.
A clean execution. Definitely, this is a shining moment once again here for Trace Esports. NAOS Esports, they've been in this situation before, but this might be a different conclusion as well. It's up to them how they want to change things up.
It's always effective to play around Weiba. Almost every time you allow Weiba to scale up, Weiba will do the rest. And in 2 clashes, we saw his impact, right? Going for the Gargoyle Ancient just for an extra survivability item to make sure that he doesn't go down after engaging, after dealing a lot of damage is definitely going to be the key here. We look over to the other side. NAOS Esports really played the early game so well. It's kind of expected though. One thing that I was kind of taken aback was the value of the Fizz. It's not as impactful as we hope for, and there's a reason why. There's a reason why. Oftentimes, whenever we see all these assassins, right, like the Fizz, their damage gets mitigated by a lot of things, right? It's no longer the assassin meta. It's no longer the Zed meta. There are times in where we see Akali, but that's a different beast, right? Like Akali will be able to just go into your backline and do AoE damage with the perfect execution and the 5-point strike. That's what sets her apart.
And also, right, he got targeted in the Picton bans as well, so it was nice that he tried out the Fizz, had great potential, especially in the early game. That late game, he was definitely mitigated alongside with Faith, so that's very unfortunate for NAOS Esports. Calm tried to pave a way for NAOS Esports to get some small wins, but again, on the big one, still Trace Esports.
Yeah. You look at the damage, Mirmo has been doing a whole lot meanwhile. The other carry, Mitsura, needs to find a better champion. Maybe Kassadin was the option, right? Not the Fizz, because you look at the damage of Mitsura, it's 6,215. This is not the Mitsura that we know. Mitsura was the back-to-back mid laner from APAC of the week. And at 6.2k damage, that's leaving a dent to your team's capabilities. Definitely something that needs to be corrected soon and fast.
You know what? It might have been better for them to actually pick up something like a Lucian for him. But I'm not gonna doubt their judgment. They found some reason to try this out in this game. It didn't work, but it kind of worked some parts in the early game. It all boiled down to like late game executions and also clutch moments. We saw it a lot on Trace Esports, especially for Yusa. So unfortunate for NAOS Esports, but there's still a chance for them. It's still a best of 3, and they can pull off a reverse sweep here unless Trace Esports find also a way to prevent them.
There are only 2 ways to go about a Fizz. It's either you go ahead or you go super far behind. That's been the name of the game if ever you play Fizz. But the MVP? Oh man, Shyvana being put into his other champion pool available. You ban away the Dr. Mundo, not going to be a problem because there's a champion that just got buffed in patch 4.4a that is definitely very unstoppable when fed. And that's the story of game number 2, Giang.
And let's see what will be the adjustments that NAOS Esports is going to be going at to prepare for game number 2. We'll just go in a short break. We'll be right back.
It's just a scarecrow.
times in the dreamscape, a phantom roams the dark corners, corrupting ideas and stealing dreams, leaving nothing behind but his calling card. Calls himself Thresh, and he doesn't play by the rules. But neither do I. That's why Detective Cinna put me on the case, I think. So, Swirly, what are you planning next? I thought I was up to the job. I had the whole picture. But it's all out of focus now. Thresh and his Dream Raiders took everything. Guess I'm out of my league after all. But what about all those stolen dreams? Those people? I can't give up. Maybe I am out of my league, but there has to be something I can... Wait a minute. What's this? A piece of art? I've got to stop him. I knew Thresh was up to no good. But this was bigger than anyone at the agency imagined. I tried to arrest him, but he slipped through a portal. Not before I busted his lantern, though. And that's how I saved the dreamscape. Sure, Thresh got away, but I restored the stolen dreams. Not bad for a rookie. And now for the paperwork.
Ride out. Crush them underfoot.
Game number 2 on the way. NAOS Esports has been in this situation before, but let's see if they can achieve the same result that they've had against Nova Esports. Because Trace Esports is wanting a 2-0.
Definitely on their target right now, because so far their 2 games always goes the distance. And if you want to maximize the points that you get, you go for the 2-0. A 2-0 basically gives you 3 points in plus and minus. Weiba, undeterred. And he's just so calm right now. By the way, he went deathless in game number 1. And that's what happens when the superstar jungler from Trace Esports doesn't get checked. All throughout that game, he did not die. In Trace Esports, that's with their win condition. If Weiba is alive, if Weiba is there just farming by himself, there is still a win condition, and Trace Esports just capitalize on all the mistakes that NAOS Esports did that game.
And Weiba as well, his champion pool is just so vast. Right now, he has so many choices that he can use to pressure NAOS Esports, especially on red side, right? We saw them pick red side a while ago. This time, it might be better for them to be on blue side and try things out, have access to banning Weiba's champions, but I think it's impossible to do that as well. Especially right now that they're still on red side.
Wait, what's that? Is that a fan? I think that's a fan, right? Like, or is that a camera? Because that's a very big camera.
It's a very big camera. 4K HD that can see even.
Yeah, I think that's 8K, right? Like
8K.
Dude, well, anyway, we go over to the draft right away in game number 2. Vi going to get targeted here, and again, so that's the comfort pick by Fate. I think almost all APAC teams, except for G2 Blacklist, will actually go for the Vi just because of how simple it is to execute a champion. And now going for the Kazakhs as well. All the early game junglers being denied here by Trace Esports.
Evelyn is going to be picked up here, at least on the ban state here of NAOS Esports. We saw Fiddlesticks a while ago being available, but either team does not even show a slightest interest in picking the champion up. Same bans actually here for Trace Esports as game number 1. And the Ziggs here of Mitsura will not see the light of day.
We are going back to the point in where Fiddlesticks is no longer, I guess, as contested as it was before. Nilla is still going to get banned here, which means we still have the same 6 bans in the starting pick for Trace Esports. No surprises here. They're still going for the Camille. Camille, even from Next ultimatum onto a primary target. That's already a win for the Camille. Now, the response here by NAOS will still most likely be the Jax.
Let's see if it's gonna be worth it this time around again, because Calm did have really good impact in the game a while ago. Not impactful enough to actually pave a way for NAOS Esports to get the wins. He was really shut down at the very end, despite him having the hull breaker, despite him winning the 1v1, the 2v1s earlier. Right now, the rest of NAOS Esports needs to find a way to back him up.
It's not his fault entirely, right? You look at how he played that game. If it was a 1v1, Lee Sao definitely won't have any priority whatsoever. Same 2 picks for NAOS Esports. They're really trusting that the Jays is that one champion that can really control the late game monster in Weiba. But Trace Esports will get their hands once again on the Gragas, a champion that has haunted Filipino or APAC teams in general over and over again, will be gifted over to Trace Esports.
Are we gonna be seeing the same lineup here again by both teams? I mean, it's one way to redeem themselves for NAOS Esports and Trace Esports to just dictate the game, but Akali by Yusa, I'm excited for this.
Definitely a champion that has been very flashy. Can attach onto your backline, can deal massive AoE damage, perfect execution deals AoE damage, 5-point strike deals AoE damage, and the Shroud. It can really impact all these team fights because it's so scary to even be near the smoke, right? Like, you know the Akali's there, ready to bounce, ready to assassinate you. Now Esports is going for a pivot as well, going for the Orin instead of going for the Nautilus.
I actually like this change because team fighting, this is gonna give NAOS Esports so many ways to counter engage Trace Esports. Because a while ago, Margo got caught so many times.
Yeah.
He tried to escape so many times as well, but us was unsuccessful in a majority of it. And Trace Esports really found a way to intercept NAOS Esports, penetrate their backline through the Nautilus as well.
Yeah.
This time, this is a much tastier option and even more impactful in the crowd control.
I was waiting for an opening for the Kassadin to get picked here by Mitsura, but it's also going to be denied here by Trace Esports. No counterplay available to Mitsura. This Akali will just have a very good time in the mid lane unless NAOS Esports go for Zed? Question mark? Did we ever see Zed in WRL-A2? I don't think so,
not
right?
Yet. Not yet. Zero Zed so far. But Mitsura did try out like Lucian versus Kassadin. I'm not so sure if he is gonna be as
against
confident
Akali?
going up against Akali.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like a big risk for sure.
Shyvana once again going to be picked up here. You know what? How about doubling down? Have Mitsura play the Jace, have Mirmo play the Zeri, and have Lee Sin be played by Fate. That's one way to look
Might just
at.
be the thing. I mean, it's kind of like that.
Yeah. They need some AP damage, and that's why they went for... Wait, what? Wait,
something changed.
Yeah.
Okay, not the Lilia. Tristana. Huh.
That's a triple AD composition that can easily get countered by armor stacking here by Pack. Aha! Double marksman composition plus 8 Jays to accelerate the game is what NAOS is saying here. They're saying that Mitsura is better on a ranged champion, and they're going to play it out.
I'm liking that they have so much late game scaling and also consistent DPS. But same question goes, how do you deal with Yusa? They have no answers for it.
So far, Yusa has been terrorizing and has been the better mid laner You have to remember that in game number 1, Mitsura's total damage was 6,000. That's nothing that you want from your mid laner. The back-to-back APAC player of the week in the mid lane has been Mitsura. Week 1 MVP was Mitsura, right? Like, those are the individual awards that we've been keeping track, because NAOS Esports was definitely not in contention during season 1 in all those awards, but in season number 2 they started out so hot, getting a 3-0 start, and is trying to go back to their winning ways, because after losing against G2 Blacklist, they definitely want to go back to the winning side of things. Now, game number 2 starts with Trace Esports in the advantage.
Same placement of wards, but not the same response by NAOS Esports this time around. Not risking for the biscuit there to take that.
Wait, that's
ward.
a pause. Okay. We're going to enter a very quick pause here, Gam.
New music. That's cool. So we're just gonna be chilling, waiting for the problem to be addressed, and we'll be right back. In progress. I wonder what's the problem. Might just be on NAOS Esports side. We don't see any tech person going towards the side of Trace Esports here on the stage, but rest assured that we are gonna resume immediately after the issue has been resolved. And again, this is match number 2 between Trace Esports and NAOS Esports. There's still a sign of hope for NAOS Esports, especially that they do have really massive late game scaling this time around. Very different from game number 1.
Yeah.
Still has yet to have an answer towards the Akali. I want to see Fate this time pop off. Maybe even try to cancel out Yusa's Akali. It's a shot in the barrel, but let's see.
It's so hard.
Yeah.
Like their win condition, like if you were to ask me right now, their chances of winning in game number 1 was really made possible by them making early game plays. And that was only made possible because you have early game champions all across the board. And so now, the draft that they have has a double marksman setup, which wants to scale for the late game. What they're saying right now is that they are willing to go the distance against Weiba, and that they will be able to win against Trace Esports even after Weiba reaches a certain point in the game. Easier said than done, especially knowing that Shyvana is in that state once again, that you can play her as the primary carry. The damage buffs that she received, to me, is just so over the top, and that it needs to get checked. By the way, the pause has been identified to be the issue with Mitsura.
So, phone, I think it's gonna be okay now. Just waiting for the game to resume shortly. Meanwhile, Trace Esports is just chilling here on the stage. I want to see our APAC team soon be there on the stage once more. And it's a fast one. Yeah. So we're gonna go towards the game immediately as well. Again, this is the match of NAOS Esports and Trace Esports. Match point is Trace Esports. Let's see if NAOS Esports can actually turn sides around, push this to game number 3, or potentially even cause a reverse sweep against them.
Easier said than done. One game at a time is the goal here by NAOS Esports. I just want to say that it's kind of nice that OS happened before anything happened, right?
Yeah.
Because it's a really momentum stopper, to say the least. But yeah, we are looking at runes. It's not often that we discuss about the runes, right? Because it's, how should we say it? It's so fast, but it's kind of standard, right? Like some of the champions here and there still electing to go for a Conqueror. Mirmo, meanwhile, going for lethal tempo for the Tristana for more attack speed. I wasn't able to see Weiba's keystone choices. What was his keystone choices? Did you see?
I wasn't able to see it as well, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'll check it.
But we do see the golds he secured. 941 per minute. Definitely massive as someone that has like great wave clear in the early game.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like every time that you play the Shyvana, you just play the farming simulation game at the early stages of the game, and whenever flashes happen, especially when you have the dragon form, that's when Shyvana really becomes a threat. As I did say, right? Like, Shyvana is that one champion that... Wait, hang on. Calm, trying to assert his dominance, and he's so low in health right now.
Was he able to dodge that attack? He is still okay. Is hanging by a thread though there. Needs to be a lot more careful because if Weiba ganks there, he's dead.
Exactly. Weiba though is not going to gank you at level 4. Or pre-level 5, that's one way to look at it, right? Like, Trace Esports is willing to trade off the early game ganking prowess of Weiba by funneling him down more resources. And you look at Fate.
Damage. Fate as well, following up. Not enough to actually get any kills. On the other hand, Trace Esports does possess so much that they had to invest exhaust. Calm though surviving. With a counter strike, Dragon Form has been used here by Weiba, but Sura being able to back him up will at least deny that first blood by Trace Esports.
And an invade to the jungle of Fate. Now it's not yet done though.
Yusa as well gonna be joining, but that engage by Fate might just
Perfect
be better.
execution.
Yusa trying to follow up.
There's a second
one. Will be able to deal the damage. Good dodge by Yusa though. On that shock blast, top notch.
And also he went for the greedy play of trying to get the perfect execution too on 2 targets. That's what happened. So let's go look at that play once again by NAOS Esports. They were able to get the first kill. Mirmo, by the way, flashing, making sure that the perfect execution won. Not going to hit. If anything, like Mirmo is that one player that really knows how to survive all those engages, but now it's not yet done here in the mid lane.
They chase down Lee Sao. Flash has been invested. The tactical sweep will not connect. So I think the fight is done. Just a bit of an extension of the fight occurred in the bottom lane. But yeah,
look
so
at
many
Fate
things
though.
could have happened there as well.
Call off the Forge God.
Get the damage. Good chain CC. Weiba as well can be next. No Dragon Form, and Calm survives as well. But Yusa is going to be here. Low HP. The hack is going to be used to isolate all of the members here of NAOS Esports. They try to funnel down to Yusa, but it's not going to be effective at all. Tack secures a kill. Yeah, Calm will be able to survive at the very least.
It's a 2-4-2, but what an explosive cast by Tack. Drilling them against the wall are the members of NAOS Esports. Mirmo has to be careful. Buster shot.
Oh no.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Executed. And now Mitsura trying to go and chase Juju. He does have that very fast kill, and that is going to be a return kill. It's always fun to play Zeri in the mid lane just because you can use that skill to traverse that very long wall. No, we all know Magical Journey to be able to do that, and without the Bard, only Zeri can do it, I guess.
It's like the new Twisted Fate mid lane or the old Aurelion Soul. Now Zeri's the one who can make those short time rotation.
It's super good, especially in competitive, in where it's all about rotations. But you still have to give credit to Juju. Like, that's a solo kill, by the way, against Mirmo. Even with the exhaust, it did not matter. Like, now as Esports are very vulnerable on the bot lane. Now Yusa is going to invest and will be the one manning the bot lane. Meanwhile, Trace Esports, wait, hang on, Margot trying to go for some play here, but they will not challenge a 5v5 this early.
Just used to dissuade them.
Shoot them away.
Yeah, shoot them away. Weiba's gonna be liking this. Again, scaling objectives. Mountain Soul helped them become very durable a while ago. The gas is gonna be used to isolate at least Mirmo here. Does have the jump. Will be able to back away.
I did.
Now Esports will be safe.
1 HP. Once again for Mirmo, but at least now, no death for the AD carry of NAOS Esports. They're going to for another play, but Margot is going to whiff.
Yeah. Outplay there. End wanting Margot there by Lee Sao. Tak is gonna join to at least try to defend this tower. We don't have anyone else, so they might be in trouble here. They dive. Hexacle damage might actually be great here by Lee Sao. To at least dissuade them off while the mid lane is being pushed by the rest of Trace Esports.
The body slam by Tak canceled the engage of Margot. And Tak showing that Pengo question mark. Just Tak things. He's always doing the emotes.
Yeah.
Playing with the minds of NAOS Esports. And now trying to taunt them to try to go for a re-engage.
He actually missed that spamming the emote. Because last season he was really...
He's still doing it though. You know what? When they won against EDG, he had plenty of time to show those emotes.
Just love it.
Crazy guy.
Makes the game a lot spicier.
Right. And so now, NAOS Esports still concentrating their efforts in trying to assist Calm on the top side, but still is an overall better performance for Lee Sao, right? In game number 1, he's been targeted by a whole lot, and he died 2 times at this, at this juncture of the game. Very different now that he basically has survived the lane to a point that he was able to defend the tower on the top side. Definitely a good sign if you're a fan of Trace Esports.
And we don't see any good signs just yet as a counter to use as Kali. I'm still scared, man, of the next clash. That he is gonna be joining as well. They need to find a way to shut him down before a team fight, or else he's just gonna be running wild against them.
Exactly. That's one way to do it, right? Like you plan the vision, you play around. Wait, Shroud has been committed. That's an overcommitment. There you go. Kind of expected, right? You use a Shroud, immediate follow up. Oh, hang on, NAOS.
Yeah, that chase blew apart after Weibo just ate him, basically. But Yusa doesn't have the shout anymore. Actually has it. Good timing.
Yep.
Will be able to back away unless Calm invests something like a flash.
Great
knock up by Margot. Counter strike on attack cast.
Oh, good
It's
flash.
flashed away by Calm. Perfect way to disengage. Mirma as well is there. Just help out in case Trace Esports connects.
No way.
Commits towards this fight. Knock up by Margot. Juju. Great exhaust as well, committed to try and reduce the damage, but Juju is going to be able to stay alive. Weibo secures the kill, and Trace Esports gets one as well.
That's a ganking Zaya. Oh, not every day that you see that in action, right? Like a flanking AD carry, right? Only here in WRL-A2. NAOS Esports getting that one kill, but a return kill once again by Trace Esports. Overall, you can feel the tempo really going to the side of Trace Esports. Very different from game number 1. Yeah, I know that they have different champions now, but now Esports is really scrambling for something here right now. Fake?
This is risky. No counter strike by Calm just yet. Actually, fine, it has it, but gets snared there by Juju as well. So good thing here for NAOS Esports. Never mind.
Yeah.
Never.
46 HP.
I jinxed it.
Minions does the rest for Trace Esports. Now again, you look at how the movements are right now. Like Trace Esports is forcing NAOS Esports to respond play after play. Meanwhile, Weibo just being left by his by himself to really farm a lot of jungle camps. And you look at Weibo, he's being extra careful right now, prioritizing the Gargoyle Enchant as his second item, but I haven't tried this, right? Because oftentimes whenever I play Shyvana, I go full glass cannon, like just go all in. Exactly, right? Like I'm not here to set up for my teammates. I'm here to take the kills. That's it. But yeah, he's saying that, hey, you know what? We need extra survivability.
Sometimes there's the strong, independent jungler side. This time he wants to play for the team. Yusa again, just being bullied out of Fate, introducing himself as well. Great catch by Calm, but not enough just yet to actually take the kill.
He's
showing himself.
Hexacle Ultimatum was not committed because Weibo was not in range. That's the level of communication that Trace Esports has right now. But now it's Esports 5-man strong here. Calm though will have honey fruits to eat up.
Potential big fight. Both teams doesn't want to give this major objective towards the enemy team. Lisa just zoning them away. Pack as well, massive influence actually with just his presence.
Fate used his might.
Use it. Will Fate be able to get the steal? The answer is no. And great backline access as well. Hexacle Ultimatum will not be used just yet, but they actually deal the damage already. Calm is trying to get the counter play. Counter strike gonna be used as well to dissuade everyone from flashing as well. Weibo goes back in. Buster shot, unable to get the kill. Waiting for that tick to get the reset. 2 for 2 for now. Unable to at least get this objective by NAOS Esports. Look at the scaling now for Trace Esports.
Yeah, that's 2 dragons to the side of Trace Esports, and again, an overall win. If you think about the objective that was just secured, Trace Esports can now threaten the Dragon Soul in the game, and that's massive, especially knowing that their composition revolves around the Shyvana. Look at Weibo just hammering down the dragon, and Fate just uses might against a Grump. That's not something that you want to see. All the engages, all the AoE damage. Again, we talked about the Akali being able to dish out AoE damage with a perfect execution. That was so evident there. Mirmo trying his best. Ueba knowing that he's about to die. Just standed his ground.
Oof. They get the revenge onto Mitsura though, so that's massive again here for Trace Esports. Baron gonna be up in the next few seconds, so they have a chance to take this swiftly since they do have Shyvana, they do have the Zaya as well. But I think they're gonna be giving so much respect here still to NAOS Esports.
There's a level.
Fate needs to be so careful.
There's a full level gap, by the way. Ueba is one full level ahead of Fate.
Call of the Forge God gonna be used. Lee Sao does have a great flanking position. Is unspotted until now. Knock up dodge
Calm
by the
is
Hectic
dead.
Ultimatum. Calm might actually just be in for a counter strike to try and stay alive, but it's not gonna be enough.
No way to really undeter or to deter that dive attempt against Calm. Even as a very tanky Jax, he did go down, but that's the dragon form being invested by Trace Esports. The dragon is still, jungler is still alive for NAOS. And we saw them, make all this miraculous plays at the backs of their team fighting. And so Trace Esports, what they're doing right now is to respect that. We are not going to give you an opening. If it was another team, they might just go for the 50-50, right? But Trace Esports remaining true to their discipline and is not going to give an opening to NAOS Esports.
Not at all. Fully respecting them. They have been in this kind of situation before. We mentioned it plenty of times already in this series. And Trace Esports is fully aware of that as well. They're also aware that they have one of the best scaling lineup in this game right now. And Yusa is going to be untouchable in team fights. So they have no reason to actually just be too aggressive and give opportunities to NAOS Esports.
You look at this composition overall by Trace Esports, where yeah, sure, they traded away the Zoe for the Akali, but I just feel that this is an even better lineup if you come think of it, right? Their engages, their team fights just elevates because of their AoE damage, and Ueba just has the luxury to go Death Stance as his second item, right? I can just be the tank, I can just be the focal point, and now Esports has been doing a very good job of targeting down Ueba. He now has 2 deaths. Compared to what happened in game number 1 in where he went deathless, at least now, Ueba is feeling the pressure from NAOS Esports, but the other members from Trace Esports are stepping up.
Even Jungle Gods bleed here in this game. NAOS Esports successfully defending mid is one of the keys to them stalling out this game, paving a way for Calm as well to work on his footwork. There's a lot of ways to actually recover from this game. Trace Esports as well, not just being reckless as well. Just waiting for yet another objective, possibly the last Elemental Drake.
Yeah, you look at the state of the game. Yeah, sure, NAOS Esports still has the double marksman composition that will scale well into the late game. Jax also, I would say, is a decent late game champion, but he got caught.
Yeah, there's 4 people here invested. Cask as well just gonna be top-notch in timing. Has no way to escape. Will NAOS Esports turn is the question. Great 2-man knock-off as well. Margo,
4v5.
Not enough. They don't have enough damage. Dragon 4 right now by Ueba chasing them down. Yusa unable to close in the distance. Margo actually charging in front is very scary. Now Esports
front to back,
down,
front to
Dragon
back.
is up.
They need to steal this.
They will try, but at what cost? Fate tries to go in, unsuccessful. 3 dragon stack now by Trace Esports and go with a chase and gets the kills as well.
That's the Mountain Soul. That's the Mountain Soul Kiyang once again. Back-to-back games. And where the soul was just gifted over. Sorry, actually, was it that game? I believe this is the second game that we saw Mountain Soul get secured, right? And again, when talking about Mountain Soul, it's the best possible soul for all the squishy champions that we have in the game. In fact, I dare say it, when it comes to competitive, Ocean Soul might just be at the same level as the Mountain Soul, because Mountain Soul gives you relative resistances and shields that all these primary carries cannot shred down. You give Ueba, you give Lee Sao, you give all these champions that extra shield, and those few amounts of HP can just prove to be the difference maker. And so now NAOS is definitely feeling the pressure by Trace Esports. They translated the soul and went over to the Baron. Now it's a 1-3-1 time that Trace Esports is so accustomed in doing whenever they secure the Baron.
This is the same pressure that G2 Blacklist experienced a while ago against Cerberus Esports. Mountain Soul, Baron, and so many dive threats by Trace Esports this time around against NAOS Esports. They need to find a way to check, to find a chink in the armor here of Trace Esports. It's just so hard right now. Calm definitely struggling. Yusa split pushing into top lane. Great knock off. Not at all an opportunity here for NAOS Esports. First inhibitor falls down, and the sides will be next.
Top lane Yusa split pushing 4-1 split tech.
Oh, into the dragon form. Lee Sao not hesitating at all. Great 2-man knock off, 3-man rather, by Bargo, but it's not gonna be enough to deter the members here of Trace Esports to get inhibitor. Wave is stacking so much, has the gargoyle as it finally pops down. Mirmo might be online with the reset, but the Nexus is taking too much damage. You have to defend it first.
The double marksmen finally bared their fangs, and now Esports was able to miraculously defend their Nexus. Although,
Elder.
I don't think it's enough. I'm just being true. Because the Elder is alive. Actually, you know what? If now Esports will be able to secure the Elder Dragon, there might just be a slim chance of them being able to come back. Just going by the numbers, I believe that the win rate of Trace Esports right now is 99.9%. You look at that. Engage once again by Tak and Ueva, just not respecting the damage output coming from NAOS Esports. Going too far forward, exhausted buster shot for that burst. NAOS Esports was at least they were able to find another
They
life.
fight!
Oh, hang on.
Yeah, they invest the stage for Fate, but immediately gets blown apart there by Yusa. Absolutely insane in the damage, and now it's a mayday position here by NAOS Esports, but they cannot escape Dragon Form by Weva to secure the kill. Gap close, a complete wipeout as well. It's only Margot remaining alive, but who cares? Trace Esports can just run it down. Actually, the minions did it for them.
That is when you are 10k behind and a soul is on the other side. That's bound to happen. That's a clean 2-0 to Trace Esports. They go about their winning ways. They continue their trend. They are now they're now 3-0 series wise, and this is definitely going to be a very good win for Trace Esports. It's a 2-0, so
yeah, much better
yeah
than the previous series that they had, which are reverse sweeps. They have so many points in their name right now, still undefeated. NAOS Esports, on the other hand, will be needing to go back into the drawing board, reassess their strategies, find a way to not be too reliant on the Vi, because we didn't really see that much resistance to Trace Esports by NAOS. So tough.
I feel that was really an angle for Jace to go mid lane, and then have Lee Sin set the things, set tempo for NAOS Esports. That's my opinion, right? Like I'm just giving away my opinion just because if you look at it, right, like you have to play very aggressive, and since the playstyle of Trace Esports is to really just wait for Weiba to scale, that's the power of Shyvana, right? Like once the late game happens, it is going to be the time. You know what? Okay, never mind. Corki was the best pick. Corki, why Corki? Corki had buffs in patch 4.4a. Corki has a package that can be used to traverse and influence all those 5-minute objective fights. Corki has a very good damage as well. So if you're going to run a double marksman composition, I feel that Corki should be an option. I know that Corki's relevance has been mitigated by just looking at the overall state of the game, but it's time to revisit Corki as an option in patch 4.4a.
It could have been used as a magic damage source as well by NAOS Esports, but that didn't happen. We actually see more adaptation and like being on the notes of the patch notes here on Trace Esports side. Them being able to pick up the Shyvana after the buff, amazing here for Weiba. NAOS Esports this time is not as prepared as Trace Esports for sure.
This is definitely something that you would be shocking to experience. This is kind of a very good eye-opener as well to NAOS Esports, because NAOS Esports was definitely riding the high of their 3-game win streak, and even against G2 Blacklist, it definitely felt winnable, right? Like in game number 3, there was a point that they were so ahead, or they were ahead, that there is a chance for them to win. But this one, against a CN team, basically they were reminded that, hey, you know what? There's still something lacking in your playstyle, especially after targeting down champions that Fate was able to really do massive plays on. Fate on the Jace though, very respectable. You see the damage, 26k, and again the double marksman composition is able to dish out damage, but those are the damage that is being received not by the primary carries but by the Shyvana, by the Gragas, and the Camille. So simply put, it's damage that was basically mitigated by the tanks.
Yeah, well distributed to the tank carries here, or the tank members of Trace Esports. And NAOS Esports couldn't find a way to penetrate those walls that Trace Esports has put up in this game. No access to Yusa, no access to Juju as well. He's basically untouchable. And Tank is gonna be the MVP this time around. I believe this is well deserved, especially with his setups a while ago. Yeah. Man, this guy is just really top notch. We have the Weiba.
No way though. Like, why did this guy build Force of Nature against a triple AD composition? I don't know.
Because he's too rich that way.
Nah, it's still, right? Like, yeah, sure, you can go for, you want quote-unquote the extra move speed, but hey, you know what? There's a dead man's plate available, right? If this ever happens to me, like in our games, I might just get plain, because why are you building magic resistance against the all AD composition? But nonetheless, it wasn't really a problem for Trace Esports, because they were able to win very handily 2-0.
A successful 2-0 here. Consistent 2-0 series from our first series a while ago, and this one as well. We have one last set in store for you guys. Edward Gaming versus Fennel in a battle for best of 3 later on. But before that, Autolus and I will just go into a short break. We'll see you again in just a bit.
Ride out. Crush them underfoot.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 is about to begin. With the race start of the arena, what are the highlights of the new season that deserve your attention? Let's find out together. The WRL is divided into 2 conferences, WRL-CN and WRL-A2. 11 teams from the WRL-CN Conference and 8 from WRL-A2 Conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to vie for ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 19 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL-CN Conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL-A2 Conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will adopt the BO7 double elimination format, and all teams will be ranked separately within their conference. Only the top 2 teams from each conference playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Additionally, in the WRL-A2 regular stage, the priority side selection will be determined through an A-run, preheating the vibe before the official game kicks off. Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 regular stage will officially kick off on November 1st, with the 19 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. The battles are fierce, and the stakes are high.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访，我是维嘉。让我们再一次恭喜 T1 赢下了这场比赛的胜利。我们是请到了辅助选手 Tech 来接受我们的采访，先和大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 T1 的辅助 Tech。
欢迎 Tech， 也恭喜你们赢下了这场比赛的胜利。那我第一个问题可能想先跟你聊一下你们赛前的垃圾话，因为我觉得这个环节非常的有趣。我看当时你们自己都笑场了。那你们这个垃圾话这么有新意的垃圾话，当时是谁的主意呢？
当时是右傻，就是想说给对面一点压力吧，然后就是他才想出来这个垃圾话。
对，真的非常有趣，我们当时在台下也都笑了。I asked him that, you have really funny trash talk before the game. Whose idea is it? And Tech said that it's Yusa's idea because he wanted to give our opponents some pressure before the game. 那第二个问题，聊一下第一局的 BP， 因为我看到你们当时的 BP，在 BP 选阵容的时候，其实你们是选择了一个相对后期的阵容，有龙女，有小炮嘛。那也想问一下，当时为什么会选择这样的阵容？因为其实 NAOS 他们也是一个很爱在前期打节奏的这样的一支队伍，为什么会选出这样一个比较后期的阵容呢？
当时我们就是想着，我们这个阵容在训练赛其实效果还挺不错的。然后就想着，反正今天辉爸也被ban了很多打野嘛，然后就拿龙女出来试一下。
I asked him during the ban pick phase in game 1, you pick a late game comp with that Tristana and Shyvana. What's your opinion behind that decision? And Tech said that, to be honest, we have tried this comp in our scrims a lot and we have really good results on our scrims. So we want to have a try into this real competition. And because during the ban pick phase, our opponents, they aiming at our jungler Huiba a lot. They ban a lot of junglers. So Huiba just want to take that Shyvana to try into this game. 那最后一个问题，现在呢，其实 T1 也是一个比较傲人的战绩嘛，每一大场都是胜利的，而且现在是一个100%的胜率。那你觉得相对于上个赛季来说，这个赛季的 T1 进步在哪些方面呢？
这个赛季主要是我们经历了上个赛季一段时间的磨合嘛，然后后面也因为玉米的加入，让我们在不管是场上或是场下，他也给了我们很多建议，然后让我们所有人都进步了很多。
是老大哥也给了你们很多的帮助。
对，
而且在经历了磨合之后，现在的 T1 确实是一个所有的状态都更好的一个队伍，可以看得出来。
对。
I asked him that you have a good start this season with 100% winning rate of each series. Which part did you improve a lot compared to A1? And Tech said that after the training of A1, I think our team has a really good synergy right now. And after the draining of Kwon, they gave us a lot of experiences and a lot of ideas, no matter he's on the stage or standing behind us. So I want to say thanks to our teammates Kwon. 那我们的赛后采访到这里也先结束了，再一次感谢 Tech 接受我们的采访，祝你们下一轮比赛顺利。
谢谢。
好，那让我们稍事休息，精彩比赛马上回来。
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 is about to begin. With the race start of the arena, What are the highlights of the new season that deserve your attention? Let's find out together. The WRL is divided into two conferences, WRL-CN and WRL-A2. 11 teams from the WRL-CN conference and 8 from WRL-A2 conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to vie for ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 19 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL-CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL-A2 conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will adopt the BO7 double elimination format, and all teams will be ranked separately within their conference. Only the top 2 teams from each conference playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Additionally, in the WRL-A2 regular stage, the priority side selection will be determined through an A-run, preheating the vibe before the official game kicks off. Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 regular stage will officially kick off on November 1st, with the 19 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. The battles are fierce, and the stakes are high. Which team will ultimately rise to the top? Stay tuned for the epic conclusion.
There's something about games.
What you're doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
Let's go. Sicker than the wizard with a top hat. So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat, better stick it in a WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in your Snapchat. What's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake on the first day, like a clown at birthday. Too late, gotta wait for the first one.
牛啊，这个球！菜呢？
We welcome everyone back to the Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 with many changes, from rosters to patches, but retain the same goal of achieving top 1 in the tournament. Hi, my name is Giang. Let's take a look at the top 5 highlights of our first week in the tournament. Starting with number 5, in the battle between J-Team and G2 Blacklist, J-Team was trying to take the Baron and prevent G2 Blacklist from accessing the river, but despite their efforts, Draw found a way not only to slip through their defense, but also steal the Baron, thus stopping J-Team's plans.
Some signs of life. We thought it was over, but it's not yet over. Oh my god, though. You look at the damage.
It's melting! What? There's even no time to get a steal! What is that, Draw? You are unhuman with that! What just happened? Number 4. Back in Season 1, we saw 0711 breaking the meta with his fascinating Evelynn performance. But this time, we saw Weiba from Trace Esports taking notes and applying it during their match against JDG. In a losing battle for First Dragon, Weiba miraculously stole the objective away right under JDD's nose, giving Trace Esports the Infernal Dragon.
4 decided JDG, and he was able to eliminate a lot. They're still not done. Weiba's still alive.
Yeah, Jungler still alive means that there's still a threat for this to be taken down. The 3-man strong is Lemon, Feibai, and Berry.
Yeah, Vision though. They can go for a spike. Last caress.
No way!
Takes it in the end, but they got the ace.
Last series of the day, and we have the storyline of redemption for both of these teams. Edward Gaming has yet to get their first win as a series today, or at least in this season. Fennel as well has been going towards a slump lately, but let's see who is going to be getting their win today. Again, we are still your casters, Kiyoung and Nautilus, and we're very excited for this. So far is a bit of a sad day for the PH fans. So
Wait.
this is going to be a better one.
Wait, time out. I know the storyline is that games 1 and 2 or series 1 and 2 has been a loss for PH. But Fennel, I believe, is on the rise, right? Like, correct me if I'm wrong, but they are coming off a win against Invid.
Off a win.
Yeah, and also, being able to force a game number 3 against G2 Blacklist is also a very good sign. Very familiar players all across the board. What we would say is an all-star team that was created just for one objective, and that is to win the whole thing. Horizon will be manning the Baron lane instead of Spelts with Chaz and Helios, the tandem that has really revolutionized the mid-jungle synergy in the past seasons are now here donning the jersey of Fennel, and who can ever forget Orthros, the playmaker, as their support.
I'm very excited to see our matchup as well later on in the roles perspective. Here on the side of EDG, we have Xiaojian, 0711, you alone, and Langqi as well. A bit of a sad trend lately for 0711.
Yeah.
He's the guy that made the trend on the Evelynn, but this same person hasn't really gotten any wins on that champion just yet. Let's see if in this game he will be having the same confidence as he normally had at least before.
I casted it with Dash. That was the game between EDG and WHG. And it was so clear. It was so clear that 0711 is not in his element right now. Right? Like he's definitely someone that is facing a massive slump. I mean, you look at the numbers, right? Like
massive.
It's not the numbers that you expect the jungler from J Team that has been so good. It has been so crisp with this place. Be at this point. Be like this. 3 games into the tournament. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chaz going back to his roots, going back to the jungle, right? Like before, prior to WRL-A, we've been singing the praises of Chaz from RRQ, Chazix here and there, right? Like he's that one player that we know will be capable of playing against almost everyone. Now he is going to be handed a task. And that is to continue to control 0711, because 0711 is on the slump. Unbelievable, but it is happening right now.
It is happening. So many changes have been made, or it's occurring constantly here in Season 2. 0711 definitely is wanting to get out of this slump. Chaz wants to maintain his rise right now, especially with his amazing performance on the Lee Sin and on that Chazix that he is under his name. Alone as well is looking to again redeem his performance. He hasn't really been getting the best performance lately. In general here for EDG. For Danny, has been very stable nonetheless.
Again, just looking at Alone. Alone is that one player that before Marksman was forced to be introduced before the marksman buff, right? The marksman patch. Alone was not hesitant to play the Kaisa, was not hesitant to play the Vayne. We also know that Danny is a very good marksman player, right? Like one thing I kind of want to know is if Fennel is now practiced on the Corki, which is one of the patent picks by Danny. But before that, let's go over to Alora for the player introductions.
第2赛季的比赛现场，我是主持人维嘉。今天的最后一场比赛将由 EDG 对阵马尼拉 Final。到底谁才能掌控赛场，赢下这场属于他们的关键胜利？一切的一切，让我们赛场见。Hi everyone, welcome back to the stage of 2023 Wild Rift League Asia 2. I'm Alora. The last match of the day is EDG versus Final. Who can take control of this stage and get this victory today? Let's check it out. And now it's time to welcome Edward Gaming and Manila Final Esports.
If we don't need 5 people to start the game, I'll fight all of you one-on-one.
Ooh! Alright, what's the response for Alo?
FL 的队员都有谁啊？我怎么一个人都不认识啊？
No gloves, nah.
No gloves.
Bitch.
For a second, I actually thought that he would respond in English.
I think we're about to. We are on our way there.
Yeah, on our way.
But that's EDG player introductions, and of course the team that I believe is one of the most improved roster-wise. They have veterans all across the board. They have a very formidable support, and also that also in the slides, right? Like in the player introduction, it doesn't show that Arisen is still rostered. It is still, indeed, the thing still remains true that Arisen is still rostered for Fennel as their substitute Baron laner, or as their other Baron laner. Now, that's the thing, right? Arisen used to be the Baron lane for Next Play Esports back in the day, right? Like, he's one of the 3-headed servers that Next Play Esports had when Just Chi and Chule or Aaron was still playing as their mid and jungle. Arisen was their go-to Akali main in the Baron lane, in the top lane. And so now, he wants to find that same magic. The one that basically has dubbed him as the Akali god. Want to see that in action soon, but it's kind of hard to do it in the meta.
It's quite hard. But he had some success with the Jack lately.
最后有请辅助选手
Maybe
and
he
the
would channel
support
it once again here, try it out against EDG, and have it work alongside with the pressure that Chaz normally implements with his Kha'Zix, with his Lee Sin, possibly even used to
接下来有请马尼拉 Final 战队亮相，欢迎单人路选手 In the solo lane, Arisen.
Like he's that one player that can play almost anything. It's like
下面有请打野选手
we're going
In the
through
jungle,
the introductions
Chaz.
one by one. Arisen will be the one playing in the top lane, and Chaz with
接下来有请中路选手 In the
very
mid lane,
charismatic
Helios.
still is Chaz. Wait, what? Earrings got blurred.
下面有请射手 In the dueling,
I don't know why,
Danny.
but okay.
I also have no idea why.
最后有请辅助选手 And the support, Osiris.
I'm clueless. Arthur's as well, very.
两支队伍现已集结完毕，让我们即刻进入召唤师峡谷。All the players are getting ready. Let's start into the wild.
Quite a lot, actually, almost in every single game except in one match against G2 Blacklist.
Era match. Definitely going to be the warm-up of our last series. EDG is definitely on a slump. You know what's interesting is after talking to a lot of pro players and coaches, they felt that EDG is still one of the better teams that are to come out on off the sea in conference. But we haven't seen that yet, right? Like we haven't seen that. They haven't realized their full potential. By the way, Irma is the one playing. And again, that's a that's I believe that Irma is the mid laner from Rare Atom, right? And he's going to be the one to play instead of the Sky FL. Sorry, the not the Sky FL, but the U that we are accustomed to seeing.
And also, if I recall Irma, 2 champions actually pop into my head that actually was quite nice. One is his redemption on his performance on the Jace, and 2 is his amazing performance with the Zed. And in this tournament so far, he has tried out a vast amount of champions like the Ziggs, like the Akali, even the Vladimir at some point, and he did pave a win against Woohoo Gaming during last Friday. But we have yet to see something that really shines his moment for EDG to actually get this win.
Exactly, and again, EDG, when they got their new coach, and their new coach was Coach Labai, originally from KBG. By the way, that's a very good knockoff. What an explosive way to start the Aeron game. I was just about to explain.
5 seconds.
Right. But I was just about to explain that Coach Labai, the new coach of EDG, was the coach for KBG when they started to win the whole thing. But his impact hasn't felt yet. If you look at this, 0-7-11 just going in. Oh, EDG starting.
Wow. Full commit.
Starting with fire right now, huh?
Full commitment there. Orthros gets a grab though, so at least they're gonna be getting a second kill for Chaz before he actually gets taken down there. 0-7-11 is the only one that's alive. And Fennel, despite that, not really the best start. They concluded it at least just 1 kill behind.
It's still very early. Just looking at the composition that they have. Oh, by the way, I believe you can still do the snowball into the hook shot play. And also looking at Xiao Zhang, he still has the snowball as his summoner spell. Oh wow!
So funny to see. Onslaught of Shadows, good grab though by the Blitzcrank of Orthros. At least deny the kill though won't go through. 0-7-11 not hesitating.
Steamroll!
Getting onto the tower while the rest of the team is just
use that.
Full stomp.
Wait, I thought this. Oh what?
Oh,
Irma is playing the support. Wait, what?
Irma, wow.
Oh, yeah,
Okay,
because I was looking at the names and Yu was popping off and I'm like, wait, Yu is playing. So who did Irma replace in the starting 5? Apparently it's the support. Langui is not going down to play for EDG, and you look at Fennel right now trying to capitalize. Nice hook once again. This time by Orthros translating into a kill. And now EDG has a very interesting starting 5.
True. This is again. I'm
another
maybe
hook
they're
flash.
just testing things out for the meantime. Great kill once more here for Chaz. If Irma becomes a support here and you plays as mid, this is going to be a big change, I would say.
Oh yeah, surely, right.
You cannot doubt them. I mean, Langui is massive as a support. Langui is massive as a support, and to think that Irma would replace is just mind-blowing.
Unless there are some reasons that we haven't been informed that they are, basically, it's the trend, right? Like you play so long that you see yourself as a support. That's been the trend here in competitive, right? Like we saw Exosen did it back in his days, and that's because he's seeing play making potential. Shockwave onto 3, by the way, not going to really translate into a kill, and Orthros needs to back away.
Great for Irma to maybe try this out. If they get wins here with Irma as a support,
it's not going to change. Exactly, right?
This is gonna be so confusing for
Oh,
any
good
other
fear.
team to actually match against them. It might give them more options actually to approach every single game that they have. 0-7-11 goes in with also for Shadows. Great follow-up as well by the rest of the team. They actually goes in once more. Has to go to mate with Shaz, but still is able to survive till the very end. A 2-0
Shadow
actually here in
Surge.
favor of
Boom!
Fennel, and boom, the follow-up. Great damage though coming from the Hacker. Irma a little bit late on that charge and might just die along the way. Never mind, has to flash.
I was waiting for the Shadow Surge to happen in the Rise, and also dealing a good amount of damage, but Helios just firing away his arrows. This Varus is not the lethality Varus, poke Varus that we often see. It's the on-hit Varus. He flashes in! Just to
committed.
Yeah, just to get in some more damage onto the tower. He uses the flash just to just deal a little bit more HP. Now going back with how EDG wants to do this. By the way, Alone is on the vein, one of the champions that he plays. So last season that was also very effective, especially when paired with a Lulu. So this could be a premonition of what is to come. Are we going to see the Vayne We're Alone?
Possibly. He tried it out against Keepus Gaming and Nova Esports of all teams. That is how confident and crazily creative EDG actually is. So I'm looking forward to seeing this champion be picked up actually.
Yeah, that was
so funny.
Yeah, that was the play that was only available when playing Camille with Snowball, but massive play coming in from Arthros.
All slicing Maelstrom as well, actually not dealing enough damage to everyone there on EDG. And
oh my god, Irma and Alone! Hey man!
Eating so many bullets! Alone even gets a kill on the last remaining member.
Possible second. Exactly, and so now you look at EDG. 3 men still alive, the power of Irma. Rating items for Mr. 0711 as well. That's the power of Or in air matches. Orthros going for a potential hook once again.
But they do get the tower, so that's great here for EDG. Not much damage actually being thrown out here by Fennel just yet. Irma goes in one last time before he goes back into the base. And EDG will just be chilling in their tower, trying to defend. They don't have wave here though, so this is going to be very, very challenging. They might just give this tower here to Fennel.
One good way to inject some gold over to Fennel. But it's still far from... Where's the map, by the way? I'm trying to look for the map because I want to know if the tower or if the third tier tower by Fennel got destroyed by the last push. Do you remember?
It did.
Okay, so this is already the upgraded cannon minion. But where's the map? Call me Dora.
I had the same question. Where's the map?
Where's the map? Where's the map? Oh,
where's
man.
the map?
Oh, I know it's in the Arab game, but I feel like it's still important to show the map. Orthros.
Whoa, Call of the Forge God. Slicing Maelstrom unfelt by EDG except Xiao Jiang.
Yeah,
It's still alive, so...
Someone died though. That's a good sign, but Alone just using his ultimate to go in. Oh! Over speeding Horsey.
Gets a speeding ticket after that.
Yeah.
And Fennel just defending, pushing. So.
Yeah, but anyway, Fennel standing their ground against all the members of EDG. Snowball not going to hit. Helios charging his arrows. Edge of Night, by the way, as one of his item buy. Oh no! Snowball connects!
Oh, okay. Shadow Surge! Finally, Helios actually picks up the kill, but he'll also die. And he's just very happy to pick those kills up for EDG. And they can maybe try to damage the Nexus this time around. Fennel though does have 2. Horizon and Orthros are still here.
No ultimate available for Horizon, which means that they can just do this.
They commit. Yeah, and Horizon won't be able to use anything. Not even the flash, because he's stuck down.
Oh no!
The Blitzcrank will also fall down. This game might just go the way of EDG. One of the fastest games we have seen, unless
Backdoor protection
still wants to party.
Yeah, backdoor protection active, and that means that EDG has to go back. Now you have held on Delusion. Double marksman composition by EDG. You know what? One thing that I noticed is the lineup of EDG feels like, you know, a Wild Rift lineup. Xiao Zhang on the canoe, Kareem 0711, you and Alone.
Standard.
Marksman. What are we witnessing right now? Oh man. This ARM game doesn't feel ARM for EDG.
You know what's gonna be trippy? If Irma, after this game, subs out and goes back to mid, you subbed out.
He can't.
Dude,
he can't.
he can't.
He was already announced as their starting mid laner, and I think that's a rule that he cannot just do that. Danny going in, gold scolding.
Oh! Great damage this time by Horizon, but unable to get the kill onto Alone. He will die instead. 0711 just chasing down Orthros. That damage by you flashes in, and everyone is wiped out. EDG will just close out this game.
That's a perfect ace, and EDG will just enjoy breaking down the Nexus and getting the first pick priority. Actually, no, never mind. Side selection is what they would go for, or what will be their prize by winning that ARM game. place overall. Good warm up for both teams, both squads. Coach Aigu.
Just showing his presence.
Not
the best angle of the camera, though.
That was definitely something screenshot worthy, bro.
Just screenshot worthy.
Oh man, Coach Kaigo, it was Brian Giyang's idea, by the way.
No, I'm sorry.
It was Brian Giyang's idea. I remain innocent. I did not do anything.
I need my lawyer.
But that's again just going back to what I think will happen here for EDG. They subbed out their starting support in place of Irma, so definitely that's one way to attack EDG. Because oftentimes whenever we see all this substitution, emergency substitution, in where a role swap happens, that's something that you have to think about, right? Like, okay, so maybe we can ban out the supports, maybe we can take away the comfort picks that Irma might just be able to display in this game. Because there's only a few, like if you target down the support role, you only have so much time to practice all the available supports, right?
Yeah.
And so I believe that EDG, they went and practiced possibly the meta supports like the Or, the Gragas, and outside of that, it's going to be an open field for all the supports. And we all know that Orthros does have a lot of champions in the support role.
Yeah, this is a major change, especially with Langui's incredible performance as a support for EDG for 2 seasons now. It's going to be, I don't know, whatever the result will be here in this series. This is massive for EDG, especially that they do want to secure a win, right? And also, just to add a bit of stats, they only have played blue side just once in this whole season. Every single game has been on red side except for that one game against Woohoo Gaming. But it's not yet a win as well. So we have yet to see what strength on the side selection actually is present here for EDG. Blue side, red side, we don't know just yet.
Yeah, definitely not something that we will be closely monitoring. Because again, being on the red side allows you to go for counter picks. If anything, like EDG, what I see them as is a team that has really lost their identity. They are trying to scramble for basically what they are good at. Because if you look at their lineup, right, like they have a very good Dragon Laner. It can be their late game carry. They're not winning by going for that composition. They try to play for their top side, Xiao Zhang and 0711. Not really the best pair. Often gets out jungled is 0711. And I think, what they're waiting for is a game that will tilt their momentum, that will change their momentum.
Reignite.
Exactly. And if anything, like EDG, they must feel that this is that day, right? That this is that game that they will be able to turn things around. And now they are also testing out something that we did not expect. Irma going to get subbed in for Langui, and Irma was a mid laner. So this is not just a substitution, but also a role swap that happened the early stages of this tournament.
You know what's crazy as well? 0711 picked up 5 different jungler champions in the whole 7 games that they had. They have to get a great game. Well, they did win game 2 against Woohoo Gaming, and they used Kha'Zix at that time, but not as convincing as to back in the stats here for EDG. They do secure blue side though. This might be the change that they want to actually have against Fennel. At least to upward their trajectory this time around for EDG. Zig's gonna be taken away alongside with a Shen. And possibly for Fennel, just gonna be, Camille to be banned away. I don't think we're gonna be seeing the Fiddlesticks prioritized anymore after the series of events today.
Yeah, which is very interesting. Oh wow, another interesting ban here. Targeting 2 champions that we often see in the mid lane or Dragon lane is the Lucian and the Ziggs, which leaves a lot of jungle options, right? Now, you look at Fennel, what they did is target down the Gragas. Because targeting down the Gragas is basically one half of the supports that Irma might have practiced over that short period of time. And so now, what you do as Fennel is to pick the Orin and take it away as an option for Irma, because those are the two champions that often get selected in the support role.
And you know what? I'm very excited to see 0711 again on
No,
the Evelyn.
I'm not.
I want to be okay. I'm gonna be optimistic this time.
What?
change, unchained.
Yeah, sure. I mean,
Fingers
he's on a slump, right? Like, and when we saw him picking the Evelyn, if I'm not mistaken, like there was one game that his damage dealt was definitely far from what we are accustomed and seeing him do. And so now EDG. Oh wow, okay. Definitely a flex pick here by Fennel. Going for Kaisa so early, they want to give Danny a chance to carry this game for themselves.
Two flex picks, Camille, Kaisa, lots of room of adjustment here for Fennel. The Vladimir being hovered definitely puts this Kaisa in the Dragon Lane instead. And it's also going to be massive for team fights here. They have great setups and great gap close as well. And EDG needs to be ready for this.
This is so cool if you think about it, right? Because now you can actually go and ban the Orin if you're Fennel, or prioritize the Orin as your fourth pick. Which means that you can target some other options that might just deter this Vladimir pickup. They're taking away the Zoe. Kassadin is also an option to just be taken away here. But I feel that Yu is not a Kassadin player, right? Like, and also they already have an assassin. A double assassin composition is not a good option to play against against better teams, against the teams that we have here. Orin is going to get banned away here by EDG. They are the ones to ban it away. Who called the Nunu? The song of Nunu gets picked. What? Second time.
This is, first time is by J Team against Weibo Gaming. Though it did not turn into a win, was still quite an interesting pick.
Enchanter
and
supports.
They lock in the Janna?
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense, right? Because if you think about it, like the lineup of Fennel, they have the duo carry setup, right? And they are willing to ban the Gragas away. Now that the Orin got banned away, I was waiting for the Enchanter to get locked in for Fennel. And we all know that Orthros is that one player that is not going to shy away from all these Enchanter champions. Now, what you need as an Enchanter is a form of a tank, a bruiser, a frontline. That's what the Nunu's purpose is, right? Like the Nunu will be that frontline. And Orthros this game is all about taking care of Danny. If Danny will be able to skill out of his mind today in game number 1, I'm really liking the chances of Fennel.
Especially that Orthros loves this Janna like way back, right? This Janna has been toned down a little bit in the recent past, 4.4A. But I think it's not gonna be a big effect towards performance here of Fennel. Let's see who will rise to the occasion here in this game number 1, with the EDG or Fennel. Especially that 0711 will try out the Evelyn once more.
This is why I love Coach Kaigo. Coach Kaigo is definitely one of the coaches that is not going to hesitate to play around the strengths of his players. That's not us.
That's not us.
But yeah, sure.
What's the name, like plus minus? And
maybe.
Oh.
Positive, negative. But yeah, sure. Fennel, by the way, on the top side, again, this Nunu. The main reason why I don't think Nunu is a meta pick nowadays is because of the lack of damage, and basically that's what happens whenever you have a tank as your support. But now, because the support is the Enchanter or utility support that we often see from Orthros, there is a potential, there is an opening for the Nunu to get picked up. And when it comes to 50-50s, you should...
There's no 50-50.
Yeah, you should remember, everyone needs to remember that Consume plus Might should always take the advantage, should always have the advantage when it comes to 50-50s. The only thing that is hard to do though as a Nunu is to go near the objective, right? Because basically he doesn't have a dash and he needs to use his snowball, or he needs to walk it up. He needs to flash in to really be in range of the objectives. But that is going to happen at a 5-minute mark of the game if there will be any contention by any teams. Now we look at the bottom lane, and as long as Orthros and Danny don't die to an all-in engaged by Irma in the lane, they should have the advantage.
It's just our 2 cents of the matter here. It's up to them and how they actually want to execute it, and how good they're going to be able to execute this kind of composition on both sides. With Irma being a support substitute for Langby is actually quite huge. The Galio can serve good purpose later on to help out 0711. Oh, quite sad for Arise.
And he leveled up, which means that Horizon might just get dove here. Oh no! Someone is on his way though. Okay. Snowball. Yeah, Chaz. Very good by EDG to respect a potential counter gank by Chaz. Because had it been that they forced their entry on the top side, could have been an opening for Chaz to just get a return kill. And that's one way to really slow down an Evelyn.
Visit though. Great commitment. 07 would actually just get the skill. Northros is dead. Not a tank. The ult as well. Great timing.
I don't think the ult will be able to save the Janna. One of the reasons why we don't see utility supports is because of how squishy they are. And Orthros definitely did feel the surprise from 0711. This is the power of the Evelyn. They can walk up and not go detected by all the swords that you can place. There's really little room to play aggressive if you are a Janna in the bot lane. So yeah, now we see that EDG off to a good start, and that's what you want as an Evelyn for 0711.
That's visiting, just showing his pressure and also just giving attacks there to Danny Orthros, consuming one minion, just fine. And all that Fennel actually needs to do right now is just play it safe, scale for late game, and then that's the time that they can actually strike, prevent EDG from getting a snowball.
Indeed. Now Bryson and the top in the top lane, and it's kind of the matchup that we saw earlier between Calm and his opponent, right, in Lee Sao. And that is a yeah, I would say that's a lane in where both of them will not really die unless there is a jungle influence. Yeah, exactly. And then the Hextech Ultimatum is very good at that. The only concern is that if it ever becomes a 2v2, Nunu does not really have that much damage, right? And so what Nunu is known for is to really go for objectives and do this, right? Lane ganks. But I believe that they are just what they're doing is to call on Chaz to just go for a cheater recall. They want Chaz's assistance to burn the wave and position it in a way that Danny will be able to recall. But you look at Irma, he's not allowing Danny to recall. And that's the tempo that got disrupted just because of Irma's presence of mind and map awareness as well.
And 0711 will be able to pick up the scuttle for bot side river priority. And that's just amazing here for EDG. They can just start this dragon up, because they also see that Fennel is going towards the R8.
Exactly. A 50-50. You need to start the objective right away as a Noon. That's the only way that you can secure the advantage, the upper hand. Because again, it's hard to... Oh no! This is a big problem. They're respecting the damage prowess of EDG. And this is not what you expect, especially with how things has progressed so far. Fennel did not start the Rift Herald on time. That leaves 0711 to still be here to contest for a 50-50.
That's a big problem as well when you don't have any early engage or early game champion. That's why Fennel is just scrambling here. They will be able to get this RH. 0711 just get double objective here for EDG and Irma as well. Tanking the damage will get taken down. Hextech Ultimatum gonna be used there. Ready Camille, can they actually secure the kill? The answer is gonna be no.
Oh no.
Fennel looking to back away. The counter engage though by EDG is just absolutely dominating right now. They get 2 people out. in exchange for 1 plus the RH spawn in the top lane.
got 3.
Getting everyone regretting their decision to go on this RH so late. You closing the distance, Orthros gonna be taking that shock blast, but still is able to stay alive. But massive swing by EDG.
They're playing it super slow, and EDG was there. They're capitalized, and all of a sudden, 6 minutes and 30, that's a 6k gold lead for EDG. Let's look at that play once again. Now EDG, again, having the luxury to go here, go and contest a smite fight, and Chaz being there, casting his absolute zero, had absolute zero impact throughout that team fight. Monsoon was used, counter synergy was there, and again, the chase down potential from the members of EDG, it's so easy for them to lock down all the exit kills. And what a way to dominate the early game of game number 1. If you're a fan of EDG, this is what you need. This is definitely going to tilt the momentum to their favor.
And massive redemption as well by 0711. He picked up a kill in the bottom lane, got the dragon early as well with their prio with the Scuttle Crab, and got the steal as well away from Chaz on the Nunu of all champions.
Yeah.
Just key to this victory right now, and they have a 6,000 gold lead after just the series of events. Ooh.
And also just looking at how they drafted this, it's super hard to come back with the composition that they have. Although yeah, it's centered around their AD carry in 08. Hang on, alone.
Might be it. Great tank there by Irma though.
Very mobile though.
Able to safely protect the back line.
Zed.
And he's stacking too much. He dies. At least that's good here for Fennel. But what will be the cost? Because there comes the rest of the team. A 1-for-1 is definitely worth it here for EDG. Heals is in the vicinity. Great damage coming in from
zero.
Chaz.
And then
7-11.
yeah, and then on the top side you have Xiao Zhang just eating towers after towers. Someone needs to respond to the split push that is being done here by Xiao Zhang. You look at that play by Fennel. Yeah, sure, that's a very proactive play. They were able to get at least 1 kill. But in return, that's a tower destroyed by EDG, and they're not yet done. They kind of want to really hammer down the lead that they were able to surmount in the first 8 minutes of the game. EDG, very disciplined with their approach. Meanwhile, Fennel really scrambling to really stabilize.
8 minutes, going 9 minutes, and we see a 7 to 8,000 gold lead by EDG. Definitely this game is getting out of hand of Fennel, and they need to start getting a grip on this game.
Oh no, 9 minutes in and it's a massive lead. Oh!
Ooh, chance? Xiao Zhang!
What?
Oh, perfect. Alright. And
Okay.
they'll just get this kill. Alright. But so much though.
That's a Flash Monsoon play coming from Orthros. No Lee Sin, no problem, I guess. But that's a Flash invested by a very squishy Janna. Not really the best champion to not have
The
a
most
Flash.
ideal.
Exactly. I feel like there was an opening for Fennel to actually go for a split push action, but hang on.
Opening maybe to actually enter towards alone, but Irma is actually zoning everyone out. Here comes 0711.
Oh no, shock blast.
And also you. Everyone's trapped in this area. Absolute Zero doing absolutely nothing in this fight as well. And here comes Helios. Maybe they can try to do something out here for Fennel, but they're taking too much damage from alone as well. The shock blast will not connect onto Orthros.
No.
He's gonna be able to stay alive. This Fennel didn't die, or any single member of them.
It's a 5v4 and they were running for the hills. That's the problem that Fennel is facing right now. And although, yeah, sure, the positive point is that Fennel did not lose a member, but you can feel it. EDG is still in the driver's seat, now going for another objective. This is the second dragon in the game, which means that they can threaten the Dragon Soul. Fennel hasn't stopped the bleeding yet. Slowly but surely, EDG is just pulling away, with Xiao Zhang being left on an island to farm for himself.
2 dragons picked up by EDG. Oof. This Zeri later on is gonna be having such a blast. Just zapping everyone around here on Fennel. And Untouched as well. Irma is doing such a great job on this Galio. I have to give it to him.
For sure, right? Like, although one hero's entrance is actually just one skill that is one press of a button, we haven't seen a very impactful play by him using a hero's entrance, but the threat of it being there really dissuades Fennel to go for very risky plays. In fact, that may just be the reason why Fennel is sticking as 5, right? Like the threat of the Galio is always going to be there. So in order for them to secure at least 1 kill, they need to send 5 members. And their key initiation will come from Horizon. Like Horizon is that one person that will be... Oh no, he's spotted on a ward and Chaz.
There's a CCTV there. Chaz, picture.
Right. Mosquitoes, I guess. Oh no, Irma!
They know they're coming. Irma's ready.
Hello!
Great dodge, by the way. Still at point blank, and Chaz is gonna be regretting his engage. Oh my god, that damage from 0711 is humongous. And now Fennel just desperately trying to escape. Danny, good killer instinct, will be backing away. It's a shock blast though along the way. And EDG can just start this Baron.
And Danny using a killer's instinct. Just to get enough separation, but the Baron is already started because there's no jungler from Fennel to even contest this Baron takedown. 12 minutes, baby Baron goes over to EDG.
Didn't even last 15 seconds after spawning up, immediately has been taken.
Definitely not. It's the squishiest Baron of all time. Ever since they implemented the change, you know, whenever you get a snowball that's big, and I'm not talking about the Nunu, right? I'm talking about the plays by EDG. But just looking at this replay, you can see the amount of confidence that EDG has in this game. Like every single one of them is not minding the threat coming from Fennel, and that's what happens when you are 10k ahead. You going to get help here by Irma and 0711. We've been waiting for this moment. We've been waiting for his F-lane pop-off. And so far, so good for EDG.
1,000 gold lead every minute here by EDG. All the objectives taken as well, denied even so many resources from Fennel. And they're just scrambling, looking for kills, desperately trying to get anything in this game. Couldn't even get the kill onto Irma, and now they might just get dove under the tower. Fortunately, the call didn't went through to EDG. They're not gonna be getting anything.
Yeah, and so now Chaz and company needs to really stop the push of Xiao Zhang. Half health on the tower. On the top side, inhibitor almost down. But Fennel still standing their ground, trying to really expend the Baron buff push by EDG.
But they won't be able to stop this push at all. All they can do is delay the inevitable here by EDG.
Okay.
Fennel at least able to shove them away for one last time, but it's just a preparation of EDG to the next dragon.
Yeah. That's almost 2,000 upswing for the Baron power play by EDG. More importantly, another soul. I guess this is the most souls that we've ever had in Season 2. Especially knowing that we are just at our 5th game for today, Kiyoung. Like 2 of the 4 games that we've had, right? 2 of the 4 games that we have had souls. And that's not something that we kind of expected, especially knowing that in the first few weeks, souls are very rare.
Always denied.
Exactly.
But right now, it's undeniable. EDG is just dominating this game.
Oh my god!
Okay.
Almost a one-shot.
Lives with a blood pool. Alright. Still very flashy. Irma though going in. As the top side is being pushed up. 07 then picks up the kill. Chaz is gonna be next. And Orthodox is running for the high heals. Horizon as well, just going back to the base. And EDG basically saying, get out of our dragon.
And that is Xiao Zhang completing his quest on the top lane as well. And will even get supported by the hero's entrance here by Irma. Oh man, they don't have enough damage to kill down Xiao Zhang. The soul will happen. And so more damage will join EDG. That is the Infernal Soul. Oh no!
Oof. So hard here right now for Fennel to come back in this game.
Yep.
Insane amount of gold lead as well. Are we on 17,000 gold?
Yeah, you're right.
Whoa.
There we go. It just showed. 17,000 gold lead. No towers to trade for the objectives that, you know what? Like outside of the 3 kills, Fennel was not able to even sniff an objective. We have to remember that even the Rift Herald was secured by EDG, so all the neutral objectives went to the side of EDG. Kind of expected with the composition that Fennel has right now, right? Like if they ever go behind, it will definitely be super hard to come back into the game, and you can feel it. Like all the members of Fennel right now just trying to scramble for something. But they're not being allowed to play by EDG. EDG is too far forward and now has another Baron to just finalize the push and get that game number 1 victory.
The highest goal lead that we have seen so far as of Season 2 is FPX against Invade Esports with 18 to 20,000 goal lead. It's now on the way here for EDG. They can just take this one team fight, can close the distance. This is such a one-sided beatdown. Danny desperately being saved here by Orthros with a Monsoon as well, but it's not gonna be enough. Yugo action goes in with Irma joining him as well. But Xiaojiang has other plans. He wants to end the game and move on to game number 2.
Game number 1 goes to EDG. A very convincing win. And Fennel's game plan to go for Danny as their carry in game number 1 did not pay off. Janna also not the best debut for Orthros here in WRL-A2. But the series ain't over yet. We still have one more game minimum, right? Like they can still extend this into a game 3. But truth be told, right, with the confidence that EDG had that game, it felt so. I would say that the gap was so wide, right? Like,
yeah.
Oh no.
So wide.
It was indeed very
ocean wide.
Yep.
Ocean vast. And EDG definitely is one step away from redeeming their past performance as of Season 2.
Yeah.
Best way they can do it is a 2-0 victory against Fennel. They're still one game away for Fennel to maybe turn the tides around and push this to game number 3.
Yeah, it's not too bad, right? Like Irma's debut as a support also getting them a win. And EDG, this is what they wanted, right? Like a game that will start things around for them. They were able to secure at least one game win against WHG. Now, getting that game 1 win against Fennel, they are now 1 game away for that 1 point, right? Like EDG, WRL-A1, at one point they started the tournament 5-0, 5-0, right? Like, and then mid-season they faced very heavy challenges. But with the way WRL-A2 started, 0-3 for EDG, but is on their way to get a victory finally at the expense of Fennel if things won't change soon.
Massive trend as well. It started a bit slow, up and down for both teams as both of them tried to make some plays around the map. But EDG not only nullified Chaz, but also Helios on late game scaling. No chance of comeback, not even the slightest glimpse of comeback there present for Fennel. Maybe in game 2 we would see a different version of them, a different performance, but for EDG, they're one step away from beating them down.
Oh no, not the best start. You look at the damage dealt Helios super far from the chase. This was what I was actually wishing for, right? Earlier when Mitsura had the option to go for the Jace. I feel that Jace should have been picked up for him. And yeah, there's still this threat as long as you can play it effectively. Yu is a very good Jace player. He was able to show it in this game number 1. No game turning point, at least in my eyes. I feel that it was a very slow and methodical win for EDG. And that Dragon takedown followed up by the Rift Herald takedown really just opened up the game for EDG. But the MVP goes over to Alone.
Well deserved, absolutely, here for Alone. 100% kill participation as well as a massive damage, and it's his second MVP count right now. EDG 1 game away from redeeming their performance. Again, this team is on a 3 series loss slump, but it's about to get back in momentum, set the fire up, and reignite their performance. But let's see if Fennel can actually prevent anything of that. We'll just go into a short break. We'll see you in just a bit. We welcome everyone back to the Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 with many changes. From rosters to patches, but retain the same goal of achieving top 1 in the tournament. Hi, My name is Giang. Let's take a look at the top 5 highlights of our first week in the tournament. Starting with number 5. In a battle between J-Team and G2 Blacklist, J-Team was trying to take the Baron and prevent G2 Blacklist from accessing the river. But despite their efforts, Draw found a way not only to slip through their defense, but also steal the Baron, thus stopping J-Team's plans.
Some signs of life. We thought it was over, but it's not yet over. Oh my god, though. You look at the damage.
It's melting! What? There's even no time to get a steal! What is that, Draw? You are unhuman with that! What just happened? Number 4. Back in Season 1, we saw 0711 breaking the meta with his fascinating Evelyn performance. But this time, we saw Weiba from Trace Esports taking notes and applying it during their match against JDG. In a losing battle for First Dragon, Weiba miraculously stole the objective away right under JDD's nose, giving Trace Esports the Infernal Dragon.
4 decided JDG, and he was able to eliminate a lot. They're still not done. Weiba's still alive.
Yeah, Jungler still alive means that there's still a threat for this to be taken down. The 3-man strong is Lemon, Feibai, and Berry.
Yeah, Vision though. They can go for a spike. Last arrest.
No way!
Takes it in the end, but they got the ace.
Number 3. We just love perfect setups, especially when the follow-up is also perfect. 20 minutes into a close game of Cerberus Esports and Cateros Y, Taku made a perfect setup with his Call of the Forge God to knock off 3 members of Cateros Y. It was immediately followed up by his teammates. This play not only allowed them to win the fight, but also win the game, extending the series to a Game 3.
See here is that how Daw is going to be struggling, especially in this part of the game, because he won't really have enough damage here. Or the Forge God knocks up 3. Genza's going to go in. Look at the dash away. Acrobat is not going to survive an execution from BMM. Hence the life of their carry. And Rattel is still on the bot lane. They still have a Guardian Angel on Daw. Are they going to be surviving? No, they're not. 5 members still alive. Really strong. Rattel is here, yes, but is that going to be enough for them to win? That's going to be it. CES could turn this side around, and this is going to be their win. Do they have the time? Do they have the power? Luna is just going to die, and this game is going to be taken by CES.
Number 2. It's always a nightmare playing ADC when you're up against a hard engage and burst composition. But that didn't seem to matter for Weibo Gaming's new Dragon laner, Wan Yu. 14 minutes into the game in a Dragon Soul contestant versus J-Team, 3 people tried to chase down Wang Yu, but despite that, he managed to outplay them and even kill all 3 of them. This outplay not only allowed them to win a fight, but also take the Dragon, Baron, and eventually the game, completing Weibo Gaming's reverse sweep against J-Team.
And for X1 and Soldier to follow through with damage.
Oh, Faye, and that's a fast engage coming in from DY. Faye needs to back away. Soldier tried to chase him down. An explosive gap to deny, and Faye was able to survive. Never mind, DY was able to follow up with the kill. Onto the backline though, Pawn fighting against Geshon. Duwanyo might not be able to survive this fight against Soldier, but no, never mind. X1 is also gonna die on the hatch of Duwan. And he is gonna get Duwan 3. And that is enough for them to say.
And number 1. We craved wanting to see Fiddlesticks into action in professional play, knowing how strong it is, and is always respectfully banned in almost every game. But in this highlight, this day has been filled with 2-0 sweeps so far. Let's see if Fennel can turn the tides around here against Edward Gaming. Again, we're casters, Giang and Nautilus. We're quite interested in what Fennel can actually change in this performance right now against Edward Gaming, because they're one step away from redeeming themselves too.
Indeed, it's now starting to be the mission for EDG. They want to finish this series right here and not have it extended to game number 3, because so far, right, like if you think about it, if this ever reaches game number 3, the uncertainties about EDG and their lineup will again pop up. And now, we're looking at Fennel, they're going to face, or they're going to enter game number 2 with possibly a new game plan. Obviously, game number 1, the game plan of revolving all their damage towards their captain in Danny did not work well. And the Janna support role did immediately get punished by just one gank, right? By 0711.
Yeah.
So that's definitely not the best start. But game number 2, we are going to enter the draft. And what was the selection by Fennel? Did they go red side once again? No,
Well,
they went
they're
for blue.
going blue.
Yeah, they went for blue.
So let's see if on this side they can actually pull up a win against Edward Gaming. They had a tough game. Game number 1, definitely one of the biggest slumps that they have experienced so far. But again, when they're all down, there's only one way to go, and that is up. Fennel needs to be the one stepping up as well.
Vans focuses on possibly the Baron laner in Xiao Zhang. That's his best champion. Fiora is also a very good matchup into the Camille. So that could be the rationale here. And thinking by Fennel, we're going to ban away all potential counters to the Camille, and we're going to first pick it for a Ryzen. Respect shown towards 0711's Evelyn, and this is a better draft overall, just looking at the ban so far.
And this is something that 0711 wants to see as well. People starting to respect his performance on this champion once more. After a tough slump, finally secures a win in game number 1 and can just traverse to other jungle champs again. The Zig's gonna be taken away though.
Yeah.
Interesting once more. Similar to game number 1.
Yeah.
This is highly contested.
I feel it's a champion that really slows the game to the point that it's not it's ban worthy for sure, and that's how EDG is approaching this game. A ban away towards the Akali means that you will most likely still go for the Jace. So never mind, Jace is going to be snagged away here by Fennel, which means that Camille is open.
Unless Fennel has a better answer towards this time around.
I think Jack still is going to be the option, right? Like
switcheroo.
Yeah. 0711 goes for the Gragas lockdown, and that was the last ban by Coach Kaiku earlier, right? And so yeah, it's kind of obvious. You go for the Jax, and it's going to be a reversal of champions for our Baron laner.
Let's see what Fennel this time will use as a support, as a carry, as a jungler as well.
Oh, Galio.
Galio being hovered, going back to basic, going back to the usual support champions here for Arthros. Great follow-up as well if ever they go on team fights. At least they do have some defensive tools that Taunt, Justice Punch, and also the hero's entrance can prevent the entry here of EDG.
Which begs the question, what will be the marksman for Fennel? Are we going to see Danny back to his Corki? That's his favorite champion. That's his champion, right? That the champion that I feel that Danny is the most effective on, just because of how he mastered the champion to the T. Now, Shen is going to get banned away. It does look like that they're prepping for Chaz to go for some junglers here, but we have to remember that Chaz also plays Jace jungle, so this still are a lot of flexibility to the side of Fennel. Banning away the Yasuo makes a lot of sense, especially knowing that they are most likely going for a poke composition centered around Jace, but the Vi was banned away.
Just preventing any sort of engaged tools here on Fennel, especially under the hands of Chaz, and since he used Nunu a while ago, I don't think it's gonna be a great idea anymore at all. But wow, okay, Shyvana for the 3rd time today. I'm excited for this on 0711.
CN conference taking notes that Shyvana in patch 4.4a is the new Fiddlesticks. And again, it's all about the clear speed. The clear speed of Shyvana has been buffed, right? Like that's the main reason why his numbers have gone up, or her numbers have gone up. And so now they're capitalizing on it. This is the curveball. This is them going back to Chaz, to his carry potential, or riding on his carry potential, and possibly a Yoni pickup for the superstar jungler of Fennel.
I'm still nervous. Okay, this is now nice.
The Corki, right?
We see the Corki. Refreshing here for Danny.
Yeah, exactly. Like we kind of saw it from a mile away, right? Even Coach Rec knows this. Fennel is that team that if things go haywire or things go sideways, they can really default back to Danny going back to the Corki. And basically in patch 4.4a, Corki has been buffed as well. It also does have AP damage, something that was quite a bit lacking to the side of, I believe it was NAOS Esports, right? In game number 2. And so I was looking for the Corki. Now, Corki going to be locked in here by Fennel, and Danny will be the one to pilot it. Meanwhile, on the other side, kind of conventional. The only question mark that we have is how effective the Shyvana is going to be. We know that the clear speed of Shyvana is top-notch, top 1 right now, especially with the boss.
Yeah.
But is it going to be enough, especially with the power of package to influence all this objective team fights, 5 minutes?
So many engaged tools as well here from Fennel. The Jax, the Yone, the Galio. Jace even can go in at the perfect time, of course, alongside with the Corki, with the package. So they have many tools to counter EDG here. It's up to them and how they actually want to execute it as well here. Especially that this is already match point for Edward Gaming. Shyvana is gonna be huge here for EDG. But let's see if it's gonna have the same results as Weba had during NAOS Esports.
I know, trying to ride the tempo advantage of all this early game champions, especially looking at the Corki specifically at 5 minutes package being available can definitely influence the objective takedowns. And we have to remember that in game number 1, Fennel gave away 2 objectives at 5 minutes, something that you will never have the luxury of doing against the CN teams. Because even EDG, like right now, they are at the bottom of the standings, but I feel it's a fake record in my opinion, right? This is still a very good team.
And you always have to fully respect 0711 at all times.
Yeah.
If you hesitate even for a little bit raiding objectives against him, then he will just make you regret it every single time. That was demonstrated a while ago.
We're looking at the Shyvana also going for a Conqueror. This is, to me, like the Yone is actually a very good answer against the Shyvana. Because I feel that Shyvana can just burst down. I can just be bursted by enough damage. You look at Orthros. He's so confident right now. Irma.
Dealing damage. Orthros even flashing in to try and get the kill onto that Gragas. But Lone will at least trade it up here for EDG. I don't think this is the best trades that Fennel actually had, but at least they got the kill.
It's a 1-for-1 at the end of the day, but you're right. Like it's not a worthy trade because if you look at it, right, the kill did go over to Alone's Zeri. Meanwhile, the first blood did go over to Arthros on that Galio. So definitely an advantage to the side of EDG, and just the fact that Alone and his minion wave state is favorable to him. It just leaves more advantages towards the side of EDG.
And more questions to Fennel as well, right? On what's gonna be their next plan? Do they send out Chaz to the bottom lane? Do they invest in top lane to try and shut down Xiaojiang? So many things. Helios as well, trying to be aggressive in the mid lane to maybe pressure you, but not feeling any of it. Now 0711 is in bot lane.
Yeah?
Don't think. Not yet. Not yet.
I mean, he's level 5. If there's ever going to be an engage, he is in the perfect position to go for the dragon form and go for a counter gank. But the better play again as a Shyvana is to not not even attempt a gank because it will just slow down your clear.
Maybe he wants top lane.
Ooh, wow, okay, that's the power, right? Like one Twin Fang from the Shyvana can actually just clear Vision Wards, and we saw it there.
Really scary situation. If ever they actually went for it, it would have been a kill towards Ryzen. That didn't happen. They're playing it safe. Irma just tanking a bit of damage there. Chaz is gonna get spotted, so EDG will play this out safe.
Yep. Soul Unbound plus Fate Sealed can be casted from that point towards the other side of the map, surely. Now Chaz possibly going for a dive.
They go in. They want to commit. Fate sealed, sealing the fate of that Gragas once again. This time it went to the hands of the carry.
Clean. Yeah, and that's a clean one, and there is no retaliation whatsoever. The Shyvana is still busy farming, and that's the play that you want to do over and over again, at least in the first few minutes of this game. 0711 though going to snag away one of the Raptor camp, and you could see right now that 0711's focus is to just focus on farming because that's what Shyvana is known for. There's a level advantage now for 0711. Meanwhile, Chaz already 1 assist, so at least that's a good sign.
Panel just playing it out safe for the meantime. Scaling up, not giving too much here to EDG as well, waiting for the first objective. And since they have a Corki, this might just good for them.
Yeah. Again, the Corki is there to really just prioritize possibly the Dragon. There is a win condition for Fennel to just hammer down and go for the Dragon solo win condition, which is...
They have to.
Exactly.
They have to.
And you know, it has the perfect timing. However, are you really that confident that if you give the tempo advantage and tower advantage to EDG that you will be able to slow down their onslaught? Because that's the I would say Pandora's box that you have to open, right? If you are an APAC team, are you willing to really give the Rift Herald, which is an objective that is often used perfectly by all the CN teams?
So they really have to check in the scales of it. Which one is gonna be more worth it here for Fennel? Right? Because if EDG gets the RH and they get the momentum, then they will be able to deny the next Dragon here from Fennel. So yeah, it's a big struggle. Definitely one of the toughest questions right now here in this game number 2. So far, as we see Chaz having vision in top side, starting the RH top side, yeah, that's gonna be the commitment.
Blue pill, red pill, and Fennel wants to contest this Rift Herald takedown. 0711 ready to jump any moment now. So is Xiaojiang.
So sweet, Chaz actually just poking down Xiaojiang a little bit there. They're not committing onto the Dragon
Orthros
here. EDG
missing.
wants to contest here. Irma
Package.
might actually be in trouble. So is Danny. Hexagon Ultimate gonna be used there, but great counter
Irma's
engage from Fennel as well. And the RA still being committed. No, still gonna be coming here from EDG. Great outplay. No one's dead on their side. So they can just reset, maybe go to the Dragon.
0711 went high ground. He tried to use the Dragon's Descent to actually kill down Danny, but Danny still very controlled whenever he gets his hands on the Corki. We have to remind everyone that's his favorite champion. A snipe from Helios! Almost, but not quite. 0711, but still. Yeah, signs of life from Fennel.
114 HP left there on the Dragon.
Yeah, let's look at that replay once again. This is a very long Rift Herald dance, but there is a need for them to commit immediately once they saw that the package is about to expire. And you look at Danny, he just has computed everything. The package damage being there, Ignite as well, taking on top of Irma. Bot lane though, there's something happening in live.
Orthros trying to back away. He actually turned onto alone instead. Orthros desperately tried to stay alive, but is not going to be allowed to do so. They get the kill and deny the gank.
They were the ones ganking and they were the ones to give away a kill. No way. That's a momentum breaker for Fennel for sure. And that's also the formidable play coming from EDG. Standing their ground now, Horizon feeling overconfident right now. There was not even a need for 0711 to be there. So it's quite surprising if you ask me.
Yeah. I have a question though to Fennel if ever. Because yeah, they got the RH, he's in the mid, they haven't taken the tower down. But how do they deal with 0711 and you later on? Yeah, Danny makes some great outplays, but later on it's just one-shot worthy for EDG.
True. It's super hard to kill down a Vladimir, especially with the lack of crowd control to the side of Fennel. Yeah, sure, they have a crowd control coming from the Galio, but how often does it happen, right? The Galio being on top of the Vladimir, especially knowing that you can just use your Sanguine Pool to avoid almost everything. Or thrust.
They will try to avoid the gank, but maybe they can just turn. Great Fate Seal onto the backline, but what will be the follow-up next? 0711. Not here. Xiaojiang, the king, but has the shield. One more could have been it for him, but Irma's gonna be the one to fall down, so at least Fennel gets a tower and gets a kill.
Wait, was that the barrier though? I don't think so, no? Yeah, he has Ignite. What? Okay.
Where did it come from?
I guess it's one of the keystones, right? Like, forgot the name, but yeah. Possibly one of the keystones that we have in the game that allows you to have extra survivability if you ever go down in health, but that was clutch. Him not dying there may just have turned the tides over to EDG, but Fennel has still the upper hand when it comes to tempo. They have been playing it better, obviously, in game number 2. And so far with 3k goal lead, there is a chance for them to actually challenge EDG.
The only thing that they need to do as well is push down the tier 1 in the bottom lane, and then they would have full access on the blue side jungle of 0711, potentially contesting the next succeeding dragon.
Exactly, that's the play. Now, they're positioning, or they're lobbying for position here. And you're seeing that on the top side there is the Jack split pushing. This is basically his territory, right? Like that's the goal. You have to leave Jax on the side lane. That's basically his turf. That's where he's good at. The concern I do have for EDG, sorry, for Fennel, is that the champions from EDG are just scaling upwards, right? They have a carry Shyvana, they have a carry Vladimir, and so is Alone, very deadly on the Zeri. So it's easier said than done, but Fennel, like so far at least, doing better overall.
And they have so much gap close as well on EDG, so even if Danny gets flashy, there's still so many ways that they can catch him. Especially with the cask of Irma on the Graga. So we're gonna be looking at him so many times later on, especially South Jam with Hectic Ultimatum. Here on top side as well, actually. Deals so much here on Horizon.
Yeah. I remembered now. I believe it was Nullifying Orb, so Xiao Zhang might just be running Nullifying Orb as one of his keystones. Just to make sure. But that was super clutch, right? Like
clutch.
Yeah, oftentimes it gets proc at 35%. Oh, Helios, Edge of Night.
No. This entrance gonna be used defensively. The cask as well has been spent out, but Irma will get caught. Chain CC and Danny gets a kill just in time for this dragon spawn.
Yeah, but that's I believe is an overcommitment though. Hero's entrance no longer available. Horizon, oh no.
Counter-strike immediately to deny any sort of follow-up, and they can just commit onto this dragon. Eyes on 0711 here.
Let's see though.
When will he go in? Arthros is ready.
Package available. There you go. Good play from Fennel, just using the package to get priority overall. And again, that was indeed not an overcommitment, right? They were able to get the 4v5 advantage to the side of Fennel. And again, slowly but surely, Fennel is still controlling the tempo of this game, was able to deny the soul from EDG as well. Very good play by them.
And bad play for Irma. Since he died and also doesn't have ult anymore, that was a key ult not available for EDG to stop the dragon takedown of Fennel. And Fennel knew that. That's why they had the perfect opportunity to just equalize the dragon stacks, continue scaling up, then look for ways later on.
And you see now the importance of Langui to the team, because Irma 0-5 on his Gragas, and it's definitely showing that EDG is missing their primary support, because Irma often gets caught. Yeah, like that's the thing, right? This is definitely going to be a win condition for Fennel. They capitalize on the inexperience of the new support from EDG, formerly mid lane. So good sign from them overall.
Bad sign for Irma. 0-5. The only one to consistently die here is not really great for the former mid laner here of WRL-A2 and also EDG. Now going to kill, but getting caught more. Had to flash away the bottom slam, but I think still will die. Okay, he did survive, but still, again, you cannot just give that to Fennel.
Not enough damage though, and there is a Warmog's armor available for Irma now, so he will still be able to heal up, but he opted to reset completely and go back to base. Now, Horizon and company is all about split pushing. Okay, looking at the items right now, Danny already has completed the 2-item power spike that we know Corki is so capable of. Oh, good catch!
Flash just a sponge into the taunt. You is actually low in HP, had to flash away, but let's see what Irma can actually do here. Alone is slowly getting the damage done, free hitting onto the back line, but Chaz is chasing down Irma. They can just get the skill onto the Gragas, hammered down by Helios, and they have access to Baron.
Another 4v5, and 0711's Dragon's Descent is about to expire. Fennel is smelling blood right now.
They want to commit, they want to turn. Here comes Chaz, joining Orthros right here, preventing any access. No steal.
No way!
Oh no, what? What? Alone? What? Fennel? What? Nani?
Oh, that's a heartbreaker. Oh no! No way!
077, but there's Alone.
Alone! With the heroic Steal. Yeah. That's my heart breaking into pieces. Oh my god.
What?
Fennel.
What?
Dropping the ball there, and EDG will welcome that. Very good steal coming from Malone. Now EDG is well on their way to slow down the game. They will be taking down tower. 0711 feeling confident right now. EDG off of one miraculous steal coming from Malone. Oh
and
man.
now 0711 is mad as well. Great dodge from Orthros on that cast of Irma. But still, this is a massive... Look at the members here of EDG. Suddenly, everyone is energized. Split pushing all 3 lanes.
Yeah, that's what happens when you gift over a Baron that you have no business in securing. And EDG is just pushing the tempo right now. Xiao Zhang, by the way, was able to get a solo kill against Arisen. Lost in all that chaos earlier when the Baron was being taken down. Fennel definitely in shambles right now. Not the best day for Filipino fans overall, because it does smell like, it does feel like that even in a game that Fennel was in the driver's seat for 13-14 minutes, one steal by EDG was enough to deter their chances.
4,000 gold is the Baron power play here of EDG. And Fennel was ahead by 3,000, yeah, a while ago. And now, even the Dragon seems to be a big challenge here for Fennel. Let's see what they're going to be doing, because 0711 does have his Dragon form ready and available as well. While the Camille is split pushing in the mid lane. This is massive pressure. You as well has a great flank position. They will disengage for a while.
There's a package available for Danny though. Still winnable for Fennel.
Let's see. Here they go. Justice Punch away. Dragon form. Great chase down. Danny is completely negated. Great steal coming in from Chaz. At least they can now start to disengage. They're not being allowed to do so. Orthros flashing away. They just chase them down. Even alone commits on the flash just to take the kill.
What?
And oh my god, that shield! 0711 will get the kill as well. Irma is gonna be joining. Does have the body slam to catch Danny.
Wow.
The slow. And they're just gonna get ace here. At least it's just Arising remaining alive. But EDG, after just one Baron steal by alone, everything that Fennel has worked so hard in this game gets slapped right in their face, and EDG gets 2-0.
Sad overall for Filipino fans. And Fennel is not even going to force a game number 3. Happy though for EDG and all their fans. EDG, this is a much needed win by them, and they improve their record. 1 win to 3 loss.
They finally secure their first series win. And it's up against Fennel in a 2-0 beatdown. Game number 2 was very close. But that one moment that enabled EDG to finally get things back in their control was definitely something to be a learning lesson for Fennel.
I have no words. It's so crazy. It's so crazy. Like, if you think about it, right? Like, how many times have we seen it? Zeri. Crazy.
Oh,
yeah, sure.
Depression.
But yeah, that's if we are feeling this down, imagine the players, right? Like,
yeah,
still low. That was definitely a very winnable game, as you said. And for Fennel, it is definitely a very big learning experience, right? Like, they had everything jotted down to the T. The Quirky pickup was actually massive, in my opinion. Like, Quirky is definitely one of the options that we have to closely monitor in patch 4.4a, especially with the way you can control objective team fights with the Quirky and the package, right? Like, the Quirky by Danny is also going to be a very good win condition from here on moving forward. So there are some good takeaways that you can get from this loss. However, if you're EDG, you will welcome this win with 2 open arms.
Yeah. It's a massive thank you by EDG Fennel at that point. The moment they have secured the Baron right there, and props to Alone. He might just get the MVP just because of that, just because of his steal right there, right under the nose of Fennel.
A back-to-back MVP,
stability.
right? Yeah, surely.
Well deserved.
Very, very good steal coming from Alone. And we're waiting for the scoreboard and, of course, the MVP. When we look at the total damage dealt to champions, Xiaozhang and Horizon, they were left on an island, right? Like, they were having a very tight 1v1 on a sideline. But you look at the damage of Danny, overall, a lot better now with Corki. And I really love seeing this from Fennel. At least there's a positive point that you can take away from this game. Who's going to be there in the next match? Do you have the list for Fennel?
Next matchup of Fennel, it is gonna be against KT this Sunday.
Oh, winnable. That's
We have to
Chaz,
see
right?
them.
Like, no, that's Chaz against KTRY, and we know, like, I think that is the game in where we will be seeing Chaz back in Shyvana. I feel that Shyvana is definitely going to be picked a lot after the buffs that it receives. So basically, how you run the Shyvana is basically how you run the Evelyn, right? Like the Fiddlesticks, which is basically to farm as quick as possible. Make sure that you have tempo overall when it comes to jungle clear speeds. But then again, it's easier said than done, especially against the better teams. Now EDG is going to embrace that Shyvana win in game number 2. And of course, an overall series win led by their Mr. MVP Alone.
Massive play, not only in game number 1, but also in game number 2. Zeri performance definitely top notch on Alone. And he's not alone. The team is there to back him up as well. Redeeming that early upset or early not the best performance by Irma. Definitely has carried everyone right there with that Baron steal. And again, this is going to be a learning lesson for Fan. Hopefully they do recover from this. I'm sure they are, and are going to be attempting to redeem themselves on their match against KT.
Yeah, it's a very quick day. It's the first time that we ever witnessed a 3-match series or 3 series in a row for Philippines. So, all of them resulted into a 0-2 with the Ultra Shock Laser being the exclamation point that pierced the hearts of Fennel and their fans. EDG getting the 2-0 in our match number 3. Meanwhile, match number 1 was a win for Cerberus Esports, and Trace Esports, match number 2, was able to win against NAOS.
Very fast games as well. Only one game reached above 20 minutes, and that is the game of Cerberus Esports against G2 Blacklist. And definitely, this is going to be a massive learning lesson for every single team that has lost today. And I'm looking forward to seeing them redeem themselves in their next matches. And speaking of course, here are the updated standings. So the only team we are going to be looking here is Trace Esports and EDG. They jumped one roll already, or one scoreboard. Trace Esports now 3rd, EDG now on the 10th one.
Still very open for everyone right now. Like EDG, surely they will be able to gain enough momentum to secure themselves a playoff spot. I'm not convinced with Irma moving into the support, because in game number 2 he was farmed by Fennel, right? Like he was punished heavily, and so
much.
And so that means that if I don't think Irma is the answer in the bot lane, right? Like I believe that Langui is still the better option. He's the better support. But we'll see in their next few games. APAC though, now still holding on to the number 1 spot, with G2 Blacklist following suit at number 2. KT rolls or Y Cerberus Esports. Wow. Talk about getting a back-to-back 2-0. You look at the they were previously 0-3, right? And then all of a sudden 2-3, and is now on the verge of securing a playoffs, just looking at the standings early into the season.
And not really the best performance by the teams that have competed today. Still relatively okay here for NAOS, for G2B. Fennel will need to really grind up in their games in order to be in a comfortable position in this tournament for sure. But tomorrow's matches are also going to be interesting. Thunder Talk will be battling against Invid Esports, a nightmare of a week for Invid Esports for sure. But we have Nova Esports against OMG. That is something to look forward to. Similar to the last series, FPX against Keepest Gaming.
Yeah, very, very explosive matches tomorrow. Thunder Talk wants to retain their number 1 spot, right? Like, and Nova wants to secure their first win. What a story tomorrow, Gio? I think.
Well, it's
yeah. Don't ask me how I am today. Don't dare.
I'm trying to process everything, but yeah, it is what it is. And tomorrow we are gonna be looking forward to the games that is as on schedule. But for now, we are gonna be concluding this very fast day. Thank you so much for watching till the very end. Thank you so much to BNG Games, of course, Riot Games as well, and we'll see you again tomorrow.
There's something about games.
What you're doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.